Hello guys, welcome back to Modern Web. Today we are finally going to complete our ongoing MERN blogging website. So this is the last part of this series. In this last part, we will finish our project by adding notification page and a blog management page. We will work on features like seen notification and reply to any comment from notification page directly. After this, we will fix one UI bug of our website, that is in-page navigation bug. And at last, we will add dark theme to our website. And some of you guys commented that you want only admins to write blog, not everyone. So we will make that too. Don't worry, if you wish everyone should write blogs, you can skip this part. It won't break the project. With this, we will complete our beautiful blogging website, and then we will wrap this video with hosting the website online for free so you guys can show the project to anyone on the web and put it on your portfolio. So without wasting time, let's start the video. If you like my work and want to support me, you can show your support by subscribing the channel and liking this video. And also, if you want to download the full source code of this project, you can get it by joining my membership on YouTube or Patreon, or buy me a coffee for just $5. So before working on the notification page, what we will going to work on is the notification alert. If you guys use the social media, and of course you do, you notice that in the notification section or the bell icon, you see the red dot over the bell icon to alert you guys that there is a new notification. And that same thing that we are going to do now. So what I want over here is I want to show a red dot over this bell and this bell on this sidebar whenever there is a new notification for the logged in user. So let's do that first, and then we will work on the notification page. So how I can achieve this? Well, for this I can make a route in my server.js where I will keep track of the notification. So like if the user make request to that route, it will just check the database on that logged in user, that is there any notification with the seen key false. Because if you remember, if I go to my Mongo database, you will see every notification document has this key which is seen. So every notification has this seen value which is equals to false. So by default the scene will be false, which means the user this notification is for is not seen this notification. And that's what exactly we will use to fetch these documents from that route. And then if we get any sort of document like 1 or 2, which means there is some notification which is not seen by the user, then we will just send the response like true or anything like that, so that I can show the red dot over the bell icon. I hope this makes sense. So don't worry, we will code it just now. So let's just go to your server.js, and I will code the notification part at the end. So let's just go at the very end, just before this server listening. And what I will do here is I will say server.get. So I'm making a get method request, and I will make a route, and that route will be new dash notification like this. And this route will go through a middleware. So whenever any user make a request to this route, we will pass it through middleware so that only logged in user can make request to this new notification, and then it will run a callback with request and response. So once we are done and we are in this callback, what I will do is I will actually retrieve the user logged in ID from this verify JWT. And for that you just have to make a variable saying user underscore ID equal request dot user, because this verify JWT is setting the user inside this request object if the user is legit and authenticated. So let's just do that, and actually let me remove this square brackets like this. So once I have this user ID, what I will do is I will search in my notification collections to see is there any notification for this user with the seen false. So for that, first of all I have to check in the notification collection. So for that I will say notification, and then I will say exist to check whether or not any document exists in the notification. So here I will say exist, and I have to pass a condition over here. So if I come over here, you will see that in the notification we have a lot of keys, and one is notification for, and this notification for holds the ID of the user for the user whose this notification is for. Like if I am logged in and if I have some notification, then I will have the ID over here if this notification is for me. So what I will do here is I will just say notification for over here, and there is no need to put it in quotes, so I can remove it. I will say notification underscore for. So I want, what I want is I want to set this equals to this user ID, which means if I have any notification with notification for equals to the user ID, then I want it. But also what I want is I want the scene to be false, which means user hasn't seen this notification. And then I will say user, and in this user what I will say is just remove the user from it, because if you go in the notification, or actually if you go to the website and if you try to comment on your blog by yourself and you like comment, then it will also register as a notification. So I just want to remove you from the notification because you have made the comment on your blog, and I don't want to show that notification. And that's why I will check for user to remove this key, so that you won't see your own activity in the notification. I hope that makes sense. So in the user I will say $NE, which is the dollar not equal for the mongoose to check not equals things, and I will just set it equals to user ID. So this basically just means user is not equals to the user ID, which is just the requesting user. So if we run this exist method and exist query, and if we get anything, I will just catch that response in the dot. Then I'll just say result, and here I can use if condition to say if there is a result which is true, which means I have something in my notification, like I have the document. In that case I can say return a response with a status of 200 because everything went well, and I will send a JSON, and in that JSON I will say new underscore notification underscore available equals true, which means there is new notification available for this particular logged in user. And if the result is false, in that case I will return a response with a status of 200 again, because everything went well, but there is no response, and then there is no notification. And then I'll just say in the JSON I will send the new notification available, but this time I will send false instead of true. And since I have used this then block, I have to use this catch in order to catch any sort of errors. So if we get any sort of error, I will first log that error over here so that we can see. So I will say error dot message like this, and I will return a response to the front end with a status code of 500, which is internal server error, and I will send a JSON with error, and the error will be error dot message, just like this. So with this route is done, and now you can make get request to this new notification in order to check whether or not there is new notification available. So let's just test this route. So what I will do is I will just go in my request.rest, and I will make a request to this to sign in so that I can get the authentication token. And once I get that token, I can send that token while making this get request, because remember it is needed the verify, it is going through this verify JW2 middleware. So just let me make a request, and I got the access token. What I will do is I will just copy this access token, I will replace it with this old access token over here like this. Let me just comment it out, let me close this. And now what I will do is actually let me just remove everything from here, and then I will say get http slash localhost port is 3000 slash and the root. Let me just copy this root. So I will say this like this. And now what I want is I want to set the headers. So I will say authorization, it will be bearer, and I'll just pass this authentication token over here. And if I make a request, you will see that I got a new notification available false, which means I don't have any sort of new notification for this particular user. So why is that? Well, I think I don't have any sort of notification, that's why it is saying. So let's just check the whether or not it is working. So what I will do is I will go in this, and then I will add a like, which should create a notification. So if I go over here and refresh, well, you won't see it because we have a lot of notification over here. But let's just make a request, and I'm still getting this equals to false, which means we are getting some issue over here. So let's see what are those issues. Actually, let me just delete all these notifications first so that we can be sure that it is working. So what I will do is I will just delete this notification of collection, the whole notification collection. It is notification. Let me just delete this collection, and now I don't have any sort of notification. So what I will do is I will just refresh it. It won't break the code. I will just like this, and you will see that if I just refresh, I should get the notification over here, and now I got this notification, and you will see that its scenes is false. But if I make a request, you will see that I got new notification available false, and that is the reason, because you will see that the author of this blog is me and the logged in user is also me. So both the accounts are same, which means I am the one who is liking my own blog, which means I can't have my own activity in the notification, because I have mentioned that issue over here by saying that I don't count the user inside the notification. So that's why I'm not getting any sort of notification. But if I just logged in with some other account, let's just go and let's sign in with some other account. I don't know, maybe this is the ID. Let me just sign in with this. Okay, the ID is not found. Let me just create one more ID over here quickly, like this. Let's just sign up. So I have a very new account, and let's just go to this blog again, and now you will see that the logged in user is different and the author is different. So now if I click the like button to like this blog, and if I come to my Mongo and refresh the notification collection, you will see the notification document, which means I have successfully created the notification. But if I now go in the request.rest to make the request, and now you will see that I got this new notification available true, which means I do have a new notification for this logged in user, which is this access token. So our route is working and we have tested out. So now let's just go to our front end and make request to this route in order to fetch the details or the data which is new notification available, and on the basis of the true or false, we will render the red dot. So let's do that. Okay, so now let's start working on showing the red dot over the when there is a new notification available. So for that, what we'll do is we will going to code this entire feature inside the navbar, because obviously this bell icon is inside the navbar component. So let's just open this navbar component. You can see it is under the components folder, and let me just close this folder view. So I have this navbar over here. So what I want is, let's just make a use effect over here, which will get called whenever the rendering is done. So in this use effect, what I will do is, first of all, I have to mention on what variables I want to run this use effect. So whenever there is a change in access token, then I want to run this use effect, and you will see that it is giving me red lines because this use effect is not imported. So I'll just say use effect like this, and it will get imported. So now what I want to run inside this use effect is, I will say if there is any sort of access token, because if there is no access token, which means the user is not logged in, then it doesn't make sense to make request to the root in order to retrieve whether or not there is notification, right? So inside this condition, we will write or make the request to the notification. So I will say axios, and make sure you import that dot get in order to make the get request, and I will say import dot meta dot n dot wheat underscore server underscore domain. And if you remember, this wheat underscore domain server domain is the server domain, which is the localhost 3000 inside the .n file, and this is the way to import the .n variables from the in the wheat environment, right? So after the domain, what I want is, I want to mention the root, and the root is slash notification, and actually it is slash new notifications. Let me check whether or not I am correct. Yeah, it is notification, not notifications. So after done with that, let me enable the word wrap. Okay, so after done with this, I have to also set the header so that I can send the access token with the request. So for that, just add this bracket, and inside this bracket I will say headers like this, and in the headers I will say authorization, and then I will use the template literals saying bearer, and then the access token itself like this. Make sure you type it correctly. So once the request is made and we get a response from the server, then I will catch it inside this then block, and I will destructure the data like this from the response. And what I will do here is I will set the user auth, which is our user context state. So inside the user context, I have this user auth state, and I will change this state, or actually update this state with this data, which is this new notification available true or false, so that I can show that red dot over here as well as over inside the sidebar, because in the sidebar I'm not going to make a request again to the new notification. I will just access this state in order to get the information of whether or not we have any sort of new notification. So for that I have to update this user authentication. So make sure you destructure set user auth, which is the set function of this user state user auth. So make sure import it actually destructure it from the user context, and then I will just call it over here set user auth like this. And the first thing is inside the bracket, first of all destructure the user auth. So whatever data we have in the user auth, we will add those first, which means the access token, the profile image, the username, full name, everything. And then at the end I will destructure the data that we get from the backend, which will be the new notification key with a value either true or false. So after done with this, just add a catch block. So if we get any sort of error, we will just console log that error like this. So if I just save that, and actually I can't do anything. So what I will do is after this I'll just add this bracket, and I will say new underscore notification, and you will see that I can't access this new notification because I don't have this variable. So what I will do, since I am adding this new notification variable, well actually it is not new notification, it is new notification available. Actually let me just copy this. So let me just copy and let me paste it over here. So you will see that it is giving me red lines because this is not defined in the code, and I'm not actually adding that variable over here either. I'm just adding this data from the backend to the user auth state. So in order to access this variable, what I will do is I will first at the start I will destructure it from the user auth. So I will just add that over here. So if the user is not logged in, or before making the request, the user auth state will not have this new notification available, which means it will be undefined. But after making the request, it will have this new notification available, which will be either true or false, which means now our variable is not undefined, it is defined. So you can see now there is no red lines. And if I just save it and let me just refresh it, well you can't see anything actually. Let me just say it in paragraphs, so maybe you will be able to see it. Let me just save that, and actually you are not getting it. Okay, so I don't know why this is not showing. So actually let's just remove it, and what I will do is before returning I will just console.log the new notification available just like this. And what I will do is I will just open my console, and this will say false. Okay, let me just refresh it. Now you will see that I am getting false. And why is that? Because it should give me true, right? So if I send the request again, yeah, the reason it is giving me false is because I am logged in with this account, which doesn't have any sort of notification. Remember, I like this, but I don't have this blog written. So I have to log in with this author account in order to see the notification. That's why it was false. So let me just log out and log in with author account quickly. And now you will see that first of all I got undefined because I didn't made the request to the new notification route, and then I got this true, which means I do have some notification to show. So it is working. We got the value true and false. Now what I want is I want to render things, or render the red dot on the basis of true or false. So let's do that. Okay, so to add this red dot over this bell icon, let's just find this bell icon, and it is over here after this access token. So inside this button, instead of just rendering this icon, let me first enable my word wrap. Instead of just rendering this icon, let's just render a span element, and that this span element will be that red dot. So if I just save, you won't see anything because it's first of all it's a span and then it's empty, so that's why you won't see anything. So let's just add some class name, and I will say it to have a background red color, and then the width will be 3 units and height will be 3 units like this, and give it a rounded full class so that it will have a 100% radius. So if I just save, you should see a red dot. Okay, you are not seeing it, so let me just set its position to absolute, and now it should see. Yeah, you can see now I am able to see a red dot over here. So now what I want is I want to just align it over at the top right corner so that it will be over the bell icon, not below it. So I will just give first of all z index to be 10, so it will come above the bell icon, and then the top 2 units and the right to be 2 units. And if I just save, I will get this red dot over the bell like this. But here is a problem, and that is, if I'm just rendering this red dot as it is, I'm not checking whether or not I have this what is this this new notification available is true or false. I'm not checking that. So if even if the new notification available is false, which means there is no new notification, we will still get this red dot. So instead of showing this red dot every time, let's just add a condition over here to render this accordingly. So what I will do here is I will add curly brackets to add conditions using JavaScript. I will say if there is a user auth, and obviously we will have a user auth because we will get inside this condition only if we have access token, and access token will be inside user auth. So actually let's just remove this user auth, and I will just say if there is a new notification available. So if we don't have anything with this new notification available, like it is false or undefined, then this will be false. But if it is true, which means there is something in the new notifications, then in that case we will render this span. So I will cut it and paste it over here. And if I don't have any new notification available, in that case, in the else block, I will just render an empty string. So if I just save that, you won't see any changes because for this logged in user, there is new notification available. So if I just log out from here and let me sign in with some other account. So I will sign in with this account like this, and since this account doesn't have any sort of new notification available, that's why I'm not getting the red dot over here. So which means this condition is working, and we are able to show the red dot alert only when there is a new notification available. So that's great. Now the other thing that I want to show or do is whenever I go to the settings page, in the side navbar, I want to show that red dot over at this bell icon too if there is new notification available. So first of all, for doing that, let's just sign in back to the previous account so that there will be new notification available, and then I will add that red dot over here. So let me just quickly sign out and sign in with the previous account, and let me just go to the actually no sign out, let me just go to the sidebar over here, and now you can close the navbar component, and let's just go to the sidebar navbar side navbar.component.jsx, and over here just find the nav link where you are rendering the bell icon and the notification, and it is over here. So let me first enable my word wrap, and then we can add the red dot over here like this. So after this icon, what I will do is I will add curly brackets, and over here I will write the same condition. I will say new underscore notification underscore available, and you will see that it is giving me red lines because we don't have this variable destructured from the user auth state. So let's just restructure from this user auth state. So I will just say here new underscore notification available. So if we have this key in the user auth object, then it will be either true or false. If we don't have it, then it will be undefined. So in both cases we will get inside this condition, so nothing to worry about it. So if there is new notification available, we will do the same. We will render one span element, and let's just give it some class name. The background will be red in color, width will be 2 units this time, and height will be 2 units because the bell icon is also small over here. Also give the rounded full to have a complete circle, and give a position absolute like this. Actually, let me correct the spelling, absolute, and then z index to be 10, and top will be 0 and right will be 0 like this. So if I just save, and it will give me error because I don't have the else case over here. So just add else case by adding this semicolon and then an empty string. So if I just save that and go to my sidebar, you will see that I'm not getting any sort of red dot over here. And why is that? Well, for that, what we will do is actually, first of all, let me first wrap this icon and this whole condition inside one div like this, and let me just give it a class name relative. So this div will contain the icon and the red dot. Let me open the side navbar, and now once you added the div, you will see that over the bell icon I am able to see the red dot, which is just indicating that there is new notification available for this login user. So we have successfully made this alert. Now the only thing that we need to work on is the notification page. So whenever I click on this, I want to see a notification page instead of this page not found. And in that page we will have filters like reply and comments to filter the notification, and according to that we will show all the notifications to the user that are present in our database. So let's work on that. So now instead of just running this page not found, let's create the notification route so that we can render the notification. So for that, just open the app.jsx file where we have all the routes, and let me just copy the settings route, the whole settings route, and let me paste it over here. And what I will do over here is I will change the path to dashboard, and whenever we will go to the dashboard route, I also want to render the side navbar, but I will remove one route from here, and the second route, that is a change password here, I will change it to notification like this, notifications with the S. So whenever I will go to dashboard, it will render the side number, but if I go to dashboard slash notifications, then it will render, instead of change password, it will render me notification like this. And obviously I don't have this notification component, that's why it is giving me the red line. So what I will do is, first of all, give it notifications, and I will just copy this name notifications, and now just open the folder view and go to the manage this notifications.pages.jsx inside your pages folder, and over here I'll just create that functional component like this. And for now, basically this will return an h1 saying, not h2, it will return an h1 saying this is a notification page like this, and make sure you export this as a default function, notifications like this. And since I have this notification function component, now I can rewrite it over here so that VS Code will import it for me like this. And if I just save it now, instead of getting the 404 page, I should see notifications. So it's still giving me the page not found, and maybe it is because I am in the notifications, not notification. So if I just go back, and yeah, now you can see, since I have a root notification, non notification, so let me just correct that root. So let's just go to the side navbar, and let me change this dashboard slash notification to slash notifications with the S, so that now whenever I click on the notification, it will redirect me to this notifications page. And that is great. I have to type notifications over here also, right? So if I just save that, actually let me check it whether it is working or not. Yeah, it is working. And if I click on this bell icon, it is redirecting me over here, which means the root of this bell icon is also incorrect. So let's just open the nav bar, and let's find the bell icon over here, and instead of redirecting the user to dashboard slash notification, let's redirect the user to notifications route. So just save that, and now if I click on the bell icon, it will render me this page again. So now basically the route is done, and now instead of just running this h1, let's create the notification. So inside the notification page, we will first have some sort of filter over here, which will be like all, and then the three categories of notification, which can be either like or comment or a reply of any comment. So we will have those four filters over here. So let's create those four buttons, and then whenever we will press on that button, we will fetch the data according to that filter, and once we get that data, then we can render the data. So let me just close everything so that we can work on this notification page. And instead of rendering this h1, or actually let's just have this h1 over here, because I want to render the filter button first. So to render the filter button, the first thing that I want to do is I will create a state, and I will set the state name to filter, and the set function will be set filter, and this state will keep track of the current filter. So whenever I will click on the button to change the filter, it will change the filter and update the state, so we know that the filter or the page state is changed, so that we can make request to the backend in order to fetch the new data according to that filter, right? So basically at the start, this state will be equals to all, which means give me every notification, no filter at all, like this. So I will just add all text inside this as a default value, and then what I will do is I will create one filters variable which will be an array, and I will give the filters in a type of string inside this array. So the first element will be all, and we will render the buttons by looping this filters array. So if I have all string at the first in the filters array, that which means the all will be the first button in the UI to show the user that this is the first filter button. So then we will have the all at the first, and then the like and the comment and replies according to this order of this filter array. So yeah, so the second element will be like, then comment, and then I'll just say reply. And if I save, you won't see any changes because we didn't render anything. So let's just loop through this filters array to render the button instead of getting this h1. And once we get the button, we can add the on click event in order to change the state of the page by just calling the set filter and fetch the data from the backend. So yeah, so let me just remove this h1, and let's make a div over here like this. And inside this div, the first thing that I want to add is one h1, and this h1 will just say recent notifications like this. And obviously I don't want to show this h1 in the smaller screen, so I will give it a class name. I will say maximum medium, which means in the smaller screens it should be hidden. So if I just add this, you won't see that h1, but if I go to the medium screen and the larger screen, then you will see a recent notification h1 over here. So that's great. Now what I want is, after this h1, I will create a div, and this div will be the parent of that filters button. So I will give it a class name. I will say margin from y axis to be 8 units, so it will have top and bottom margin 8 units, and I will give it a flex box so that all the buttons will come side by side, and they will have a gap of 6 units like this. And now inside it, I can add curly brackets so that I can use JavaScript to loop through this filters array. So I will say filters dot map in order to map through that array, and from there I will get filter name, and I can get the index. So whenever I get the filter name, what I will do is I will return one button like this, and make sure to give it a key with which will be the index of the filter. And then what I will say is I will just render filter name like this, and if I just save, you should see 4 buttons. So if I just save it, and actually it is not working, let me just refresh. Okay, so it is giving me some error. So what it is filter dot map is not a function, because because we have this array with filters, not filters. So let me correct that spelling. And now if I just refresh, you will see that now I got 4 buttons, all like, comment and reply. Now we just have to style this so that it will look like a button. Yeah, so let's just add a class name, and what I will do is I will actually I will say the padding to be 2 units, and then I will say the button to be light in color like this. So if I just save, you should see it like a button now. But what I want now is I want the active filter to be in dark in color, which means you see that the default filter active is all, which means this current filter button. So what I want is, if the button or the filter is active, then the button, instead of getting the light button, I should get it a dark, which means the background will be dark and the text will be white. So to add that, I have to add condition inside my class name. So to add the condition, first let me enable my word wrap so that you can see, and I will just add curly brackets around my class name so that I can use a JavaScript. And the first thing is I will say padding by 2, and I will add a space and then the a double quote so that it will end the string over here, and then I will add a plus sign and also add a quote to this btn light. So after this plus sign, what I will do is I will add bracket so that I can write the condition, and the condition that I want to say is filter is equals to filter name. Basically the filter will have the default value, and basically you can see it as all, and the filter name will be this string which is all. So if all is equals to all, basically they are both equal, in that case it will be true. And if the filter is equals to the filter name, in that case what I will do is I will just say the class add a btn dark class, otherwise in the else case add this btn light, but make sure you close the bracket like this so that this will be the evaluation of the condition which will get added to this padding of y unit. So if I just save that, you will see that this all, since it's a active filter, it is black in color, but since these are not active filters, they are gray, or you can say light gray in color. So now what I want is whenever I click on them, they should change the filter state of the page, so that I can first of all render the UI by saying by changing their button from light to dark, so that user know that this filter is now active. And then once we have a route in our backend where we can fetch the data, so then we will make requests there to get the data. So right now what I want is I want to add on click event first of all. So for that, in the button, let's just add on click, and whenever this button get clicked, I will just call handle filter function like this, and I don't have that, so just copy it and let's create that function over here like this. So whenever you will click on the button, it will basically call this handle filter function. So what I want in this function is, first of all I will pass e as an argument so that I can access the event, and then I will say let btn, I will declare a variable, and this button will be equals to e dot target. So basically this e is the event, and event dot target will give you the target on which the click event is. So basically you are getting the button like this. And then what I will say is I will call the set filter state function in order to change the value of the state, and I will just say btn dot inner html to get the inner html, or actually instead of saying inner html, let's just say inner text, so that it will only give me the text of that button, which will be either all, like, comment or reply, whatever. So we will just set those equals to this filter state, and we will change the value of the filter state. And if I just save it, and if I click on the like, comment and reply, well, it is not working. And let's see why it is not working. So actually instead of giving inner text, let me see whether or not this HTML is working. So if I just refresh it and click on like, yeah, the inner HTML is working, the inner text is not working, and I don't know why. So you can just add it corrected with btn dot inner HTML. So now you will see that once I'm clicking on the filters, they are getting updated, like I'm able to change the filter state of this page. Okay, so we are done with our filter buttons. Now the only thing that I want is I want a root in the server.js in where we can make requests from the front end in order to get the notification data. So let's create that root over here, and once we have set up our root, then we will work on our front end and make requests according to the filters to the backend in order to get the correct data. And once we get the data, we will just render that data to show to the user. So let's do that. So what I will do is I will add a server.post method request over here, and the root will be notification, so notifications with s, and I will pass it through a verified JWT middleware so that only logged in user can access this root. And I will run a callback with request and response like this. So if the user is logged in and it is inside this callback, what I want is, first of all, I want to retrieve the user ID from this request. So I will just say let user underscore ID equals to request.id, because this middleware is setting the request.id equals to the user ID, the logged in user ID. And then I'll just set it, I will make a variable, I will destructure the data that I am actually getting from the front end. So I will say it equals to request.body. So what sort of data we will get from the front end? The first thing we will get from the front end is the page number. So whether I have a page 1 or 2 or 3, according to that I will send the data, because we will add pagination to this route also, and we have done this in the last part for the comments and the blogs, so I don't think so it is that hard to understand. So, and the other thing that I want to get from the front end is obviously the filter, which can be either like, comment, reply, or it can be either all. In that case we will just give all the notifications without any sort of filter, right? And the third key that I want to get from the front end is deleted doc count. And this deleted doc count we will send from the front end, and this will be the number of how many notifications are deleted from the front end. So we will give the power to the user so that user can delete the notification, like the comment or the reply of any block. So if the user try to delete the comment or reply from the notifications, then we have to keep track of that in order to not mess with the pagination. So that's why I have this variable, and we will make when we will make, you will get a better understanding of this deleted doc count. But for now you can just add it over here, because this will keep track the number of documents deleted in the front end, so that we will be able to skip those correctly and we will not interfere in our pagination. Yeah. So after that I will make a variable, I will say it max limit, and I will give it a number which will be maybe 10, and this max limit will just define what is the limit of our result, so we can get maximum 10 number of documents at a time. And then I will declare one another variable, I will say find query, and this find query will be the query which we will use in order to find the documents from the notification collections. So I will create an object, and then I will say notification for notification underscore for, and this key is inside our notification documents, which contains the ID of the user for which this notification is. So I will just say user underscore ID. So basically this is saying give me this query basically means give me the documents which has notification for equals to the user ID, which will be equals to the logged in user who is requesting, right? And then I will just say user, and then in the brackets I will say $NE, which is the mongoose operator, which basically means not equals to this user underscore ID. So this will just remove the itself notifications, like the notifications that are generated by the user's activity, right? So after this I will make another variable. We have a lot of variables, so I will create one more variable. I will say skip docs, and this will just keep track of how many documents we have to skip, because if I give page 2 or page 3, then it should know how many documents it should have to skip in order to give us the correct data, right? So over here I will just give whatever the page is -1 multiply with max limit. So if we give a page 1, so that means 1 minus 1 will be 0, and 0 into max limit will be 10, so it will be equals to max limit 10 equals to 0. So basically the skip doc will be equals to 0 on page 1. So whenever you will request for page 1, it will not skip any document, so like that. And we have already done these things in the last parts for fetching the blogs and the comments, so I don't think so it is that hard. But if you still get any sort of issue or doubt, feel free to ask me in the comments, right? So after this I will add one condition. I will say if the filter is not equals to all, which means there is some kind of filter like or comment or reply, because if we have all, then in that case I don't want to add filter. But if I have some sort of filter like comment or reply, in that case I need to add that filter in the find query in order to find the correct document, right? So what I will do is I will just select the find query so that I can access the object, and I will say dot type equals to the filter itself, like this. So what this dot type is, if you don't remember, just go to your MongoDB and actually let's just go to the database so that I can show you what this type key is. In the notification, if I open or see any of the document, you will see it has this type key as well, which can be like, or for now it is like, but it can be like, comment or reply. So that will be equals to the filter, because that exact same three things we have in the front end as well. So you don't have to worry about the spellings, just make sure the spellings of the filters and the data that you are storing in the database both are correct, because otherwise this condition will not work. Okay, so after this I will add another condition. I will say if there is some sort of deleted document count, because by default we will not send this from the front end, but if there is deleted count which can be greater than 0, which means there is some deleted document in the front end, in that case I have to remove that number from the skip doc so that I don't mess up with my pagination. So over here I will say skip docs minus equals to deleted doc count. So suppose if we have deleted a 4 notification from the front end, then this deleted doc count will be 4, and then in the backend when we will process the data, we will just subtract the 4 from the skip document so that it will not mess with our pagination. Right, so after this I just have to run the Mongoose queries in order to get the data and sort them accordingly, and once we get the data we can send it to front end. So just select the notifications collection like this and then say dot find in order to find the documents. And on what basis we want to find? We want to find on the basis of find query that we have defined over here, and if the filter is not equals to, then it will have a type of filter also. So once I have find the document, what I want is I want to skip the documents. And how many documents I want to skip? It will be skip documents. So the value whatever here, it will just skip those amount of documents. And after that I will add a limit so that it will limit the results. So the limit will be max limit, which is basically 10 right now. And after it we need to populate a lot of data, because if I go to my MongoDB, you will see that in the notification I don't have actually any sort of data. I have for the blog I have this object ID, for the notification I have this object ID, for the user I have this object ID. So basically we have all sort of object IDs over here, but we don't have any sort of actual text over here which can be used in the front end in order to render some stuff, right? So we have to populate the data. So I will just say populate in order to populate the data. And first of all I will populate the blog key to get the blog data, and from blog key I just need title and the ID of the blog. So I will just say blog underscore ID, and this blog underscore ID is just the ID that we have generated, not the Mongoose ID, so that we can just add that link in the front end. So whenever the user click on the comment blog headline, it can just redirect the user to the that blog. And then I will add another populate to populate the user who has made this notification. And in that case what I want is I want that user's personal info dot full name. Basically I want its full name, then I want its username. So I'll just say personal underscore info dot username, and then I need its profile image. So I will say info dot profile underscore image like this, and then I will populate the comment. So if I go over here, you will see that I don't have any sort of comment, but let me just add a comment so that you can see whether or not it is working. So let me just comment this part, otherwise it will give me error. And let's just sign out, and let me sign in with some other account. So I will sign in with the other account like this, and let me go to this and let's add some comment over here. So I will say test comment, let me add a comment. So this is added over here. So if I go to my Mongoose and if I refresh, if I go to MongoDB and refresh, you should see the notification over here like this. And now you can see it has this comment key as well, which has the ID of the comment data, and from there I want to actually retrieve the actual comment, the comment timing and all those stuff. So For that I have this populate for the comment. So let me uncomment it now and let's just type comment over here so that I can populate those. And basically I just want the actual text comment from this comment population, and then I will create one more populate, and this will be for replied underscore on underscore comment. And from there I also want comment, and I also want to populate reply, and from there I also want comment. So basically all these comment, replied on, comments and reply contains the ID of the comment document, and you will get this field only when the user try to comment or try to comment or reply to a particular comment. So that's why you won't see those keys over in this document right now, because I haven't created any sort of a reply to any comment, so that's why I'm not getting it. Okay, so so basically I'm just populating the comment, the actual text comment, and nothing else. I hope you got it right. So after it, once done with the population, I will say I will call dot sort in order to sort the data. And on what basis I want to sort? I want to sort it on the basis of created at, so that the recent one I will get at the top, and the past notifications will come below each other. So I will say created at -1, and it will give me the latest notification at first. And then I will say dot select in order to select what sort of data I want to select from this notification. So the data that I want to select is created at, so that I can get the timing of the correct notification. Then I want type, and I want seen, that whether or not it is seen, it is true or false. And then I want a reply like this. And once I have selected every field, then I'll just call dot then in order to get the documents over here. So I'll just call as those documents notifications, and I will run this callback. So inside this callback I will have access to all those notifications. So what I will do is I will just return a response over here with a status of 200, and I will send a JSON with just this notifications like this. And since I have used this dot then, let's use dot catch to catch any error. So if I get any sort of error, I will console log that error dot message like this, and I will also return a response with a status of 500, and the JSON that I will send will be error dot message like this. So if I just save it, this is our notifications route from where on which you can make a request from the front end by sending the page filter and related doc count in order to retrieve the notifications document from the MongoDB database. So I actually think this route is done for now. We have to add one more thing inside this route, and we will see we will add it later, so don't worry about it. So the other route that I want to make right now is I want to make a notification count route where I can make request in order to count the number of notification present in the database, so that I can set up my pagination in the front end. And this is not a new concept, and we have already done this in the previous parts, where I have created the all latest blog count route and the comments count route, which was just counting all the number of documents and sending to the front end. So that same exact thing we are going to do over here. So I hope you will understand that. So I'll just say server dot post in order to create a post method, and the route will be all notifications count. So it will be a all notifications count on which you can make request, and I will pass it through a middleware, and I'll just say a request response callback. So whenever the logged in user will make a request to here, it will just go in the MongoDB and run the filters and find the notification for that exact logged in user, and just give the total number of notification present in the database, so that we can show that total number of notification is this much, and we have loaded only 10, so that now we can just add the pagination, right? So for that I'm adding this root. So over here I will just say let user underscore id to retrieve the user id. I'll just say request dot user like this, and then I will get the filters from this request body, because I will send only the filter. I don't need to send the page or the deleted count. I will just say filter equal request dot body to destructure it from the request body, and the find query. So I will just say let find query equal an object, and this object will have notification underscore for, which will be equals to this user id, and then it will have a user which will have an object with underscore with dollar sign ne, which basically means not equals to user underscore id like this. So it will just remove the user id documents, and then I will add a condition saying if the filter is not equals to all, which means there is a filter. It can be like comment or maybe reply. In that case I will add one more key to this find query, that will be type, and that will be equals to this filter itself like this. And now I can just use the notifications collection like this in order to find the document. So I will just say count, actually let me correct the spelling, count documents, in order to count the documents, and on what basis I want to count the documents. So I will just pass this find query, so it will just run this query, and whatever the document satisfying this condition will be counted, and this will give me the number of exact documents available in the database. And then I can catch that number in then block, and I can just call that count like this. And once I get the exact count of the document present in the database, I can just say return a response with a status of 200, and I will send a JSON, and that JSON will have total docs key, and that will be equals to the count that I am getting from this count documents query. And I will add one catch block, so if we get any sort of error, it can handle that also. So I will just return a response with a status of 500 if we get any sort of error, and I will send one JSON saying error dot message, just like this. So if I just save, you won't see any changes, because we have we have only made the roots. We are not making a request or checking it. So yeah, but technically we are done with our all the roots. So now we can just make request from the front end to these roots, these two roots, the all notification count and the notifications root, in order to retrieve the data of the notifications for the current logged in user. So let's do that. Okay, let's code a function which will make request to the server and retrieve the notification according to the filters. So for that, what I will do is I will create a function just above this handle filter, and I will call this fetch notifications like this. So I will define this function, and this function will take one argument which will be an object, and this object will have a key page, and this page we will pass whenever we will call this fetch notification to keep track of what page number of results we want. We want first page or second page or third page. It is for the pagination. And the second key that it will have is deleted doc count. And if you don't remember, this deleted doc count is the same exact key that we are passing to our server in order to fetch the notification. If I just find my notifications over here, you will see that I am destructuring this deleted doc count. So whenever we will call this fetch notification, we will pass this deleted doc count number as well, so that it knows how many documents is deleted, so it will skip those numbers, right? So by default its value will be 0. So if you don't provide this, it will be 0. So we don't have to provide this every time. So after this, what I want is, obviously I want to make request to this notifications root. So for that I will say Axios, in order to use Axios, and then I will make a post method request to the notifications root. So first of all I have to add the domain, and the domain is inside the .env file of a wheat server environment. So to load it, just type import meta.env dot wheat underscore server underscore domain, because this wheat server domain is the localhost 3000, and then the root, which is this notification. So I'll just copy this root so that I don't misspelled it like this, and then I will say what sort of data I want to send. So first of all, let me enable my word wrap so that you can see. So I want to send page, which I will get from this whenever I will call this fetch notifications. Then I want to send filter, which is this filter state, and this filter state will hold the actual filter on what basis we want to fetch the notification. So you don't have to pass it whenever you call this fetch notifications. And the third parameter, third key that we want to send to the backend is deleted doc count. So you can just type it as well, because we are getting it whenever we are calling this fetch notification functions. Great. So after this, we need to set the headers, because remember, this is going through a middleware which is checking whether or not the user is logged in with a correct valid access token. So over here I have to pass that access token. So I will say headers and then create a new header which will be authorization, and then I will use template literals to add bearer and then $sign to use the access token. But you will see that this access token is giving me red lines because I don't have access to this, because it is inside our user auth state, which is in the user context. So we have to first import that. So I will do that just above this state. I will say let, and I will destructure things later, but I will say use context in order to use the context, and the context that I want to use is user context, and this user context holds the user auth state, which has this access token key. Well, you will see that it is giving me red lines because it is not imported, and so I will just say import, and in curly bracket I will say user context, and I will import it from app.jsx like this. Let me type it correctly, app.jsx. Just save that, and now it won't give me the red line error. So what I want to destructure it is the user auth, and since this user auth is the object is an object, inside it I have a key access token like this. So this will import or destructure the access token from this so that I can access it over here. So great, this exhaust, we have done it, and now this will make a request to the notifications and will get some data. So to handle that data, I will just use this then block to see what data I'm getting, and over here I will say destructure the data, and from data object, because remember, since this is returning an object with the notifications key, what I'm basically saying is this data is that object which has this notification key. So I'm just saying destructure the notifications over here, so that I don't have to type notifications particularly is like data.notifications inside the code. Right, so I will do that, and I will rename this notification to data instead of notifications, because we will have this notification name for our notification state, which will hold all the notifications that we want to render. So we can't have multiple variables with same name. That's why I'm renaming it to the data by destructuring it from the actual object data that we are getting from backend. I don't think so it's that hard. So yeah, so after it, what I will say is I will say let formatted data equal, and the reason I am creating this variable is to format the data that I am getting from the backend, because remember, since I have to add the pagination here, and in the previous parts we have done the same thing where I have created the formatted data variable, which is just calling one function in order to format the data into the pagination form so that we can track the total number of documents, the page, and the actual results that we are rendering. So because this data does not contain the page or the total document count, so we need to make it in that data structure which contains the actual information of total documents and the current page and all those stuff. So that's why I'm making it so I can format this data. So to format the data, I have already made this function in the previous part, and that is called filter pagination data, and just call that. And this function is asynchronous, so it will take some time. So in order to wait over here so that we can store the return value inside this variable, I will just add await, and since I have to use await, I have to make this callback an asynchronous function. And now here I have to pass some of the keys or the parameters in order to call this function. So first of all, I have this state, and I have to pass what sort of state in which I want to set this data. So well, I don't have any notification state right now, so let's create that over here. So after the filter, I will create one state, and I will say notifications, and I will give a set notifications to in order to set the notification state like this, and by default its value will be null like this, and just add a equal over here. So by default this notifications value will be null. And if I just open my filter pagination, you will see, actually let me word wrap this so that we can see what sort of parameters I have. So you will see that it has this state which we are passing this notifications, so it knows on which state it has to update the data. And then what I want is, I want to send the data which is this actual data which will get formatted, and then I have to give the page number. So let me add page number over here. So just pass page, and this page will give the this page that we are getting while calling this function, so it will format that or add that page information in the data as well. Then I have this count root. If you just go to the filter pagination, you will see there is a count root, and this count root is the root where this function will make request in order to get the total number of documents present in the database. So you just have to pass that root over here, and that root, if I just go over here, is this all notifications count. So I will just copy this root and I will paste it over here, and this function will automatically make a call to this root in order to get the total number of documents. And after this count root, what I want to say is, I want to give data underscore to underscore send, and this data underscore to underscore send is the key which is storing the values that needs to be sent to this count root in order to count the document. And in order to count the document, we need to send filters, right? So that's why I have this here. So inside this I will pass one object, and that object will contain the filter, so that whenever this function filter pagination data make a request to this, it will send filter with this. And the last thing is a user, because user will be access token, so that it can pass this middleware. And if I just go, let me check whether or not I have this user key. Let's just go to filter pagination, and yeah, you can see that this function doesn't have that user key, because up until now we have we didn't created this function for middlewares also. So now what I want is, I want to introduce one key over here which will be user. And what I will say, I will create let me go over here, let me make a variable, let headers like this, and let's just set it equals to an object, just an empty object. And what I will do is over here where I'm making request to the count root, after data to send, I will just add this headers. So what it basically will do is if there is no particular user, the headers will be an empty object, and this will send an empty header which won't interfere with the middleware sort of thing. But if we do have some sort of middleware in the root, and if we have passed this user while calling this filter page navigation, then we will set this headers. So what I will do over here is, I will say if there is a particular user given, because let's just say it default value to be undefined. So if it has something in it, then what I will do is, I will say headers dot headers, because this headers is an object which will contain some headers, and that will be equals to authorization. Let me just correct the spelling, or actually let me just go to notification and just copy this and paste it over here. And I don't have access to access token, so just cut that, or and say user, because this user is the access token. So just save that, and now this will pass your middleware, because by default the user will be undefined. So whenever we don't have any sort of middleware, we don't provide this user, and it will be undefined, so it won't go inside this condition, and the headers will be empty, so it will not give any sort of error. But if we give some sort of user, then this will be not empty, and in that case we will set the headers to this authorization with the access token, and then that headers will get sent to make a request to the count root, so that it can pass the middleware. So now I think you got it. If you didn't got it, let me know in the comments. I'll try to explain you much better. So just save that right now, and let's just see what else we want to do. And I guess we don't want to send any much data over here. Now this will give us a formatted data that we can just set in our notifications. So what I will do over here is, I will say set notifications like this, and inside this set notifications I want to just pass this formatted data, and I will store this formatted data, that whatever I'm getting from the filter pagination, inside my notification state, just like that. And since I have this dot then let's just add a catch block. So if there is some sort of error, what I will do for now is I will just console.log the error. So if we get some error, we will see it. So what I will do now is I will just add a inside this, after this div, or actually yeah, well, whenever I'm setting this notification, let's just console.log the formatted data so that we can see what sort of actual data we are getting. And now we just have to call this fetch notifications whenever we load the page, or whenever we change the filter state, like whenever we change any sort of filter, then I want to call this fetch notification, right? So what I will do over here is I will say use effect, so that this will run when it's done rendering the stuff first. And what I want is I want it to run whenever there is a change in access token, or whenever there is a change in filter. So if the filter got changed, then it will also run, and it will call this fetch notification functions. So what I will do over here is I will just add one condition saying if there is access token, because if we don't have access token, we don't need to make requests. So if there is access token, then I will call fetch notification functions, and I will pass an object with a key page, and that page will be by default will be equals to 1, and just save that. And in the handle filter, let's do one more thing is whenever you are setting the filter to change the filter state, just call set notifications also, in order to remove everything from the notification state, so that it will become null again, so that whenever we will make request, we can assign a new set of array to that notification state. So just set it equals to null like this, and if I just save and open my console, I should see something logged in my console. So just let me just refresh, and now you will see that I got result. It is saying page 1 results is empty, and total document is 2. Well, the total document is 2, but the result is empty, which means I have some messed up somewhere. So let's just see whether or not I am getting any sort of data. So let's just console.log the data over here to see what sort of data we are actually getting from the backend. So you will see that from the server I am getting this empty array. So actually I think we are yeah, well, actually we have destructured it correctly, otherwise it would have given us the undefined. So which means it is working, but there is some issue. So let's see what is that issue. Okay, so the reason we are getting an empty array in the front end and the back end is just because this find query is not working, and actually it is working, but the condition we are passing is the notification for should be equals to this user ID, and this user should not be equals to this user ID. Well, this user ID is undefined right now because I have messed up over here, and I have set it equals to this request dot id. Well, this request object doesn't has any sort of id key, and that's why this user id is undefined, and since it's an undefined, that's why it is not matching with any of the data inside the database. So in what key we have the actual user id? Well, it is request.user, not request.id. So just correct this, and actually let me check over here. Yeah, in the all notification count I have set it equals to request.user, but in over here in the notifications I've just messed up. So if I just save that and come over here and refresh, now I should get the documents, and now you will see that I got an array with 2. And actually let me just remove this data so that now you can see the formatted data. So let me just refresh it, and now you will see this is the data that we are well, actually from the backend we are getting this array, but after passing it through this filter pagination data, we are able to change its structure like this, which has this page information, the total documents, and the results, and like this. And if I just click on the like to fetch only the like related notifications, so if I click like, you will see now if I expand this data, you will see that the like notifications in my database is 1, and I have got that one over here, and I am on the page 1, which is our filters is also working. I am able to fetch the data whenever there is a change in filter or whenever the page loads. So now we have the data. Now we just want to render the data into an UI so that user can see the notification. So let's do that. Okay, so let's first remove this console log because now we know what sort of data we are actually getting, and now let's just render the UI. So to render the UI, just after this filter div, what I will do is I will add curly bracket because I will add one JavaScript condition, and that will be notifications, and this notifications is the state. So what I'm just saying is if notifications is null, which means we don't have any sort of data right now, then what I want is I want to show the loader element, and I will just do this like this, and let's see whether or not it is imported. Yeah, it is not imported, so let me just import that loader component over here like this. So whenever we don't have any sort of notification, then we will see this loader component, and just add else case. So if we have any sort of notification, then we will render an empty element like this, and inside it we will wrap our notification cards and the load more button, right? So over here what I will do is I will say notifications dot actually, since I am in the JSX, I have to use a curly bracket in order to write the JavaScript conditions and to run a loop. So inside it I will say notifications to access the state, and that state has dot results key, and this results key is the array on which we want to loop in order to render the individual notification card. So I will say results dot length to check whether or not I have any sort of notification or not. So if I don't have any sort of notification in my results, in that case, well, actually it is checking for length. So if we have any sort of length, in that case I will loop through this result saying notifications dot results dot map in order to loop through it, and whenever we will loop I will get individual notification and the index of it. So I will run that in the callback, and I will return an animation wrapper over here, and this animation wrapper will just add a fade in effect to the component that we will going to write inside it. So first of all, this animation wrapper will have the key which will be equals to the index of the notification, and then I will add a transition prop over here, and this transition will hold the delay so that we can add some sort of fade in delay effect. So I will just pass an object inside this prop, and that will be delay key, and that delay will be I times 0.08. So whatever the index will be, it will just get multiplied with 0.08 to get the delay amount. And now inside this animation wrapper, I want to load or render one notification. Let me just type it correctly, notification card like this, and we don't have that notification card, but still it is not giving me red lines because I didn't have added the else case, so it is not finished yet. So what I want is, if I don't have any sort of length in my notification result, then I will just add a else case, and in that case I will just render no data message, and this has a message prop. So I will just say nothing available like this. So if I don't have any sort of message, it will just say nothing available. And now you will see whenever once I have saved this, I am getting a blank screen, and this is because I don't have this notification card imported over here. So let me just copy this because I also don't have this in my code base. So I'll just copy that name and go to the notification card dot component dot jsx, and I will create that component over here like this. And for now this will just return an h1, and that will be, this is a notification card, and what I will do is I will export this as a default function like this, and now I can rewrite it so that this VS Code will import it for me. So I will just say notification card and VS Code will import it for me. So if I just save, now you will see since I had two results in my all category, that's why I got two notification card H1. But if I go to the like and I only have one like notification in my database, so if I click over here, it will just load me one notification card, which means it is working. We are able to render the notification card according to the results we have. Now what I want is, after this I want a load more button so that I can add pagination, and there is nothing much to explain over here because we have done this pagination stuff in the previous part. So we are not doing anything new over here. So what I will do is after the curly bracket I will create one element, that is load more data button, and this load more data button will just add a load more button whenever there is something to load more, right? So over here this takes 2 or 3 parameters, and if I just open, you will see that it's take one state and then this fetch data function. So let's pass that. So I will just say state, and that state will be equals to what state I want to add pagination, and I want to add pagination on notification state, like this. And then the second prop it has is fetch data function. So I will just say fetch data function, and this fetch data function will basically say what function is to fetch the notification. So let's just say this fetch notification, because this function is what making a call to backend in order to get the notification, right? So just pass that over here like this. But after this load more like after this state and fetch data function, I want to add one more prop to this, because up until now this paginations function is only taking because up until now this load more data button was only taking this two props, because in the fetch functions there was only one page key. But now we have one more extra key, which is this deleted dog count, and I have to give or pass this value whenever we call this fetch notification in order to maintain the pagination, right? So I have to pass that also, the information of that. So I will say additional param, so it will be just the additional parameters that we have to pass in the fetch notifications. It's just mean that, and this will be equals to an object which will be deleted dot count, like this. And I will say notifications dot deleted dot count, like this, because our notifications will have a deleted dot count sort of thing, right? So a deleted dot count will contain this notification count. So well, basically this object we will send uh, to this component as a prop. And what I will do is I'm going to destructure it whenever I'm calling this fetch notification. I'm going to destructure this additional parameters in order to get these values or pass these values whenever I'm calling this fetch notification. So what I will do is I will go over here and I will just add, let me just add a comma, and let me just copy the prop name. So I will just copy it and paste it over here, and let me just enable my word wrap. That's great. Now what I want is, you can see on this button I have this on click function which is calling the fetch data function, which is that function, and it is passing the page number or page key over here. And what I want is I will pass this page later, but first of all I will destructure the additional parameters like this. So if additional parameter is an object, this will get destructured over here, and since we are passing that object with deleted count, it will store here deleted dot count equals to whatever the value we are passing. So basically we just have to do those one or two changes, and now our pagination will work. We will see whenever we will have more than two data, but for now let's assume it is working, and let's just save it. And let me refresh it, because I'm getting more than two notifications now. I'm able to render the h1. So instead of just rendering this h1, let's render the actual notification card. So now let's work on our notification card. So instead of just rendering this h1, let's render the actual notification card. But before that, we need some sort of props in this function component so that I can access the data of the notification and the actual notification state. So for that, what I will do is I will define some props over here. So the first prop that I need is data, and this data will actually be the notification document, like it will contain the data for the notification card. And then I will have another prop which will be the index, and this index will be the index number of that notification document inside the notification state, so that we can identify in what index this data is inside the notification array. And then the third state or the third prop that I need is notification state, and this notification state will contain two things. So first is the notification state, and then the second is the set function, so that I can call that set function from this functional component in order to modify this notification state if I want to. So just create these three props, and let's just go to the notification page where I'm creating this notification card, and let's just pass the values of those props over here, and then we will work on the UI. So the first thing that I need to pass is the data, and the data will be this notification that I am getting while mapping through this results array. And then the second prop will be index, and this index will be the I, which is of course I am getting from this mapping from this result. So this will let me know what is its index in this results array. And then the third prop that I need to give is notification state, and here I will pass an object with the first key notifications ending with S, because notification ending with S is our actual state which contains the results and the page and the total doc counts. And the second key that I want to send is set notification function, and by calling this function we can modify this notification state from this notification card component. So if I just save it now, you won't see any changes, but you will see that instead of getting 2h1, now I'm getting 4. Well, it's the issue that we will fix later in this video. So now you can just refresh it and it will give you 2 notification. Now let's just remove this h1 and let's start working on the actual notification. So what I will do is, instead of rendering an h1, I will render one div over here, and let's give it some class name. So add class name attribute, and I will say padding to be 6 unit from all 4 direction, and I will say border bottom to have a bottom border, and the border color will be border gray, and I will say border L black, so that I will get a black border on the left side, and I want this on the unseen notifications. But for now I will have this left border on all the notifications, but when I will when the user, later in this video we will work and make that scene true from the false, so that whenever the scene is true, which means the user has seen the notification, then we won't show this left border. So I hope that makes sense. Okay, so after this, inside this div, what I will do is I will create another div, and this div will contain the information of the user who created that notification, means the user who liked the post or commented or replied. So inside it I will give a class, and I will say to have a flex box, the gap will be 5 units, and I will give a margin bottom of 3 units like this. And inside this, the first thing that I want from the user is the user profile image to show to this particular logged in user, right? So I will create one image component like this, and I will pass a source attribute like this. But now I don't have any profile image for that user right now, and well, we do have the profile image, but it is inside this data. So I have to first destructure that profile image from this data, which is actually the notification document, and then only I can pass it over here. So what I will do is, before a return at the very top of this notification card component, I will say let, and in the curly bracket I will destructure the profile image, but I will say for now equal data, so that this knows from where it has to destructure. So what I need to destructure is a user, and the user is an object which contains one key, which is personal underscore info, and this personal underscore info contain one key, which is profile underscore image, and this profile underscore image is the URL of the profile image of the user. So this way you can destructure the profile image from the data, so that I can access and over here and show it to the user. So I will just instead of double quote, I will add a curly bracket, and I will say profile underscore image, and if I just save, I should see profile image. As you can see, I'm getting this profile image over here like this. And then what I will do is after this image, I will create one div, and this div will contain the h1 with the text saying the full name, the username, and the type of the notification. So over here, for now I will give a class name. I will say width to be full, and let's actually give some class name to this image as well. So I will give a class name over here, and I will say width to be 14, height to be 14 units as well, and I will give flex none, so that this flex box won't affect this image width and height. And then I will say rounded full in order to get the 100% border radius like this. And now inside this div I will create one h1, and this h1 will contain one span which will just show full name, and obviously I don't have access to full name as well, so I have to destructure it from the data. Well, this full name is also inside this personal info, so let's just destructure it over here. Say full name and make sure you add comma so that you can separate the full name from this profile image. And along with the full name, I also need a username of the user, so I will just destructure the username from this data as well. So this span will show the full name. Then I will create one a link which is uh, a React router DOM element, and this link will show the username. So I'll just say at the rate, and in the curly bracket I will say username like this. So what I want is I will display this username like this, but what I want is whenever the user who is seeing the notification hovers the link, like click on the username, I want to redirect that user to the user's profile page. That's why I have added this as a link, not span. So what I will do is I will add a two over here, a two prop value, so that I can define where the user should redirect after clicking on this link. So what I will do is I will add a template literals, and I will say slash user slash, and in the dollar and the curly bracket signs I will say username, and this route will take you to the actual user profile page like this. So after this link, what I will do is I will create another span, and this time this will show the type of the notification. So if it is like, it will show liked your blog, and if it is comment, then it will show commented on, or if it is replied, reply type of notification, then it will just say replied on and then the name of the blog. So what I will do is I will say type is equals to like, and you will and like this, and you will see that I'm getting this red line under this type because it is still not destructured from the data. So what I will do is before the user, because this type is not inside user or personal info, it is the main key inside this data object. So what I will do is at the start I will say type, and make sure you add a comma to separate it from this user, and this way you can destructure this type from this notification data. And then I will say if the type is equals to like, in that case I want to render liked on liked your blog like this. And if it is not, then in the else case what I will do is I will check for another condition, like if the type is equals to comment or not. So if it is equals to comment, in that case I will render commented on and then the name of the blog. But if it is not comment as well, then the third case will be the reply. So I won't check for that because it can be a like, comment, or reply, nothing else. So if it is not like or comment, then it will be a reply. In that case I will just render replied on and then the comment that we will add later. So if I just save, you should see the type. As you can see over here, I'm getting the full name, then the username with the at the rate at the beginning, and then I am getting the type, which is like the first one is commented on and the second one is liked your blog. So this is a like notification and this is a comment notification. So but you will see that the text have no space in between, and let's just fix that by giving some style. So let's just give some class name to this h1. I will say the font weight to be medium, so it will be a little bit bold. I will change the text size to text XL, and I will set the color to text dark gray like this. If I just save, this is how it looks. Now let's style this span. So I will just add a class name. I will see say on the larger screen the display of this span will be inline block like this, but below the larger screens, like in the medium and the smaller screens, it will be hidden. So I don't want to show this full name in the smaller screen because it will cover a lot of space in the small screens. And I will also give it a capitalize so that the first letter will be capital. So if I just save, you won't see the full name because I'm on the smaller screen size. Now let's style this link as well. So let's add a class name over here, and I will say mx, which is margin in x direction, will be 1 units, and the text will be of black color and it will be underlined so that user know this is clickable like this. And then I will add one class to this span as well, which is the type of the notification. So I will just say font to be normal like this. So if I just save, this should not be bold like this, and the username is a little bit bold than this the type. So this way we are actually done with the user information. Now we want to display the actual notification, so let's work on that. So actually before working on this notification card anymore, let's just go and create one more notification. Like you can see, I have a notification with a type like and a notification with a type comment, but I don't have a notification with a type reply. So let's just add one reply so that I can actually see, or actually I can actually work on the reply UI as well. So what I will do is first of all I will go in my actually let's just go to the home page and let's find one blog or anything, and let's just come over here and actually let me just go to the first blog, which is this is a blog demo. What I will do is I will just add test comment 01 sort of, and if I just comment, this will add a comment. And then what I will do is I will log out and then sign in with another account. So I will sign in with this account, I guess. Yeah, and then I will go to the same blog post, and then I will open the comments, and you will see that this is the comment that I just made. And then I in the reply I will say replying to test comment 01 like this, and let's just post this reply. So it is replied now. So let's close it now and let's sign out from here. And now let's sign in to that author the author account. And if I go to my notification now you can see I got one notification for replied on, then the second notification for commented on, and the third notification is for liked your blog. So basically now I have all three type of notifications. So now I can continue working on this UI so that I can make all three at once, right? So what I want now is after this h1, but inside this div I want to show the name of the blog, or if it is a reply, then I want to show the actual comment on which this reply is. So what I will do is after this h1 I will add curly brackets, and then I will say if type is equals to reply. So if it is a reply, in that case what I will do is I will render one div like this. But if it is not a reply, then I will render the blog title, but we will do it later. So I will just say blog title like this, and inside this div what I will do is I will make one paragraph, and this paragraph will just show the comment. So the comment is stored in the notification data, which is inside replied underscore on underscore comment dot comment. And this replied on comment is a key that I have not destructured yet. So well, it is inside this data, not in any other object. So you can just add it just before the user. Make sure you add comma and then paste this replied on comment, so this will get destructured from this data. And from there it will have a comment key which will contain the comment of the actual the comment, that text, right? And let's just give it some class. So I will give a class name to this div. I will say padding from all direction will be 4 units, margin top will be 4 units, and rounded MD, so it will have a little bit of border radius. And I don't think, yeah, actually let's just give border radius, and let's just give it a background a gray color. So if I save, well, it will give me error because I don't have else case over here. So I will just render hello h1 like this. And if I just save, now you will see that in the reply type I got the text saying test comment 01. And if you remember, this is the comment that I just replied on. So I'm able to see on what comment this reply notification is like this. Now what I want is, if it is not a reply, then I want to render the blog name instead of this hello. So what I will do is I will just remove this h1 and I will create one another link tag over here, and this will be a link. So whenever I will click on this link, it will redirect me to the actual blog page. So I will use template literals over here, and I will say slash blogs slash and in the dollar and the curly bracket inside it I can access the blog id. So I will say blog underscore id, and obviously I don't have access to this blog id, I have to destructure it from the data. But this blog id is not in the data is well now, it is inside the blog object which is inside this data. The same way we had destructure the user, this full name from the user, I have to use that way in order to destructure this blog id. What do I mean by that? Just add a comma at the end and then say blog, and this blog is an object inside the data which contain a lot of keys, and from there I want blog underscore id which is the blog id, right? And then what I need over here is I want to show the title of the blog. So what I will do is, first of all I will use curly bracket to use javascript, and then I will use template literals like this. And the reason I am using template literals is because I want to use double quotes, and inside this double quotes I want to show the title of the blog. So just add double quotes and then add dollar and the curly bracket, so that now you can add the variable over here which will be the title. And you have to destructure this title the same way we destructured the blog id. So after the blog id just add a comma and then say title, so it will destructure the title. And if I just save, you will see that in the comment and like I got this text saying this is a blog demo, which was the title of the blog. So if I just go to my home page, you will see that this is the title of the blog, this is a blog demo, and that's exactly the title we are getting. So now let's just style it a little bit. So what I will do is I will add some class name to this link. I will say font to be of medium weight, text will be dark gray in color. If we hover over it, it will have a underline class. So if you take your mouse to the title, it will get underlined, so user know it is clickable. And then I will say line clamp dash one, which means our title won't overflow and won't break to a second line. It will just hide itself to remain in one line. It will cut the overflow. Basically it's that me. So if I just save it, you won't see that much changes. But if I take my mouse over to the title, you will see that it is getting underlined. And if I click on it, well, it is saying page not found. I guess it is blog not blog. So let me just go back and click on over here, and now I'm getting the blog page. And let's just check for the username as well. So if I click on username, yeah, you can see I'm getting the profile over here, the join date and the blog and everything. So basically our notification is halfway done, and now let's work on other things such as the interaction. So if it is a comment, we will render the comment, and the user who is viewing the notification will have a authority to either delete the comment or reply to that particular comment. Yeah, so let's do that. So what I will do is after this main div, which is this whole flexbox div, let's just add one curly bracket so that I can add one condition over here. And the condition will be if type is not equals to like. So if the type is not equals to like, which means it can be comment or it can be reply. So in that case I want to render the comment. So what I will do here is if the type is not equals to like, in that case it is a comment, so I need to render the comment. So I will render one paragraph over here. And in the else case, so if it is a type like, if its type is like, then I won't render anything like this. So this paragraph, in this paragraph what I want to render is I want to render the comment like this, comment dot comment. So just save that, and well, you will see error because this comment is not destructured from this data yet. So the same way you destructure this replied on comment, you have to destructure this comment as well. So just add a comma before replied on comment, and let's just add comment like this. So this comment is an object which contains this comment key, which is the actual text that we want to display, right? So if I just save that, I should see something over here. And now you can see that I got this notification on the commented. I got this text saying test comment, and in the replied on I am also seeing replying to test comment. So basically I am getting the comment that the user has actually written, right? So now I just have to style it little bit. So what I will do is in the class name I will say margin left will be 14 units, padding left will be 5 units, and the font family will be font Galacio, and then the text size will be XL, text XL. Make sure you spell that correctly. And margin in y direction will be 5, which mean 5 unit margin from top and bottom. And if I save it, this is how this looks. So now if I see, if it is a reply notification, you will see the comment over here. If it is a comment notification, you will see the comment over here. But if it is a like, you won't see any sort of comment because there is no comment, right? So well, we are actually done. So now let's just add the button in order to reply to these comments, and in order to if the user want to reply to the comment or delete this comment, the user can do it from this notification, right? So what I will do is, after this, let's just create one div. This div, we will use it to show the date or timing of the notification, and then we will show two buttons if it is a comment, in order to delete the comment or like reply to that comment, right? So let's just add some class name to this div. What I will say is I will add a margin left of 14 units, not 12, 14, and I will say padding left 5 units and margin top will be 3 units. Then I will change the text to text dark gray. The color should be text dark gray, and it will have a flex box and the gap will be 8 units, like this. Now inside this div, what I will do is, first of all, render the timing of the notification. So for that I will just say p to render a paragraph, and then I will call one function which is get day function. And if you don't remember what this function is, just type it again, and you will see that VS Code is giving me suggestion to import this function from this common folder slash date.jsx. So just import it. We have already coded this in the previous parts. So basically this function takes the timestamps of that we will give it right now, and it will give us back the day uh, from that timestamp. So I need to give the timestamp of this notification. So that is created add, and I didn't destructure it. That's why it is giving me red line. So just copy this created add. And since it is a key inside this data, not inside any other object, so I can just add it like this. So before the comment, let's just add a comma, and let's paste this created add. And if I just save, I should see the date. As you can see, now you can see it is saying 18 December, then it is saying 20, and then it is saying 6 Jan, like this. And then what I will do is then I will add curly brackets in order to check for a condition, which is if type is not equals to like. So if it is not equals to like, then only I will render the buttons for replying or delete. Otherwise, if it is a like, then there is no need for that buttons, right? So if it is not type like, in that case I will for now return an empty element, and if in the else case won't return anything. So this empty element will have one button now, and this button will just say reply like this. And then I will have another button, and this button will say delete like this. So if I just save, you will see in the like notification I'm not getting those button, but in the comment and the reply I'm getting this reply and delete button. So now let's just add some styling to this reply, and then we will work on the on click event of these buttons. So let's work on the reply. So I will add a class name. I will say it to have underline, and if I hover over the button, then the text will change to black in color. And yeah, so just save that. So this is how it looks, and if I hover over the reply, it is changing to black. Let's just add class name to delete as well. It will be same, so I will just say underline, and on the hover change the text to black color like this, and just save that. And this is how it looks. So now let's work on our reply functionality first, and then we will work on the delete functionality. So what I want is let's just add a on click event over here, and whenever this button get clicked, what I will do is I will call one function which is handle reply click like this, handle reply click. So whenever you will click on this reply button, it will just call this function, which is handle reply click. And from there, from this function, we will change one state, which will be either like is replying or not. So if it is replying true, which means user is replying, then we will render a component like a text field where user can type in order to reply. So just copy this in order to create one function, and before the return, I will create this function like this. And what this function will basically do, so first of all we need one state which we will change from this function. So over here I will create one state. I will say it is replying, and the set function will be set replying, and the default value for this state will be false. So what I will do is, if I click on handle reply, it will just change the is replying value from false to true to true to false, right? So just say set replying, and over here I will get previous value, and then I will return the invert of this previous value like this. So this way, actually, let me add equal over here, and the error will go. So actually what I'm doing is I'm changing the state value from false to true to false, right? So on the basis of this is replying, we will decide whether or not we have to render the comment field for the user to type. So if I click over here, this will change the state, but you won't see anything because this state is not affecting our UI. So let's do that. So over here, after this div, this complete div, what I will do is I will add one curly bracket, and inside this curly bracket I will say is replying in order to check the state. So if it is true, which means user is replying, then I need to render one comment field, right? So in that case, for now I will render one div like this. And in the else case, suppose if these replying is false, in that case it will be an empty string like this. So for now, this div I will give a class of margin top 8 units, and then this div will have one comment field. So if I just save, you see you can see a gap over here with this margin top 8 units. If I just click on this reply, the space will go away like this, which means it is rendering something, because this div is empty, because that's why you are not seeing anything. But what I want is one text field over here. So let's just create that. So inside this div, render a notification comment field, and we don't have this function. So just copy this and open the folder view, and you will see that there is notification dash comment dot dash field dot component dot jsx file. So let's just create that function over here like this, and for now this will return an h1 saying text field here like this, and make sure to export that as a default function as well. So type this, and let's just rewrite it again. So notification comment field, and the VS Code will import it for me. So if I just save, you won't see any much changes, but if I click on reply, you will see that now I got one h1 saying text field here, which is basically just rendering this notification comment field component. So now instead of just getting this text, what I want is I want an actual text field. So what I will do is I will just go to my comment dash field dot component, because this is exactly the same as the notification. So what I will do is I will just copy this whole return, and I will paste it in place of this h1 like this, and now it will give me a lot of errors. So let's just fix those individually. So for that, I have to first import toaster from react.toast, and then in the text area the value is comment. So like I have to create one state over here so that it will get the comment. So I will say let comment, and then set comment equal use state, and by default it will be an empty string like this. On change, I'm just calling this set comment function in order to update this comment state like this. The placeholder will be leave a comment, but in this case, instead of it leave a comment, it will be leave a reply like this. and then the class name will be same. In the button, whenever I click, it will call handle comment, but I don't have that right now. And what I will do is, instead of rendering this action variable, I will just say reply in the button. And what now is, let's just copy this, and for now make this function, and whenever I will call this function, it will just console dot log me uh, clicked, so that it won't give me error, so that I can see whether or not I'm getting the text field right. So now you will see that it is not giving me any sort of error. So if I click on reply, I should see a text field. So if I click over here, now you can see I'm getting this text field. If I click over here, I am getting this text field where I can write and click on reply in order to make a reply to this particular comment. So now let's work on this handle comment. So if the user click on the reply, it should add it as a comment. So what I will do is, instead of console logging this like this, or actually let it be like this, first of all, I need some sort of data over here from the props, using props, so that I can access this inside it in order to make the comment. And what are those data? First of all, I need the ID, and this id will be the blog, the notification id. And then I need the blog author. Then I need index, which will be undefined if I don't provide it. And then I will need a replying underscore to, which will be of course undefined as well if I don't provide. Well, this replying to, if it is not undefined, then it will be equals to this comment. So like, we can track on what comment we are replying, and this index will basically be the index of the particular notification, so that I can modify my notification state in order to change the UI, right. And let me just enable my word wrap so that you can see. So after these four props, the other prop that I want is set replying, and this set replying is will be the set function, which is over here, this set replying. So that once I am done, I will call this set replying function in order to change the state from is replying to false to true, like to change it in order to hide the text field. I hope it makes sense. So after it, what I will do is, I need some more. I need notification underscore id. So this notification underscore id is the notification id, and this underscore id is the comment id, on what comment you are making reply. And then I need a notification data like this, and this notification data will be the actual data of the notification. So just save it, and actually let's just pass all these values from the notification card, and then we will work on this handle comment. So let's just go to the notification card, and what I will do is, I will pass all the values of those props one by one. So first of all, the id over here, well, this id will be equals to underscore id, and actually it is neither the id of comment nor the notification. Well, actually it is the id of this blog, because we need the blog id in order to determine on which blog I have to post this comment, right. So this underscore id is actually the blog id. So make sure you know. So just add a comma before blog ID, and I will destructure this ID from this blog like this, so that I can pass it over here. Now the other prop that I need is blog author. So I will just say blog author, and the author of the blog will be the user, and I need the user. So I will just destructure the user before this user like this. So basically this user is the actual user who is currently logged in, so that's why I'm getting this user, right. So after it, what I will do is, I need index. So I will just say this index to be the index that I am actually receiving from this notification card props. And then the other prop that I need is replying to, and this replying to will be comment dot underscore id. So whatever the comment is has, I need its id in order to set the replying to, like on what comment I am replying. And then I will say set replying, that will be equals to set replying function. And then I will say notification underscore id, and this will be equals to notification underscore id, and I have to destructure this notification underscore id from this data in order to pass it. So what I will do is at the very end I will destructure the underscore id, and this underscore id is the actual id, the MongoDB id of this notification document. But there is an error because I already have destructure underscore id from the blog. I can't use the same name over here in order to destructure it, so I will rename this to notification underscore id, and now I can access this id by calling this notification underscore id. I hope that makes sense, right? So after this I will just say notification data, and over here I will just pass the notification state that I have. So I will just copy this notification state and I will pass that over here so that I can modify my notification state from the this comment field. So if I save, you won't see any much changes in the UI because whatever I did is just sending the data to this component, but I'm not actually reflecting the result in the UI. So now I have all the data that I need. So what I will do is now I will work on this handle comment in order to make this reply functional. So over here after the state I will say let, and then I will say underscore id, and I will rename this underscore id equals to user underscore id, and I will set it equals to blog underscore author. So this blog author is the actual user object, and from that user object I am retrieving its id and storing it as a user id so that I can add this user id in my notification in order to tell what or who is the author or writer of this comment. Then I need the user authentication state, so I will say user auth, and I need access token from there like this, and I will set it equals to use context, and the context that I need to use is user context like this, and I need this access token in order to pass my verification middleware so that I will be able to pass it and make a comment. Otherwise I won't be able to store any sort of comment in my database, right? And then after that I need to destructure the notification state and the set function of the notification from this notification data. So I'll just say notifications, which is the actual notifications, not like this. And then I want to destructure from notification, I want to destructure the results, which is the array of the notifications. And then I want to destructure the set notification function, which I can use a call in order to modify the value of this notification state. And I will just set it equals to this notification data that we have over here. So just save it, and we have already destructured all the data that we need in order to handle the comment. So now let's just work on this comment, and actually let me just remove this console log, and let's just go to the comment field. And what I will do is I will just copy this whole handle comment uh, function, and I will paste that inside this handle comment. And what I will do is I will remove whatever I have written in dot then. I will just remove everything like this, and in the catch, well, I will just leave it like this, and you will see that is giving me error in the toast. Well, I don't need this access token condition over here, so I can remove that as well, because if the user is in the notification page, then the user is logged in obviously, so I don't want to check for that. So let's just import the toast and the exhaust so that it won't give me error. So over the toaster I will say toast like this, and then I will import exhaust like this so it won't give me error. So basically what it is doing is whenever you will click on the comment, it will call this handle comment button, and it will first check the length of the comment. So if it has not no length, then it will just say write something to leave a comment, and then it will make a request to add a comment route, and it will pass the id, which will be for now equals to this blog author, which is this. No, actually the id will be this id, the blog id, and the blog author will be equals to this user id. The blog author will be equals to this user id, so just type user id like this, and then we will have this comment which is this state. Then I have this replying to, which will be equals to this replying to that I am getting from the notification card. And after that, I want to send the notification ID as well over here. So I will say notification underscore id in order to send the notification id, and this will be just equals to this over here. So when I will send all of these with the access token, I should see a 200 status over here, or if it give me any error, it will console over here. So what I will do for now, I will just console log the data over here so I can see what the sort of data I'm getting. So if I just open my console, let me clear it everything and let me refresh. Let me click over here and let's just replying from notification, and let's just click on reply. You will see in the console I got one object which has a children with an empty array, then the comment, the commented ad, and the user who has made the comment and the id. So basically it created one comment. So it made the comment, but I have one issue, and that is, well, if I come to my server, you will see that inside this add comment, it is accepting id, comment, blog author, replying to, but it is not accepting this notification id key which I am passing while making a call to it. So well, basically why this notification id is for, like what it is. Well, this notification id is the id of this current notification on which you are making a reply. And what I want is, suppose you have made a reply on this comment, then what I want is, I want to set make a notification in my like I want to go to my MongoDB and select this notification, the document with this id, and I want to set its reply equals to this text, so that if even if I refresh, it will still show me my reply over here after this test comment. Instead of just showing nothing, it will show me the reply. So for that I need this, so that I can update or update this and add the reply value to this notification document while creating the comment. I hope that makes sense. So if I come over here, you will see that if I'm not receiving this notification id, then I won't be able to update it, right? So I have to change this add comment a little bit in order to work with this notification id key. So what I will do is, I will add, after replying to, I will add notification underscore id. So if I get notification id from the front end, then inside the if replying to, what I will do is, I will check for one condition, and that condition will be if there is notification id. So if I am passing something and there is a notification id, in that case what I will do is, I will check the notification collections, and I will find one and update, like I will call this function in order to find the document using the notification id, and then I will update its value. So I will find on the basis, I will say underscore id should be equals to this notification id, and once I got the document, the second argument will be what sort of thing I want to update. Inside it, I need to tell what key I want to update. So I will say reply, and this reply key should be equals to comment file, which is this comment file we are getting, right? This comment file. And from that comment file, I want its id, I want the comment id basically, which I will store it over here. And then I will call dot then. Once it is done, it will go inside then, and it will get the notification, and I will just say console log me notification updated, something like that, and just save it. So well, you won't see any more changes, but now if I just refresh it, and if I click over here and say test reply to a comment from notification like this, and if I click on reply, well, I'm still getting this object, but this time if I go to my MongoDB and if I refresh this to see the notification document, yeah, you can see we have this document which has this reply key now, which is this object id, and this reply uh, tells like we have a reply over here. So basically we have successfully updated our notification. If it is hard to understand, I suggest you to rewatch it, or you can ask me in the comment. I will be glad to tell you in detail. But we are actually done with our this handle comment. So what I will do is, once I am done making request, I will just remove this console log, and instead of rendering the log, what I will do is, first of all, let me just close this console. So once I get a response from the backend, I will call set replying function in order to change the replying state so that I can remove this text field. So I will say, uh, well, actually, first of all, over here, I will say set replying, and then I will add comma, this question mark, and then I will say false. Otherwise, I will say this. So basically, this means if there is set replying, well, it will be over here. So basically, you can give it, or you actually let me just remove it. So basically, if I get a successful response from the backend, then inside this dot, then I will just call the set replying function and set it back to false, so it will remove the text field. And then what I will do is I will access the results, and this results is I am destructuring from this notification data from this state. So what I will do is I will say notification, and I will select the particular index using this index prop that I am receiving while creating this component. And I will say just add one key to it, which will be dot reply, and just set it equals to this object, which will have this comment uh, that we just made, and it will have one ID, and that ID will be the data that I am receiving from the backend with data dot underscore id. So basically, whatever I am receiving from the backend, instead of storing everything, I am just storing its id, the document id, plus I am storing the actual text of the comment text inside this reply. So now I can update my notification state on the basis of that, and then in the notification card I can check whether or not I have reply key inside my notification data. And if I have notification key inside my data, then I will render the UI to show the reply. So over here, what I will do is I will say set notifications in order to change the state. And over here, I will first destructure the notification state. So whatever it has, I will just add first of all those, and then I will add this results like this. So this will update our notification state. So if I just save, you won't see any changes. And if I refresh, uh, and actually let me just click over here, and I will say, this is a reply from a notification like this, and let me just click on reply, and this will add as a reply. And now you can see the text field is gone, but I am not seeing the reply because I am changing the state, but I am not rendering anything on the basis of this reply key. So let's just go to this notification card, and after this is replying condition, let's add one more bracket. And over here, what I will do is I will check for whether or not I have a reply key in my document. So I will say reply. So if there is any sort of reply, then I will render something. And if I don't have reply, then I won't render anything. So first of all, I have to destructure this reply from this notification data. So I will say um, a reply like this, and then at the end I can come over here. So if I have a reply, then I will render this div like this. But if I don't have anything, I will render nothing like this. So let's add some class name to this div. I will say margin left will be 20 units, padding will be 5 units from all directions, background will be gray in color, margin top will be 5 in units, and it will have a rounded md, so it will have a border radius, not mg, it should be md. And inside this div, first of all, I need the user um, information, like the user profile image and the name and the username. And basically, since you are making the reply, it will be your user profile and your name, right? So what I will do is I will create another div over here. I will add a class, I will say flex, and then flex. the gap will be 3 units and margin bottom will be 3 units. And inside this div I will make an image, and this image will have a source, and this source will be author underscore profile underscore image. Well, I don't have this author underscore profile underscore image, so that's why it will give me error. So actually let's just destructure this from the user context, because since you are making the reply, there will your profile icon will come over here. So let's just destructure it from the user context. So I will say let destructure it later, but I will say use context in order to use the context. And the context that I want to use is user context like this. And then I will say user auth, and from there I want to destructure username, but I can't use this username key because I already have this over here. So I will rename this username to author underscore username, and then I want the profile image, but again I will rename this because I can't use profile image because I have already destructured it over here. So I have to rename this to author underscore profile underscore image. And then I also want access token also. So I'll just destructure that and just save that, and let's come over here. And now you will see that since I made the reply on this, it has a reply key, and since it has a reply key in it, it is falling inside this condition and rendering this div, which is rendering this image, which is the profile image of the logged in user, which is this. Okay, so let's just style it a little bit so it won't be that big. So just set its width to be 8 units, height to be 8 units, and I will say rounded full to have 100% border radius. And if I just save, this is how it looks. And now let's make a div. This div will show the username of the user. So I will add an h1, and inside this h1 I will create one link like this, and let's add a two parameter over here. So whenever I will click over here, I will redirect the user to user slash dollar author underscore username. So basically if you click on the username, you will get redirected to your own page, and then inside the link I will render the username with the at the rate. So I will add at the rate at the beginning, and then the bracket and the username like this. Let's just style it a little bit. So in the h1 I will say give it some class name. I will say font to be medium, weight, text will be of excel size, and text color will be text dark gray like this. And then let's just style this link as well. So let's add a class name. I will say mx will be 1, which is margin in x direction, and then the text will be in black in color, and it will be underlined so the user know it is clickable like this. And then I will say one span over here. I will create one span which will just say replied on, replied to, like this. And let's just style it a little bit. So I will say font normal, and if I just save, this is how it looks. And then after it I will create one more link. So actually let me just copy this and paste it over here, and this will represent the username of this. So I will be able to see like me reply to the user who is over here. So I'll just say where it is, instead of rendering author username, I will say username, and over here I will say username. And the reason I am getting both username same, because in over here instead of rendering the author username, I am rendering the username which is not the author username. So let me correct that over here. Let's just save it, and now you will see both of them are different. So now this is done, and now I need to show the actual comment or the actual reply. So what I will do is I will go outside this div but will remain inside the main div, and then I will just render one paragraph which will just say reply dot comment like this, and if I just save, I should see a comment like this. Now let's just add some class. So add a class saying margin left from 14 units, font will be Calesio, and text will be in Excel size, and margin y will be 2. So just save that, and this is how it looks. So after this, I just want one button in my paragraph, which will be a delete button. So because you are logged in, you can see that you have made a reply on this particular comment, and if you don't want that reply, you can click on the delete button to delete it. You won't see a reply button to create the nested replies, but you can manage your reply from here by just clicking on delete to delete it, right? So I will create that button over here. So what I will do is we will create that button later actually, because that will be same as this. So once we are done with this button, we will just copy this and paste it over here. So basically we are done with the reply. If I click on this reply again, and if I come over here and if I say let's say this is a reply from notification, and actually say 02 at start, and if I click on reply, now you will see the text area text field is gone, and now I got this UI which is just indicating me that I have made a reply over here. But now there is one issue, and that is even I have made a reply over here, I'm still seeing this reply button, and even if I click on this, I will get this reply text field in order to update my reply. But I don't want that. I don't want to update or show this reply button over here. So let's just add some condition to this reply button in order to hide it when I already have a reply to particular comment. So how I can do that? For that, what I will do is inside this button, or actually I will just cut this and I will say in the brackets if there is reply like this, and then I will paste it, and in the else condition I will say it a blank. So just add a exclamation in the beginning of the reply. So if there is no reply, then it will be true. In that case, I will render this button, but if there is a reply, then it won't go inside this condition, and it will just render me this empty string. So if I just save, since both of these them have one reply in it, then it won't show me any sort of reply button. But if I go like, let me actually sign out and sign in with another account so that I can create one more notification to show you guys that the condition is working. So let's just go to this and I will go over here. I will say hello again, something like that. I will comment, and then I will sign out, sign in again, and then I will sign in with the author account like this. If I go to my notification, now you will see that these two already have some sort of reply. That's why I'm not getting the reply button, but this notification doesn't have any sort of reply. That's why I'm getting this reply button over here, and I can make a reply by clicking on it. And if I just log out and log in with the other account over here, you will see that I also have some notification for this user also. So if I click over here, you will see that I got some notifications over here which is just saying that it this user has replied on this comment, and that this is the comment. And let's suppose I want to reply to this particular 02. This is a reply from notification. Suppose I want to reply to this particular comment, I can just say replying to replying to 02 comment, something like that. And if I click on reply, this will add it as a reply. And if I just sign out and log in with the author account, I should see that notification in my author account. If I go over here, you will see that now I got replied on, and this is my comment which is 02, and you will see that this is the reply. So at first the user has made the reply on this test comment 01. So that was the reply, and then I made a reply on this comment with this, and then from the notification this user made a reply to this 02. This is a reply from notification comment with this. So basically we are able to reply from the notifications page also. Now I just want to work on this delete button. So let's work on this delete button in order to delete the notification and the comment as well. Okay, so for that, let's just add on click event to this delete button. Let me add that. And whenever this delete button get clicked, what I will do is I will run a function like this, and pass e as a event. So whenever we will run this callback, when we will click on this button, what it will do is it will call one function which will be handle delete function. And so we will call this, and obviously I don't have that, so let's just code that just below this handle reply. So let's just code that over here like this. So this condition will take three parameters, and those are, first of all, the first thing it will take is the id of the comment which we want to delete. Then second, it will take the type, because here we have two type of things. First is the comment. So if I click on delete over here or here, these two are comments. But if I click delete on this reply that I just made, then this is a type of reply, not a comment, because to delete this, there will be a different procedure. So for that, I have to give this a type over here. And then what I will do is I will just say target like this, because I need target to just disable this button so that a user can't click it twice while we are deleting the comment, right? So we need these three parameters for that. So while calling this, let's just pass these three parameters in this button. So the first is the comment id, so I'll just say comment dot underscore id like this. And then in the type I will just say comment like this, and the third value, which is target, I will just say e dot target like this, because e is this event, so event dot target will give you access to this button like this. So what I will do is I will just copy this on click line, the whole on click, or actually let me just copy this whole button element, and let's just go to this reply where I am rendering this div. So after rendering this comment, what I will do is I will make this button over here. So if I just save, you will see that I have this delete button in this reply also. So if I click over here, this will delete this will call this handle delete, which will delete this reply. But of course here I have to change the type from comment to reply, so that I will be differentiating this from there that. And also I need to style this a little bit, so let's do that. Let's give it a margin left of 14 units and a margin top of 2 units like this. And if I just save, this is how the button looks. Great. So now we just need to code this handle delete, so that whenever this get called, I want to delete and restructure my notification state in order to render everything. So let's just go to this function over here, and what I will do first is, here first of all I will get the target this, and then I will set its attribute disable to true, so that the button can't the user can't click on the button again. I will disable the button. So for that I will just say delete target dot set attribute, and then the attribute that I want to set is disabled with the ed at the last, and the value will be true. So whenever this function get called, it will disable the target, which will be this delete button. And then I want to make a post request to delete comment root. If I just go to my server in over here in the delete comment, you will see I already have this post method delete comment root, which will remove the comment. So that exact thing I have to do. So I will come over here, I will say axios dot post request, and you will see that axios is giving me error. So let me just import that over here, import axios from axios, and then I can make a post request to the delete comment. So for that I have to first add the domain, and that domain is stored inside our .n file. So let's just type import .meta .n .wheat underscore server underscore domain to get the domain, and then the root, which is delete comment like this. And then it will take a body, and in the body I want to send the id of the comment, and that id is this comment id that we are getting from whenever we are calling this handle delete function, right? So after that I also need to set up headers, because I want to pass this verify jwt middleware, otherwise it won't let me delete this comments. So for that I have to add headers over here, and in the headers I will set authorization, and that will be a bearer. And here you can just say bearer underscore access token, and make sure you have destructure this access token from user context like this. So once you have set up the headers, the body and the root, then it will make a request to the backend in order to delete the comment. And when it's done with it, we will receive the response in dot then, and inside that I can just call a callback, run a callback. And now here I'll check if the type is equals to comment. So this type that we are getting while we are calling this, so if it is equals to comment, which means user has deleted the comment, in that case what I will do is I will say results dot splice, and then I will say index comma 1. So what is this results is, well, I don't have I didn't destructured it yet. So let's destructure this result. So what I will do is I will say let notification, and from the notifications object I have this results, and this is inside our notification state. So our notification state has this notification which contains this results, so this way we get the result. So basically this result is the array of the notifications, if you remember. So what I'm doing is dot splice will give you access to cut or chop the array from a particular point, and that point is the current index of this notification which we are deleting. And the step of how many document we want to delete is, we want to delete only one, so it will just delete only one document from here. So if I just save that, I should not get any error. Let me refresh. Yeah, actually, let me code this first and then we will check whether or not it is working. Right, so after this I will add else condition. So if it is not a type of comment, it is a reply, then what we want to do is, instead of slicing the result, what I will do is I will delete the results index dot reply. So what this is, results index reply is, well, a results bracket index will give you that particular document from the results array, and dot reply is the reply key. So basically if it is a reply, we are just removing this reply key from that document. And once we have modified the results array, we can just update our state. But before that I will just remove this disabled attribute so that user can click on the delete button again. So I will say target dot remove attribute, and the attribute that I want to remove is disabled, like this. And then I will call set notification, and it will give me error because I have to destructure it also. So I will say set notification, and over here I have to destructure the notification state as well, so notifications, like this. So I will call this function in order to update the state, and I guess it is set notifications. Let me check over here. Yeah, it is notifications with the s at the end, so make sure you add s at the end, like this. And now I can say, whenever I will call this function, first of all I will destructure whatever I have in the notification state, and then I can say results, this modified results array, and then I will say total log, total logs, total logs minus 1. And this total logs is the number inside this notification which contains how many documents we have in our database. So if we are deleting any notification, then that number should decrease, right? So for that I am removing 1 from it, and to do that you have to first destructure the total docs from this notification state over here, like this. And then the other thing that I want to add is a deleted doc count, and this deleted doc count I will just say notifications dot deleted doc count plus 1, like this. So if we have anything in the deleted doc count, we will just add 1 to this, so we can track how many notification is deleted from the front end. So once done with this, let me just add a catch. If we get any sort of error, we will get inside it and we will just console log the error. So just save it now and let's see it is working or not. So let me refresh it, and let me just delete this replying to 02 comment. So if I just click delete, you can see that comment is gone from here. I can't see it because it is deleted, and even if I refresh, I won't see that notification because it is deleted. So if I click on delete of this hello again, it should delete itself too. So if I click delete, you will see it is deleted, and if I refresh, I won't see. So now let's see whether or not I'm able to delete this reply. So if I click on delete, you will see that now I'm not getting the reply. But if I refresh, well, you will see I'm not even getting the parent comment as well, because that was a reply to a particular comment, and if I have deleted that, it deleted the parent comment as well. Okay, so the reason this notification is also deleting by deleting the reply is, if I come to my server in the delete, if you uh, look the delete comments function, well, this is the function which is responsible for deleting any sort of comment. And over here, you will see that we have written this line, which is notification collection dot find one and delete. And on what basis this is finding and deleting is it is finding the reply with the ID. So basically, we are sending a reply ID, and then it is finding one notification whose comment ID is this, and it is deleting that comment. But remember, this parent comment has a reply key which stores the same exact ID that we want to delete. In that case, this is getting true, and then this notification gets this comments notification is being deleted from this notification collection. So our notification is not deleting, but our notification document, our comment is not deleting, but our notification document is being deleted, just because it has a reply key which is equals to the ID of the reply that we are deleting. So basically what we want to do is, we don't want to find one and delete this reply. We have to change this, so this won't delete our parent comment reply, parent comment notification. It will only delete the reply comment. I hope you understood what is going wrong over here. So to fix it, what we will do is, instead of saying notification dot find one and delete, we will say find and one and update. So instead of deleting, we will update one document. And what document we will update? Well, we will find the document whose reply is equals to the ID. So instead of now deleting the document, the notification document, we will update it. And what we will do is, instead of deleting it, we will just remove the ID from its reply. So this reply has this ID, right? So what we will do is, we will just remove this ID from the reply, and we will not delete the notification document. So for that, just add comma and then bracket to pass the update thing, and then we will say dollar unset. And this dollar unset is the mongoose or mongodb method, which we will use to unset the reply field. So it will just remove whatever in the reply field is, and it will unset that. So over here, I can just add curly bracket and then tell what field I want to unset. And the field that I want to unset is reply, and just say one, and that will be that means true. So this will get unset. And now we don't need to do anything, just save this. So now, instead of we deleting the notification document, we are updating it and removing the ID, removing the reply from that parent comment notification. So now this won't remove the parent comment notification. I hope you understood what I just said. So if I just come over here and refresh, I do have this comment. So let's test that. So I will add a reply over here. I will say replying from notification page, something like that, and then I will reply. So up until here it is good. But what we will do is, now I will click on delete, and the comment that I just made using the notification page is deleted. So if I refresh, this comment should not delete, right? So if I refresh, you will see that I still have this comment, and we have fixed the issue just by removing the find one and delete, and adding the find one and update in order to update the document instead of deleting it. So now with this, our notification page is actually almost done. Now the only one thing that we need to do is, we have to update the scene property. Like once the user has seen the notification, we want to change the scene from false to true, so that user don't see this red alert. And as well as, if I come over here in this div, you will see that I have given it a border left black, but it is not showing me that because I didn't provide the width. But what I want is, I only want to show the left border black only if the notification is unseen, right? So for now I will say a border left 2 to have a left border over here, and you can see we are getting the border. Now what I want is I want to update the scene whenever a user has seen this notification. So how I can do that? For that, what we will do is we will go to our notifications page where I am actually retrieving all the notification and sending it in the front end. And before returning the notification, what I will do is, first of all, I will remove the console log. I will add over here one thing, which is notification, to look into notification collection, and then I will say update many. So update many method will update more than one document at a same time. So I have to give a find query over here, like on what basis I want to find the document. So what I will do is I will run the same exact find query over here. This will select all the document that we just filtered and sent to the front end. And what I am doing is I am calling this update many for just updating the scene from false to true while sending the notification in the front end. So once I got the document using this query, I'll just give what field I want to update in the bracket. So I will say update this scene from false to true, like this. And once it's done, I will also give a dot skip, because you remember I have this find and this has a pagination system, so I have to give this skip and a limit as well. So I will say the same thing that I did over here, the skip docs and the max limit. So actually just copy it and paste it over here like this. And then once it is done updating the documents, I have to catch the response in then, and I will run a callback basically, and that will just console log me saying notification scene, because now it is changing that scene to true. So if I just save that and come to my front end, well, you won't see any much changes. But if I refresh now, you will see that this will stay red at first. Well, if I refresh, you will see that it is red at first, but now since I got this notification from the backend, so if I refresh the website now, I should not see a red alert over here, because I don't have any sort of notification in my backend which has seen false. So if I refresh, you will see now the red dot is gone, because I don't have any unseen notification in my database. So what I have to do now is I have to remove this border on the basis of unseen and seen. And also, instead of just removing the red alert only when refreshing the page, I want to remove this when the user is in the notification page. So let's do those two things. So first of all, I will come over here and I will add condition over here, so that on that condition it will apply the width of the border left. So for that, just add curly bracket in the class names like this, and let me actually word wrap this so that you can see it properly. Over here, what I will do is, after this border L black, which is defining the color, I will add one space and then double quotes to end this string, and then I will say plus to concatenate this with the condition that I will just write now. So add the brackets. Inside this bracket, I will write the condition. And what will be the condition is, I will say scene, because this scene we have this in the notification document. And I will add exclamation in the beginning saying if this scene is false, then only this will run, otherwise it won't run. Like if the scene is true, then it will go inside the else case, not in the if case. So what this condition is saying, if the scene is false, in that case what you want to do is you want to apply this class. So I will just cut this and remove this double quotes, and I will add double quote over here and paste that class over here. So if the scene is false, then I will add border L2, which is the 2 units width of the border left. But in the else case, if the scene is true, then I will just not add the border stroke. And if I just save that, well, you will see that it is giving me error, because I didn't destructure this scene from this data, which is the actual notification document. So from here, before the type, I will add scene as well to destructure it from the data. And if I save, you will see now I am not getting any sort of left black border, because both of them has a seen true. So let's just test this by creating one more notification. So right now, if you see, I don't have any new notification. That's why I'm not getting any red alert, neither I'm getting the left black border. So what I will do is I will just sign out from here and I will log in with some other account. And from here, let's just open this blog mail, let's say, and I will just like this blog. So I have liked this blog. So, and the author of this blog is this with the username Kunal123. So let's just log in with that user account to see whether or not I received that notification. So now you will see, since I have liked the blog post just now, I have a notification over here and I am getting this red dot alert because it's seen as false. So if I click over here, you will see that this notifications seen was false. That's why I got this a black border at the left, it indicating me this is the latest notification and that I have to see. These two are already seen. That's why we are not getting the left border. So if I refresh it now, you won't see the left border because they are gone now. And let's just test the filters also, well it's working or not. So if I click on like, you will see that I got notifications of like. If I click on comment, I got notifications of comment. If I go to reply, I got nothing available, which is just indicating there is no sort of notification. So basically we are actually done. So now let's work on removing the red alert when you are on the notification page, so you don't have to refresh the page every time to update the red alert thing. So to update this notification red alert, what we will do is we will call our condition, or we will update it when we are done fetching the notification from the backend. So for that, let's just go to the notification page, because in that component we are actually fetching the notification from the backend. So just open your folder view and go to the notifications.page.jsx, and over here we will go inside this fetch notifications function, which is responsible for fetching the documents from the backend. So inside the dot then block where we are actually setting our notification state, what I will do is I will add a condition saying if new underscore notification underscore available. Well, you won't get access to this because we haven't destructured it yet. But if you remember, this new notification available is the key that we have stored in our user auth state, along with a full name, username, and profile pic, which can be either true or false. So let's just destructure it from this user auth state over here. I will say new underscore notification available, and let me first enable my word wrap, right? And also make sure you destructure user auth, and you have to destructure the set user auth as you set user auth as well, because set user auth we will call in order to update the user auth. And user auth, we need to destructure every key from it along with the new value of this new notification available, so that we can update everything instead of just updating this single key. So if there is a new notification available uh, in this block, then we will come inside this condition, and I will just call this set user auth function, which will just change or update the user auth state. And over here I will set one object, and here I will destructure the user auth first, which will have a full name, username, profile image, and the access token. And then I will update the new notification available from true to false, because now there is no notification available, because we have fetched all the notification from the backend. So if I just save it, well, you won't see any much changes because it got refreshed, and we are not getting any sort of notification because there is no notification with seen false. So what I will do is I will just sign out and I will log in with some other account. And from here, what I will do is let's just go to this and let's like this blog, and let's just log out and sign in with the author account to see the notification. And now you will see that since I have liked the blog, I got a new notification, and I have this red alert over here. But if I click, I should not see this red alert once I got the notification, right? So if I click over here, you will see once I got the notification over here, which is this user liked your blog, and what is the blog, then I'm not getting the red alert, and I have this black border at the left indicating me that this is the new notification. But if I just refresh, everything will be plain because everything is seen and there is no unseen notification. So with this, we are actually done with our notification page, and we have to now work on our blogs management system. So whenever we will go to dashboard or slash blogs page, instead of getting this page not found, we want to give access to all the user written blogs, the publish and the draft blogs, and from there user can either edit the blog or either delete the blog and search the blog, everything. So let's build that. Okay, so now instead of just getting this page not found on the dashboard slash blogs root, let's just render a blog page over here from where we can manage the blogs. So for that, just open your folder view and go to app.jsx where we can define the root. And let me first enable my word wrap so that you can see the whole line. And what I will do is I will just copy this notifications root and I will paste that above this dashboard, above this notification. Let me just indent it properly like this. So what I want is I want to render one component on the path dashboard slash blogs like this. And what component I want to render, well, for now I will render one h1 like this, and this will just say blog management page like this. And if I just save it, I should see this h1 over here like this. So you can see now instead of getting the 404 page, I am getting this whole sidebar, and now I am getting this h1 just saying blog management page. So we have made our root. So now instead of just rendering this h1, let's render one component which we will call manage blog. So instead of that, just write manage blocks like this, and we will create this component now. Well, it will give me red lines because I don't have this component. So let's just create this component. So copy this name and open your folder view, and here you will find one file which is manage blogs.page.jsx inside your pages folder. Just open that and make a functional component with manage blogs name like this. And for now, this will return an h1 saying this is a blog management page, something like that. And make sure to export this as a default component like this. And let's just go to the app.jsx and rewrite this like this. So now it will not give me error, and now I am getting this h1. So I have created this manage blocks and it is working fine. So now instead of just returning an h1, now let's start working on this manage blocks component. Okay, so before editing anything or returning anything in this page, what I'm going to do is first we will work on inside our server.js file, and we will create one root where this managed blog will make request in order to get the published blogs and the draft blogs written by the user who is logged in. And then once we go get those blogs data, then we will store them in a state, and then we will render them whatever in whatever way we like, right? So let's just open the server.js file, and let's just go at the very end just above this server listening, and over here I will say server dot post in order to create one post method request. And the root that I want to create is user dash written dash block. So we will make a request in this port in order to get the user written blocks. And I only want this root only accessible by the logged in user. I will pass this callback from a middleware which is verify JWT, and this verify JWT will make sure that the user is logged in who is requesting to this root. So once I am in the callback, I need a request and a response like this. And what I want to do over here, first of all, I want to get the user ID who is actually making requests, so that I can add that as a filter query in my MongoDB, right? So for that, I will just say let user underscore ID equal request dot user. and you will get the user ID because this verify JWT is setting up that user ID in this request.user key. After that, I want to destructure whatever data I am getting from the front end. So I will say let, and I will destructure some keys from request.body. And what are those keys that I want to destructure? First, I want to destructure the page, which is what page data I want. I want the first page or second or third page. And then I want a draft, and this draft can either be false or true. If it is true, then we will return the draft blocks only. And if it is false, then we will return only the published blocks, not the draft blocks, right? Then what other thing I want is query. So if I have any sort of string in the query, on basis of that I will return the results. So we will use this query in order to search some particular blocks in the manage block management system. And then I need one more key, which is the deleted doc count, and this deleted doc count is same as we made for the notification. This will keep track of how many documents got deleted from the front end to make sure the pagination works fine, even if there are some documents deleted in the front end. Okay, so once we have destructured the data that we will actually receive from the front end, I want to define some variables. So the first variable I will define is max limit, like what is the limit of our result will be. For now, I will just add a limit of 2 because I don't have that much blocks, or actually just change it to 5 because I have 10 blocks, so I can do that, right? And after that, I will create one more variable. I will call that skip docs, and this will tell how many document it has to skip on the basis of this page information that we are getting from the front end. So over here in the bracket I will say page minus 1. So if it is 1, it will be 1 minus 1, which will become 0, and then I will multiply whatever the result of this math equation is to the max limit, and whatever the result of this equation is will be the amount of documents we will skip. Now I will do the same that we did for the notification. I will say if there is a deleted doc count, then I will just remove that number from the skip doc like this. Not deleted comment, it will be deleted doc count. So suppose if I have two deleted doc count, then it will remove two from actual skip document, so it won't mess up with our pagination. So after done with all these variable setups and everything, now we can run some mongoose methods in order to find the data from the MongoDB. So first of all, I want to look into blog collection, so I will say blog, and then I want to find, so I will say find in order to find the document. And what basis I want to find? First of all, I want the blog only whose author is the requesting user. So I will say author, and here I have to provide the user ID, and the user ID I can just say user ID because I am storing the user ID equals to the user who is making request to this route. So whoever is making request, I will add that ID over here as a author. Then second thing that I want to check is draft. So if the draft is true, it will give me public draft blocks, but if the draft is false, then it will give me the published blocks. Then I will say title colon, and I want to modify this query, like the filter on the basis of title. So what I will do is I will say whatever the query is, on basis of that give me my documents, and we will do the same thing that we did in order to search the blog. So if I just search for search blogs, you will see that over here, if we have some sort of query, I have done here new regex expression. So we are creating a new regular expression, and then I am doing this query and in case sensitive. So that means if suppose I have let's say this is a blog, right? If I have a title with this is a blog, and if I search for blog, then then this a blog will give me this is a blog document. I hope that makes sense. So what I will do is I will just copy this, and I will go at the end where I have this, and I will paste that over here like this. So now this will give me the exact document that I really need. Now I will just use skip method in order to define how many documents should be skipped. So I will just pass skip docs, and then I will use limit method in order to add a limit over here. So I will just pass max limit, which is for now is 5. Then I will use sort method in order to sort the result that we get from the Mongo database. And then in the object, I will say sort that on the basis of published timing. So I will say published at colon -1. So the latest blog will come at top by saying that. And then I will say dot select in order to select what fields I want. And I want first of all title, then I want its banner, I want its published at timing, then I want its blog ID, so that if user click on that, I can redirect the user to the actual blog page. And then I want its activity information, which will be like the read count, like count, and the comments count. Then I want its description, the draft value, and I don't want its actual MongoDB ID. So I will just add minus in front of underscore ID. So it will remove the MongoDB ID from this query. And after this, once we are done, we will receive the result in the then blocks, where I can call the array blocks, the whole array. I can call that as a blocks. And here I can just return a response to the front end with a status of 200, not 22, 200. And I will send one JSON with it. And the JSON will just have this blocks. So it will be blocks colon blocks, and you can just write the shorthand simply the blocks. And if we get any sort of error in then I will use catch block. And if I get any sort of error, I will return a response to the backend with a status of 500. And I will send a JSON with an error key, and the error will be error dot message like this. So if I save this, well, we have to test it, right? So what I will do is I will come to my request.rest, and I will remove this, and actually I will log in here. So I will say post and then http slash localhost colon 3000 slash sign in, and then I will say content type application JSON like this. And then in the body I will send email. The email is kunal@gmail.com. The password, make sure you put this in the quotes, is capital K Kunal 1. And if I send the request, I got the access token. So I need this access token in order to make request to the user written block. So let me just copy this, and after it I will add one authentication over here, authorization, and I will say bearer and then this. And then I will change the path to this path, which is user written blocks like this. And the content type will be application JSON. So what sort of data I want to send? Well, I want to send first of all the page information. So I will say give me the first page. Then I want to send the draft value. So I will say give me the draft block. So I will say false. No, I will say true. So if I will say true, that means I only want draft blog, not the published blog. And then I will say for now I will leave query and deleted count for now, because I don't have any sort of documents being deleted, neither I want to search for anything, right? So for now I will just make a send request. And okay, it is giving me error. Okay, so the reason it is not working is I have this extra comma over here. So this is expecting me to add more parameters below it, but I don't have any. So I'll just remove the extra comma from the end. And now if you make request, you will see that I got the blocks. And this is draft false, which means I want published blocks. So that's why I am getting 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 blocks, which is the max limit. And because this user has written over 5 blocks. And if I just change this to true, which means I want only a draft block and make a request, now you will see that I got one block, which means this is a draft written by this block, this user. So this means this route is actually working. So now we need to make one another route, and then we can move on to our front end and make request in order to retrieve the data there. So let me first remove this console. And what is that is the that root is the count root for this user written blocks. If you remember, we have count roots for all the other roots as well, like the search roots and the latest blocks roots, because that count root we will use in order to create the pagination system. So for that, I have to create that root over here so that we can add pagination to a user written blocks as well. So I will make a server dot post method over here, and the root that I want a post method is user dash return dash not return, make sure you type it correctly, dash blocks dash count, because this will be the count root. And I will pass the user from a middleware JWT in order to make sure that it is logged in, the user is logged in. And then I will run a callback to receive a request and a response. So over here, I will first get the user ID. I will say user underscore ID equals to request dot user in order to retrieve the requesting user ID. And then I will destructure the data that I am getting from the front end in order to proceed with the find query. So I will say I might get draft or I will get query, and I will just set it equals to request dot body like this. I don't want deleted doc count, neither I don't want page, because this user return block will just use these two in order to determine total number of document in the database, and then it will just send that exact number to us so that we know this much document we have in our database in order to create the pagination. So after this, I will just say block dot find in order to find the document, or actually not find, I will say count document to count the documents. And on what basis I want to count? First of all, I want its author to be equals to this user ID who is requesting, making request to this route. And then I will say the draft, and I will just add the same query that we just added over here. So I will just copy this title and paste in place of this. So I will run the same exact thing like this, the query that we wrote to get the blocks. And what I will do, I will just add dot then, because this count document will give you a number of how many document are there in the your database. So over here, I will just say count to refer to that counting number, and in then I will just return a response with a status of 200 to the front end, and I will send a JSON. That JSON will have a total docs key, which will be equals to the count that we are getting from this count documents. And if we get any sort of error in then block or count documents, I will catch that error in this catch block. And first of all, I will log that error in the console. So I will just say console.log error.message, and I also want to return a response with a status of 500 and a JSON which will have a error key, and the error will be error dot message like this. So this is our user return blocks count route, which if you make a request from the front end on the basis of draft and query, it will give you the number, the exact number of document present in the database, which we can use in order to set up the pagination. So we are actually done with these two routes. So now let's go to the front end, and from there let's make a request to these route in order to get the data on the basis of draft value or the query value. And once we get all the data, then we will start working on our UI and displaying the output to the user. So let's go to the front end, and let's just go at the top of this return, and I will do one thing. I will create some states over here which will keep the published blocks, draft blocks, and the search queries, so that I can keep track of them. So I will make one state over here which I will call blocks, and the set function will be set blocks like this. And this blocks state will hold the published blocks. So I will just set it equals to use state, and by default it will be null like this. And I will create one more state. This state will be drafts, and the function will be set drafts, and this draft state will hold the draft blocks by the user, and by default it will also be null. And then I will create one more state that will be query, and the set function will be set query like this, and I will set it equals to use state, and by default it will be an empty string. So we will use this query state in order to keep track of the search string, so that whenever the user want to search anything, we will store that string inside this query state, so that we can make a request to the backend easily and get the result on the basis of that query. So if we are done with this when we are done with these three states, we can now make a function which will make a request to the backend in order to receive the data. So let's do that. And before doing that, let me just go to the blocks page. So I will just go to the blocks page over here. Great. Now I will create one function. So I will say const, I will call this function get blocks in order to get the blocks like this, and this function will take an object as a argument, and here I will define some keys. So the keys will be the page, like what page number I want, and then the value of draft, and it will have a deleted talk count as well, which will be by default 0. So if you don't provide deleted dog count, it will be by default 0, but you have to provide page and draft while whenever you call this get blocks in order to get the blocks, right? So over here inside this function, what I will do is I will use Axios in order to make a request. So I will say Axios dot post in order to make post request, and I have to add the URL. So the URL will follow the domain and the root. So I will import the domain by saying import dot meta dot env dot read underscore server underscore domain, because read underscore server underscore domain is the variable inside .env folder which holds the localhost 3000, and this is a way to import any variable from the .env inside the read environment. Now just at the end add plus and then concatenate this string, and this string is the root that I want to make request, which is user written blocks like this. And actually let me enable my word wrap, and after this let's add a comma and define what sort of data I want to send. So first of all, I want to send the page, the information of page, whether or not it is 1 2 3, whatever it is, I want to send that. Then I want to send the value of draft, then I want to send the value of query, this query state, and I want to send the value of deleted doc count. So I will just say deleted doc count. So I want to send these four values. If you remember, we just created we are only destructuring these four in the backend. So I'm only sending these from the front end as well. So once I have sent this body, I also want to set its header. So I will say headers, and inside it I want to set its authorization, so like this. And I will use template literal so that I can say bearer, and in the string I can concatenate the access token using this dollar and curly bracket. So over here just type access token, and this will give you access to the access token which is stored in the localhost, the session and the user auth state. But you will see that it is giving me a red line because I haven't imported this access token from the user context yet. So for that, what I will do is after these states I will say let, and I will destructure the access token later. But from what I want to destructure, well, I want to destructure from use context. Use context let you use the context, and what context you want to use is user context. So I want to use user context, and once I have access to user context, from there I want to extract destructure this access token. So I will say user auth, because user auth is an object which has this access token key. So inside it I will just say access token, and now you will see that red line is gone because access token is destructured from this context, and now I can access it anywhere in this file. So with this the Axios will be able to make a request to this root and will send this body along with this headers. So after done sending the data, when it will receive the data or response, I will catch that in the then block, and over here I will call whatever data is we get like this, and I will destructure the data we get from the backend like this. Great. So after it, what I will do is I will format the data that we are getting from the backend into the pagination format, which will just make that array inside the results and then give me the total doc count and the page information, everything. And we have already done this in the notification and in the previous parts as well. So there is nothing new. So I will just create one variable. I will call it formatted data. I will set it equals to filter pagination data and make sure import that. So filter pagination data is the function which will take some sort of some parameters from you while calling, and then it will at the end return you formatted data that you can use in order to make pagination work. So over here this will take an object, and this object will take first of all the state, right? So it will take what sort of state you want to add this data. So here I will check for one condition, which is draft. So if there is a draft which is if the draft is true, then I want to store this inside draft state. Remember, I have two states over here, which is drafts for the drafts blog and blogs for the published blog. So if the draft is true, then I want to store the data inside draft state. But in the else case, if the draft is false, then I want to store the data in the blogs state like this. Then I want to say what sort of data I want to send. So the data will be this. So I can just remove this colon and it will just send this data. Then I want to define what a page I want to send, so I will just say page. And actually you can't say data like this, you have to say data dot blocks, because from the backend, if you come over here in the data, you will just get this whole object, and from there you just need this blocks key, right, the array. So that's why I have to say data dot blocks like this. And also I have to provide the page information on what page I am right now, and then just add a comma, and then I will say user, and this user parameter will take the access token so that it can make a request to this count root in order to count the total document and give you the exact number in the formatted data. And you have to also specify on what route it has to make request in order to count the total document. So that field is count route like this, and you have to pass the count route over here. So I will just add bracket double quotes, and I will copy this route from here and paste it over here like this. Then I have to say data underscore underscore to underscore send. Well, this data underscore to underscore send is the key that will define what sort of data it has to send on this route in order to count the total number of document. And what actually we need, well, we need the value of draft and the value of query. So I will just send one object with draft and query like this. So if I just save, you won't see any error, and this filter pagination will make a request to this count route and give you the formatted data. But if I just open this filter pagination, you will see that it's an asynchronous function, so it will take some time in order to process. So for that I have to await over here in order to wait for the result. Otherwise I will skip this part and I won't get the results. But you will see that await is giving me red line, because to use await I have to convert this callback into an asynchronous function. So before this bracket and inside the then function then method, I will add async at the start to make this callback asynchronous. And now the error is gone, so now we are actually done. So now I just have to add this formatted data in my state, either in the blocks or the draft basis of on basis of this draft value. So I will just add here a variable saying if the draft is true, which means this response is a draft, then I will just use set drafts function in order to update the draft state. And I will just add this formatted data like this. And if in the else case, I will just call set blocks, because if the draft is false, which means I have this I have published blocks, then I will store those blocks inside this set the block state. So I will just do something like this and just save that. And also just add a catch block for in case if we get any sort of error, we will be able to handle that, right? So if we get any sort of error, I will just console.log that error over here. And before actually storing this uh, data to the state, I will console log the formatted data. Or actually let me just do this console outside the condition, so I don't have to write it twice. And let's just save it. And what I will do is I will call this getBlocks function in order to see whether or not I am able to receive the data. So how I can call this? Well, in order to call this, we will use effect. use effect. And if you remember, this use effect hook only runs when it done rendering this stuff. So when it will done rendering this h1, it will call this use effect, and inside this effect I will run one callback, and this callback will run this function, which is this get blocks, and give us the blocks information. So over here what I will do is, first of all, I have to define on when I want use effect to run, right? So I want a use effect to run whenever there is a change in access token, or there is a change in blocks, or there is a change in drafts, or there is a change in query. So if there is a change in access token, I want to fetch the new data because the logged in user has changed. But if there is a change in blocks, like if I have deleted the blocks, or I am doing the pagination stuff, then I have to make a request again. And the same goes for the draft blocks as well. And the query is for, like, if you are searching for the blocks, then the query string will change. So when the string will change, I want to make a request in order to retrieve the exact matching blocks on that query, right? So I want to run use effect on the change of these four variables. So now over here I will add one condition saying if there is an access token, which means if the user is logged in, then and only then I will get inside this condition, and inside this condition I will make a request. So what request I want to say, I will say if blocks is equals to null, which means if the block state, which is the published block, so if the published blocks is equals to null, which is which means there is nothing, in that case I will run get blocks function, and I will pass one object saying page will be 1 because I want the first page, and the draft value will be false because I want the published blocks, not the drafts. And I will add one if condition here else also, and I will say if the drafts is equals to a null, which means there is no draft block inside the state, then I will run the get blocks function as well, and inside it I will pass an object with the page 1, and the draft value for this will be true because I have to store this inside the drafts and not the blocks, right? So just save that, and what I will do is I will open my console, and if I just refresh, you will see that I got two console. And if I open this, you will see that I am getting page 1, the result is 5, and the total doc is 11. So it is giving me how many blocks are written. And if I open this, and the page is 1, I am getting the result, which is an single item in the array, and the total doc is 1. So this one is the draft, and this one is the published block. You are not getting it clear because I haven't typed here like what sort of data I am receiving. So let's just say it a draft. Let me add a code here saying draft like this, and then I will add plus, and then I will just add a draft value like this, and then just save. And let me just refresh, and now you will see that when the draft is false, which means we are fetching the published block, I'm able to get the 5 result because the max limit is 5. And when the draft is true, which means I want the draft blocks, I am getting only one draft because I only have one draft based on this logged in user. So this means I am able to fetch the data from the backend. Now the only thing is we need to render the UI, and then when we will render the UI, we will also make the search box, and on the basis of that search box, we will change this query state in order to retrieve the new data based on that query, right? So let's just work on the blog page, and let's make those things. Okay, so now instead of just running the S1 H1, let's work on the UI. So let's just remove this and make an empty component like this. And inside it, I will render one H1, which will just display manage blocks like this. And I will give the same style here that we did give to the notifications and the setting page, which is the we will hide this text in the medium screens and the smaller screens. So I will just say max dash md, which means below the medium screens you should apply a hidden class which will just hide this text, and you won't see that text over here. But if I go to the larger screens, now you will see that I got this manage blocks text. Great. So after it, what I will do is I will create one toast over here, because now we are going to create a search box. And if the user is trying to search in the empty input box, then I want to show the error. And in that case, I need this toaster, and it is giving me red lines because I haven't I haven't imported it. So I will just say toaster, and I will just press enter, and VS Code will import it for me like this. Now it won't give me the error. Now let's make the search box. So I will create one div, and let's just give it a class name. I will say it have to have a relative position below the medium screens. It will have a margin top of 5, but in the medium screens it will have a margin top of 8 and margin bottom of 10, like this. And inside this div I will make one input like this, and this input will have a type search. Make sure you give it like this, and type search will give you one X icon at the end. So if you click on that, it will just clear the input box. That's the difference between search and the text, nothing else. And then I will you give it some class names. And actually, before giving it some class name, let's give a placeholder, which will be search blocks like this. Then I will yeah, just save it, and let's see how this look. So you can see this is our text box right here. Let's just give it some styling. So I will give it a full width like this, and the background will be bg dash gray. Padding will be 4 units from all direction. In the left direction, the padding will be 12, and I want padding right 6 units, and I will give rounded full to have 100% border radius. And then I will say placeholder in order to style the placeholder. And what I want is I want to change the color of the placeholder, which will be text dark gray color. So just save it, and this is how our input box look now. And over here we have a lot of padding, right? So over here on the left side I will create a search icon, which will just go over here. So let's just create that. So after input, what will I do is I will go to the flat icon, and over here I will search for search, which will give me this magnifying glass icon. And I will copy this RR icon and paste it over here like this. And I will change the class to class name, and if I just save, I should see one icon over here. You can see now I just have to style this to display over here instead of coming below the input box. So let's just give it a absolute position, and then since this div has a relative, it will just stick to this div. And from there we can give the top and left property in order to place it on the left side of this search blocks placeholder. So I will say right will be 10% like this. And I will say in the medium screens, outside the brackets, I will say in the medium screens the pointer events will be none, like this. And then I will say on the medium screens, the left will be 5 and the top will be half, like this. And if I just save, this is how it looks. And what I will do is I will just say negative translate y half, so it is just translate y negative 50%. And then I will give a text xl, and then the color, which is text dark gray, to change its color. And if I just save, this is how it looks. And if I go to the bigger screen, well, in the bigger screen, this search box is on the left side, but in the smaller screens, the search box is in the right side. Yeah, like this. So I guess this is looking good. So now what we will do is we will add on key down and on change event to this, so that on the basis of this search box input, we can fetch the blocks. So how I can do that? So first of all, let's add on change event to this, which will just update our query state. So I will say on change like this. I will say handle change, and I don't have that function, so let's code that over here. Handle change equal this function, and actually also give it a event which is on key down, and whenever there is a key down in this search box, what I will do is I will run handle search function, and let's just copy this function and let's create this function as well over here like this. Great. So what I will do is whenever there is a key down, we will call this handle search, and this handle search will just update this query. And once this query is being updated, it will run this use effect, which will just run this to get blocks in order to get the actual block. So what I will do over here is I will say let search query is equals to, and I will add e over here so that I can say e dot target dot a value in order to retrieve the inputs value. And then I will say set query, well, because this set query function will change or update the query state. So I will use call this function in order to search the query like this, right? And then I will say if e dot key code is equals to 13. So remember, we are running this handle search on key down, which means I will be able to access what key user is pressing, and this condition is checking for key code 13, which means enter key. So whenever you press an enter key in the search box, uh, we will get inside this condition, and we will set the block state and the draft state null, because we can only whenever there is a change in query, it will run use effect, but it will only call this get block and get the blocks and draft function when the block and draft state is null. So what I want is whenever the user presses enter, then I want to set the block state and the draft state, both of them a null, so that the query is changed, and we can go inside these two conditions in order to fetch the document, right? So for that, I will say if this is equals to 13, and if the search query has some sort of length, because if you haven't typed anything and you are just pressing enter, then I don't want to remove any data from the state. So for that, I have added this condition. So if you want to search and you have pressed enter key, then I will call this set blocks function in order to update the block state, and I will just update it to null. And I will do the same for the set drafts like this, and I will do null like this. So whenever I will press enter, it will just nullify it, and uh, we will be able to fetch new data on the basis of the query that I have over here, right? And in the handle search handle change, what I want is I will say if e dot dot target dot value dot length, and I will add exclamation in the beginning. So e dot target dot value will give you its inputs value, and dot length will give you the length. So if it is 0, which means I don't have anything in my search box, then what I want is I want to change the query to an empty string, and I also want to change the blog and draft to a null also. So let me just copy it and paste it over here. So just save that. And the reason I am doing this is because when you press enter and then you will change and remove everything from the search box, I want to reset my states. Then only I will be able to get all the draft and all the published blog. If I don't reset all these three states, then I won't be able to get the all blocks written if I just remove my search query. So if I just save it and let's test it whether or not it is working. So let's just open the console, and what I will do here is let's just say let's search for one block. So I will go to the home page, and let's say this demo, right? This title has a demo word in it, so I will search for it. So let's just go to the dashboard over here, and what I will do is I will search for demo, and I will press enter. Well, when I pressed enter, you will see that now I got two things. First is draft false, which means publish blocks, and in this I am getting only one result, which means I have one block which is matching to this query. And in the second console I have this draft true, which is checking for the drafts, and the result is empty because there is no draft which has a title demo in it, right? And if I click on this X icon to clear it up, and let's say if I just remove everything up like this, Okay, it is giving me e is not defined, right? Because in the handle change, in order to use this e, you have to add e over here, event, right? So if I just type anything and press it back, you will see now the input box is empty, and in the console log I'm getting my one draft and five blocks, which was the previous data that I am was getting when there is no search string. So I hope you understood all these part, and if you haven't, I recommend you watch it again. And if you still have doubt, let me know in the comments. So by this, we are actually done with the search box as well, and we can actually filter our data on the basis of this search box. So now we have the data. We have all the data that we need in our block state and the draft states. Now the only thing that we want is we want to render the UI on the basis of this block state and the draft state in order to display the blocks cards over here. From there, the user can either edit the block or delete the block. So let's do that. So after we are getting the data from the backend and this search is also working, let's work on displaying the blog post that we are actually getting from the backend, right? So after this, we will create two tabs over here, which will just to show one for the published blog and one for the draft. So whenever user click on the published blog, we will show the published blogs. But if the user clicks on draft tab, we will show the draft blog. We will do the same thing that we did in the about section, about page, and the profile page, and the other pages. Yeah. So for that, what I will do is I will create in page navigation component that we have already coded in the previous parts. And in order to create tabs, we need to pass a roots prop value, which takes an array. And inside the array, you have to pass the tabs that you want to create as an item. So I want to create one tab for published blogs. So I will say like this, blogs. And I want another tab for draft, so I will just type draft. And if I just save it, I should see two tabs. As you can see, I'm getting two tabs. One is published blog and second is draft. So whenever I click on draft, I should see draft blogs. But if I click on published blog, I should see published blogs, right? So what I will do here is inside this, I have to define two children's, and the first children will refer to this first tab and the second children will refer to this draft tab. So what I will do here for now is I will create one h1 saying this is published blogs, and then I will make another copy of it and I will say this is draft blog. So if I just save it, you will see that in the published tab I am getting this is published blog, and in the drafts tab I'm getting this is drafts block. So which means this tab is working fine. So I can just remove this first h1. So instead of rendering just this h1, I will render an actual blog post card. So just add a curly bracket so we can type some conditions, and let me add a comment here saying published blog, so that you know that we are doing things for published blog. And inside it, the first thing that I want to check is whether or not the block state which is holding our published blog, actually let me first correct the spelling, published, yeah. So I have to first check the block state whether or not it is null, because this block state is stores the published blocks data, and if it is null, then that's mean that we are actually accessing or fetching the data currently, and we don't have any sort of data to show. In that case, what I want is I want to show one loading animation. So I will just render this loader component, and if we get some sort of data and the block status dot null, then we don't want to show this loader, but instead of that we want to render the UI. So in that case, I will do this, where I will check blocks dot results, and this blogs dot results will give you the array which contains the blog documents as an item of the array. So what I will do here is I will check for its length. So if the results has any sort of length, which means it has any sort of item in it, then I want to render for now an h1 saying this is blog card. But in the else case, if I don't have any item in the results array, that means I don't have any published blog. In that case, I will render one no data message component, which will take message prop, and in the value I will type no published blogs like this. And if I just save, you will see that I'm getting this is block card, which means I do have some result in my length in the results array. So instead of just rendering this h1, I actually want to render the blocks. So let's just remove this, and what I will do here is I will add curly brackets, and inside it I will loop through this blocks.results array in order to create the block card. So what I will do, I will say blocks.results dot map like this, and why it is giving me error, let's see. Yeah, actually, I have to wrap this inside one empty component, otherwise it won't let me map through it, because this mapping will return individual items and you can only return this single component which will hold all the items. You can't return or render multiple components without one single parent. So that's why you have to wrap it inside one single component, and now I can use this mapping function. So what I'm doing is I'm looping through the results array and getting access to individual block item as well as its index. So once I'm inside the map, what I will do is I will return one animation wrapper component which will add the fade in effect in the component that will add as a children to inside this animation wrapper. And first of all, let's just give it a key prop which will be the index, so that this this map can differentiate this animation wrapper with the different animation wrapper of this same results item. And also I want to provide its a transition value so that I can add some delay in this animation. So I will say delay will be index time 0.04. So we will see a delay in the fade in effects of all the blocks items, the results item. And then what I will do here is I will for now render one h1 saying this is a block card, and let's just save it. And you will see that I got a fade in effect for all these h1s with some delay. And if I just refresh, you will see that again that it is coming with some delay, and that is exactly what I want. So now I don't want to run this render this h1, but instead I want to render an actual card. So what I will do here is instead of rendering an h1, I will render manage publish blocks card like this. And this manage publish blocks card is the component that will render the actual block card. And this will take a prop, and actually don't close it like this, close it like this, and this will take one prop which will this be this block data. And then we can make the UI in this component. So actually right now VS Code is giving me error because I don't have this component. So what I will do is I will just first of all let me correct the spelling to block card, and let me just copy this name so that I can create this component. So just go to your folder view, and inside the components folder you will find a manage block card.component.jsx. So open that, and inside it let's just make this component function like this, and this for now return an h1 saying this is a published block card component like this, and make sure to export this as a default function. So I will say manage like this, and now I can retype this so that VS Code will import it for me. I will say manage publish blogs like this. So if I just save it now, I should see h1, and yes, you can see I'm getting these h1s. And if I just refresh, you will see I'm able to get this fade in effect as well. So what I will do over here is I will define some props first in this component, and then we will pass the value of these props over here, and then we will be good to go in making the UI. So what I will do is let's just define some props. So first, so this will take only one prop, which is the blog, and this blog will be the actual blog data that we are actually getting from this mapping function. So let's just pass its value. So I will just say blog, and over here I will say blog like this, and this will get the blog data so that I can access it over here. So what I will do is now I can just remove this h1, and over here I can make one empty component, and inside it I will make one div, and let's just give this class name. So I will say it to have a flexbox property, and the gap will be 10, border will be bottom, so it will have a border bottom, and margin bottom will be 6 unit. And I will say max dash MD, which means smaller than medium screens. Padding in the X direction will be 4 units, and border color will be gray in color, and padding bottom will be 6. And since I am using flexbox, let's just add items center, so all the items will vertically centered. And let me enable my word wrap, and if I just save, you won't see any much changes because this div is empty, but you can see some of the borders over here. Well, that's great. So what I will do is inside this, I will create one image, and this image will show the banner of the blog. So in the src, I will type banner, but you will see that the VS Code is giving me error because I don't have access to this banner. So I have to destructure this banner from this blog data. So for that, what I will do is I will define a let variable over here, and I will destructure things later. But from what I want to destructure, I want to destructure from this blog. So I will just set it equals to blog. And what key I want to actually destructure from blog? Well, I want to destructure the banner from the blog. So now if I just save that, I should see banner images. And now you can see that I'm able to get all the banner images of the blog over here. They just need some styling. So let's just give them the style. So I will add a class name, and I will say in the max dash medium, which means in the smaller screens, the image will be hidden, because in the smaller screen, I don't want to cover the space by just showing the image. I can just hide the image. And then I will say in the larger screen as well, it will be hidden. So only in the medium screen, the image will be visible. Otherwise, it won't be visible. I will say in the Excel screen, it will be blocked. So in the larger and below the medium screen, it will be hidden. But in the medium screen and in the larger, like the Excel screen, it will be visible like this. And I will give a width of 28 units and a height of 28 units to create a square. And I will say flex dash none, so that the flex box won't affect its width and height. And let's just give a background color. So if the image is not loaded yet, this will show this background color, which is gray. And also give it a object cover, so the image will be in proportion. So if I just save it now, you won't see the images because I am in the smaller screens. But if I go in the medium screens, then I should see images. As you can see, I am in the medium screens, and now I'm able to see all the blog images like this. So after the image, what I want in the UI is I want the title and the information of the blog, right? So for that, I will create one div. Let's just give some class name. So I will say it to have a flexbox property, and the flex direction will be column. So all the item will come below each other instead of side by side. And then just give it a justify center, actually justify between, to create space between the items. And give it a padding of 5 direction, 2 units. And width will be full for this div, and minimum width will be 300 pixels like this. And inside this div, we will create one another div, and this div will well have the title and the paragraph. So what I will do is I will create one link over here, and this link component will show the title, so that if you click on the title, we can redirect the user to the blog page. And we can do that only by adding a link instead of a paragraph or h1. Well, you will see that it is giving me red lines because I have to import this link from React router in for able to use it. So I will import it at the top. So just add import link from React router DOM like this. And actually, let me just remove this now. So now the red lines are gone. So in the two, just say in the brackets, I will use template string, and then I will say slash blog slash in the dollar sign and the curly bracket. I have to pass the blog ID, so that will be able to redirect the user to the exact blog that I want to redirect. And then I will say blog underscore ID, and this will give me error because I have to destructure this blog ID from this blog data. So just after this banner, add comma, and then destructure the blog ID as well like this. So if you save, you won't see any much changes because this link is not previewing any text. So let's just add title in the curly bracket inside this link, and also destructure this title from the blog. So if I just save, you will see that I got the titles, and if I click any of the titles, I will go to the blog page of those titles. So if I click on this third one, I will be redirected to its blog page like this, which is working fine. So let's just give it some class. So I will say it to have a class of blog title, and I will give a margin bottom of 4, and this block title is a custom class that is inside your index.css. It's not a tailwind class. And after this margin, I will say on hover over the titles, I will just add underline in to it. So if I take my mouse over the title, now they are getting underline, and now they are looking like a title. So after this, I want to show when this blog is published. So for that, I will add one paragraph, and inside this, I will type published on, and then in the curly bracket I can access the variable, and the variable that I want to access is published at, and this published at is a timestamp inside this blog object, which has the exact timestamp when this blog was published. But I actually don't want to show the timestamp, but I want to show the sensible date, which makes some sense, like a date and the day and the year time. So for that, I need to use one function, that is get day, and we have already coded this in the last part. So this function takes the timestamp and gives you the actual day that will make sense to the user. So just pass the timestamp inside this get day function, and this timestamp is giving me error because I have to restructure it first in order to use it. So let's just restructure it from this blog object. So let's just type publish at and just save it, and I should see the date. As you can see, now I'm getting a date saying published on 9th November, 1st November, 1 November, and all those stuff. So I'm able to get the title as well as the published at timing. So let's just add one class to it, this paragraph, which will be line clamp 1, and this line clamp 1 make sure that this text don't overflow or word wrap itself to become two lines. It will just hide the overflow and make this text in one line no matter what. So for that, I have given this line clamp 1, right? So after this div, I need to create one more div, and this div will be a sort of action buttons, which will show edit button, delete button, and one more button which will be stats. And whenever you will click on stat, you will see the number of likes, comments, reads, and all those stuff related to the blog. So for that, we will use this div, and let's just give this div a class of flex, so that all the item will come side by side, and I will give a gap of 6 units with a margin top of 3 units like this. Great. Now let's create one link. So this link will show edit text, and we will show edit button. So just save that so that I can see the edit button like this. Let's just after this create one another button, or actually let's just first work on this edit, right? So what I want is whenever user click on this edit, I want to redirect the user to the actual edit page of this blog, right? So how I can do that? Well, if you remember, we have already done this in the blog page. So if I click on any of the titles, and since I am the author, I will get this edit button, and if I click on it, it will redirect me to this editor page. So whatever the link is inside this button, I have to pass exactly same link inside here as well. So what was that link? I will say to, and here I will use template editors to use a string with the variables. So I will say editor, first of all add slash, so slash editor slash, and now I have to give the ID of the blog. So with that is blog underscore id, and this will take you to the edit page. So if I just save it and now click any of these edit button, let's say this cooking one, if I click over here, you can see now I am in the edit page of this blog, and I can edit this, I can type anything what I want. So now this link is working great. So let's just give some class name to this edit as well. So I will say padding from right will be 4 units, padding from y will be 2 units. So in the top and bottom it will have 2 units of padding, and I will give it a underline. Just save it like this, and this button is looking like this. And if I go to the medium screen to see how it looks, well, you can see this is how it is looking with the image banner, the blog banner, and the blog description. Great. So after this, I need one button which will be displaying the delete button. So well, you can just type delete and just save it, and you will get a delete button like this. But obviously I want to give some class name to it, so I will say padding right will be 4 units, padding in the y direction will be 2 units. It will be underlined as well, but this time its color will be red. So we will differentiate this from the edit button like this. And of course we will work on this delete functionality later when we are done with this and the draft block cards. We will work on this, so then we will add on click. Right now we will not add any on click function to this. So for now this delete button is done. And after this, in the medium screen, I want one button over here which will be show stats. And if you click on that stats button, it will just expand this block card to show you the stats, but I will hide that stats button in the medium screen and in the larger screen, so that I don't want to see the button. I will just show the stat in the medium screen because there I will have a lot of space to work with. But in the mobile screens I don't have that much space to work with. That's why I'm creating a button that the user can click in order to see the specific blocks stats. So for that I will just create one button over here like this. And what I will do is, first of all, type stats and let's just give it some class name. So it will have a large will be hidden, so in the larger screen it will be hidden. And padding right will be 4 units, padding in y units will be 2 units, and it will be underlined as well. So just save it and you will see a start button like this. But if I go to the larger screen, let's say, now you will see in the larger screen I'm not getting the stat buttons. That is great. So now what I want is I will add on click event to it. But before that, what I want is I want one state over here which will track whether or not this stats button is clicked or not. So by clicking on this stats button, we will change the value of state from true to false back to true. And then on the basis of its value, we will decide whether or not we want to render the stats of this block or not. So let's just create one state over here, and that state I will call uh, show stat. Not state, it should be show stat like this. And the set function will be set show stat. Just set it equals to use state in order to use the state, not to use scroll. Use state, and the by default value will be false. So by default I don't want to show any sort of stat. But whenever I will click on this stats button, I will change this from false to true in order to show the stats. So I will add on click event to this button, and I will run one callback. And this callback, inside this callback, what I will do is I will call a set show stat function, which will just take its previous value, which will be the current value. You can just call it previous or current value, whatever you want, and I will return the reverse of that value. So if it is false, this return will give you true, and if it is true, then return will give you false. So if I just save it, well, you won't see any much changes because it is changing the state, but it is not rendering any stuff. So what I will do is let's just console.log to see the value of this show stat. So just save that and let me expand my window. Let me open my console, and right now you will see that I'm getting this false. Let me just clear everything, and if I click on these stats, you will see I got true, and if I click it again, I am getting false and then true and then false, which means I'm able to change the value of this show stat state. So now on the basis of its value, let's render the stats UI. So what I will do is inside this empty component, or actually not inside this empty component, we will make the stats inside this parent div and outside this div, which is this one. So let me just collapse it. Just after this div I will make one div, right? After this I will make one div, and let me expand this now. And what I will do here is I will give it a class name which will be max dash lg hidden. So what I am creating right now is this will be the stats, as well as I will create stats of outside this div as well. But this is independent of this state value. So it doesn't matter what value of this stat is. This will get rendered only in the larger screens. But but whatever I will code over here, that will affect on the basis of this. So if it is true, then only it will get rendered. So what do I mean by that? You will understand in just a moment. So what I will do here is I will create one component that is block stats like this, and I will just say create one component like this, and I don't have this component, that is why it is giving me error. So what I will do is I will just copy it, and before this manage blog post, I will make that component like this, and let me add one prop over here which will be stats. Great, and I have to pass the value of these stats while making this component. So I will just say stats, and inside this stats I have to pass the stats value which is inside this blog, which is activity. So let's just destructure this activity from this blog object, and let's just pass this activity over here. So this will render the blog state component with the activity prop. So what I will do here is just copy this like this, and after this div, let's just add one curly bracket to add condition which will be show stat. So if the show stat state is true, in that case I will make one div like this which will render this block stats with this activity passed as a prop, but it will have a class name which will be in the larger screens, it will be hidden. So below the larger screens this component will be hidden, but above the larger screen this component will be hidden, and in the else case I can just add an empty string. So below the larger screens I want to show this block state only on the basis of this show stat variable, the state, that's why I'm giving it inside a condition. But in the larger screens I don't want to check for the state, that's why I'm not using any sort of condition, and I am giving it a class which is only applicable, which will only show this stats parent div when we are on the larger screens, right? So if I just say, well, you won't see any changes because this block state is not returning anything. So let me just remove this console and let's just code the block states over here so that we can show the block states. So what this stats will show? Well, just return what we want to return. We want to return one div over here, and that will have a class name which will be flex, and I will add a gap of 1 unit, so it will be a flex box with a gap 1 units. And over here I will add curly brackets, and then I will say objects dot key, not objects, it will be object dot keys, and the keys will be stats dot map, and from there I will get info and the index like this. So what this object dot keys do, well, if you remember, we have used this in the making of the profile page, and actually this object dot key method will takes the object, and from there it give you an array of whatever keys the object has. So if I have passed the stats over here, it will open the stats object, and in the stats object whatever the keys are, it will give me an array of those keys, and I can then loop through those keys in order to render the UI that I want. So in the mapping, I have individual access to the key name that this object holds. So over here, what I will do is I will return one thing, and that is a div. And what I will do is, let's just first of all close this div like this, and let's just give a key which will be this index. So what this div will be, this is a parent div which will hold our stats UI. So let's just give it a class name. I will say it will have a flex box. The flex will be flex call direction, so the direction will be flex call, so all the item will come below each other instead of coming side by side. And I will give us item center, so every item will be horizontally centered in the flex direction, column direction. And I will give a width to be full units, and height will be full as well. I will give a justify center as well, and a padding in 4 unit, a padding 4 units from all 4 direction, with padding in the axis 6 units like this. And what I will do is I will just save it like this, and well, you won't see anything right now because by default the show stat value is false, and in the mobile screens it will only render this block state component, a block stat component, if the show stat is true. So just click on the any of these stats button, and then you will see something happened. because if you click on it, you will see that there is a space that is hiding and showing. So that space is this div, because since it is an empty div, that's why you are not able to see anything. So let's just create any items inside it. So what I will do is I will create one h1, and this h1 will say in the curly brackets, just say stats, which is referring to this prop value, and then I will say in the brackets info. So this info is the key, right? So you can just call it key and the info, whatever you want to call it. So let's just call it key. So this key is the actual key that the object has. So what I'm doing is state is the object and this is the key. So by doing this, you can access the value of that particular key from the object. And then what I'm saying is I'm saying to local string, and I am converting it into an actual number. You can see in the VS Code it is saying returns a date converted to a string using a current local. Well, this what it will do, if I just save it, you will see. You can see now I'm getting a number, but this to local string give you a number in the formatted version, which means if you don't use it, it will give you a number like 999999999, and you won't know by looking at it what this number exactly is. But when you use this to local string function or method, when you use this method, what it will do, it will redefine this by separating it with the commas. So it will separate the number with the comma. So now at the first glance you can tell that this is what number, right? So that's why I'm using this method. And then after this I will add one p paragraph, and this will just show the key name. So I will just say key, and if I just save, I should see one key, and you can see in the key I am getting 403 is total likes, 21 is total comments, 167 is total reads, and then I am getting this total parent comment, something like that. But what I want is first of all, I don't want this underscore, and I also don't want total from here. I just want this reads, comments, and likes without the total and underscore. So what I will do is I will say key dot split in order to split the text from a point, and that point is this underscore, and this will give me an array, and from that array I want the first item, not the zero index. I want the first index item, which will be this comments, likes, and the read. So if I just save that, I will get you can see now that I'm getting only likes, comments, reads, but I'm only also getting this parent. Well, this parent is actually holding the amount of parent comments this blog has, but I don't want to show that over here. So what I will do here is I will remove this parent. So if I am in the parent key, that then I won't return this div, so that it won't create it over here. So for that, what I will do is I will cut this and I will add one condition, and that condition will be uh, key dot includes, to check whether or not it has some sort of string, and that string is parent. So if the key has this parent key parent text, then I don't want to render the div, right? So I will add this exclamation. So this means that if the key doesn't has this parent text inside it, then I will render this whole div, otherwise I won't render anything. And if I just save it, you will see now I'm only getting this 403 likes, 21 comments, and 167 reads. Now I just have to style this paragraph a little bit. So let's just give maximum LG, which means below larger screen. The text will be dark gray in color, and it will be capitalized as well, like this. So just save that, and this is how it looks. And then what I want to do is let's just give some class to this h1 also. So let's just give text should be XL in size. In the larger screens, text will be 2XL, and margin bottom will be 2 units. So if I just save, this is how it looks. So well, we are actually done. I think we need to give some little styles more, because what I want is I want some border over here in between these items. So what I will do is let's just give some class to this div class name. So just add this uh, curly bracket around the class name so that I can use condition over here, and then make sure you add one space at the end of the class so that I can concatenate with the condition evaluation. So over here I will add one bracket, and then I will say if I is not equals to 0, which means if it is not the first item, then what I want is I want to add some classes, and those classes are border will be of gray color, and I will add a border left like this. And in the else case, if it is the first index, then I will not add any classes. And if I just save that, you will see that now I am getting two borders in between of these three items. Now it is looking good, but it still is not looking that good, because you can see that I am there is no space between these stats and this second block card title, right? So let's add some spacing over here. So what I will do is in this div, the parent div, what I will do is first of all I will change the class gap of first of all I will change the class gap 1 to 2 units, so the gap will be more. And then I will say margin from bottom will be 6 unit, padding from bottom will be 4 units. If I just save it, yeah, the spacing is good. Then I will say border will be gray color and the border will be bottom. So if I save, you will see now it is looking much cleaner. But if I go in the medium screens, you will see in the medium screen it is good, but in the larger screen, well, in the larger screen I don't want those spaces and this border, because now it is not perfectly centered, right? So for that, what I will do is I will add max dash lg colon in the beginning of these classes. So I will say max dash lg colon, and in the border left also I will say max lg dollar colon. So max dash lg will make sure that these classes will only apply if the screen size is less than a larger resolution. So if I just save it now, you won't see any much changes in the smaller screens, but if I go in the larger screens, now you will see the spacing and the border is gone, and now it is looking good in the larger screens as well. So if I go like this, so in the larger screen this is how it looks, and in the mobile screen this is how it looks. You can hide and show the stats of any blog you want to see like this, and that's great. So basically we are done with the stats and the edit. Now I have to work on this edit. So basically we will work on this edit when we are done with this draft blog as well, because both of them will have this delete button, and the button will work exactly same for both of them. So we will work on this later when we will done creating this draft. So let's make this drafts blog now. So instead of getting this h1 over here, let's just get the actual blog data over here. So let's just go to the manage blogs.pages, and what I will do is actually I will copy this whole curly bracket thing, and I will paste that in place of this h1 like this. And let me just format this code a little bit like this, and let's just change this comment from published blogs to draft blocks. And the variable over here is, instead of block state, it will be draft states, because this draft states will contain the drafts block. And just copy that and replace it with this blocks as well. So if we don't have anything inside this drafts, it means it is null, then we will show the loader. But if we have the results, then we will check for its results. And if we get any sort of result, which means if I have any sort of item in the results array, then I will get inside this and loop through it in order to render this component. But if I don't have anything in my results array, then I will render this no data message, which for now will render no draft blocks like this. But this will give you will render this manage published block card, and you can see I'm able to get the block card here. But instead of this manage published block card, I want to render different card, because I want to change the UI of draft blocks here. So what I will do is I will just remove this, and I will render one other component, that is manage draft blog post like this. So this will be managed draft blog post component, which will render the draft blog post, and the one we created earlier was manage publish blog card, that was for published blogs, right? So well, this will also take one prop like this, but so let's just give that prop, or actually let's first create this component and then we will define the prop. So and we will create this inside this manage blog card component as well, because inside this component file we will have this component, the publish blog card, as well as this component that we will create, the manage draft blog. We will have both of the components in the same exact file. So now instead of exporting that component as a default, what I will do is I will remove this line and I will export those two components like this. I will just add export in the beginning of these two component. And what I will do now is first of all, let's just complete this component. So this will basically for now return an h1 saying this is a draft block card, something like that, and just save it. But this will give error because first of all we don't have access to this, and neither I have access to this, because now I have removed this from the default export, so I have to export both of them. So just remove this and then say import, and in the curly bracket say manage draft blog post, which is just we just created, the component that we just created, and then the second component, that is manage published block card, that is for the published block card UI from this manage block card dot component. So if I just save that now, you won't see any sort of error, and if I go to the drafts tab, you can see I'm getting one h1 saying this is a draft block card, because I only have one draft block, that's why I'm only getting one draft heading. So now let's work on the UI. So let's just go to this component, and over here let's define one prop, and that prop will be blog, and this blog will take the data of the blog, but it will also take the data of index, because I want to show the number of the blog over here. So if it is the first draft blog, I want to show 01, then I have to show 02, then 03, sort of that. So for that I need this value index. So I have to define that prop as well. So let's just pass those values over here. So I will say blog will be equals to the blog that I'm getting from this mapping function, and the index will be equals to this I that I'm getting from this mapping function. So if I say, we won't see any changes because it is not affecting our UI at all. So just remove this h1 and let's create or render one div which will have some styles. So I will give a flex box, and the gap will be of 5 units. In the larger screens, the gap will go to 10 units, and I will say padding bottom will be 6 units, border will be bottom, and margin bottom will be 6 units, and the border color will be gray. So if I just save it, you will see a border over here. Well, this div is empty because that's why you only are seeing the border, nothing else. So inside it I want to render an h1, which will be the title of the draft. So I will add one class name, and actually before class name let's just render. So this h1 will be the number or the index. So over here I will add in the brackets I will add condition saying if the index is less than 10, in that case I want to concatenate 0 before this index. But if it is greater than is 10 or it is 10, then it will have the two digits. Then I can just simply return this index like this. So if I just save, you should see 01. You can see it is saying 00. So what I will do is over here I will say index plus plus, or actually instead of saying over here, let's just go to the manage blog post, manage blog pages, and over here while passing the index, let's just say I plus 1. So it I will pass 1 more than the index, and now you can see I am able to get 01 instead of 00, because our indexing for the array starts from 0, but for now I want to start it from 1 in order to show it in the UI, right? So that's why I have added 1 there. So let's just give some class name to this. I will say it to have a blog index class. By the way, this class is a custom class inside the index.css. It's not a tailwind class. And let's just give it a text center, so it will be aligned in center. Padding will be 4 units from left. In the medium screen, padding will be 6 units from left, and the flex will be none for this component, so that flexbox won't affect its height, width, and all that stuff. So if I just save, this is how it looks. And after this h1, let's just create another div, and this div will hold the details of the blog, like the title, description, and all that stuff. So let's just create one h1, and this will show title of the blog. And to use the title, I have to destructure it from this blog. So let's just destructure it over here. So I will say destructure title from this blog data. And now if I just save, I should see the title of the blog like this. So let's just style it a bit. So let's just give it a class blog title, and it will have a margin bottom of 3 units like this. And then I will render one paragraph, and that paragraph will be showing the description. So what I will do here is I will just say description, and this will give me error because I have to destructure it first. So I will destructure it. So just save that and just go to the drafts, and this is my description. But remember, while saving a draft, you don't require you are not required to provide the description. So in some cases there should not be any sort of description, right? So what I want is I want to display a message which says no description if I don't have any sort of description for the draft blocks. So for that, I will add one condition over here saying if a description dot length. So if a description has any sort of length, in that case I will render the description. And in the else case, if we don't have any sort of description, then I will just render no description like this, and just save that. So, well, this blog has a description, that's why I'm not getting it. But if we don't have any sort of description, this will get rendered in place of the description. So let's just style this as well. So I will say line clamp will be 2, so it won't go over 2 lines. And the font family will be font Galaccio like this. So just save that, and this is how it looks. So after this, what I will do is I will create another div, and this div will contain 2 buttons, either to edit the blog or the second one to delete the blog. So let's just give this div a class name. I will say to have a flex box with a gap of 6 units, and margin top will be 3 units like this. And inside it I will create one link tag, and this link tag will be for edit. So if you click on the edit, I want to redirect the user to the editor page. So over here I will just say to, and to provide the to prop value, and use template literals to say slash editors, not editors, it is editor slash the blog id. So I will just say blog underscore id, and I have to destructure it from the blog as well. So just add it over here like this. So now if you click on the edit, it will take you to the editor where you can edit the draft. So if I click over here, you will see, you can see I am in here where I can edit this draft. So let's just go back and go to the draft, and let's style this edit as well. So what I will do is I will add some class name, and I will say padding from right will be 4 units, padding in y direction will be 2 units, and it will be underline as well. And then what I will do is just go above, and let's just copy this delete button and paste after this link, because both of the buttons will be same. So just save it, and this is how the draft UI, the draft card will look. And with this we are actually done. So now we have to work on this delete button, and after that we will be done. We will get done with the blog management system, and you will be able to like edit the blog and manage the blog, because right now we can search the blog as well. So because let's say I want to search for this blog, and it has a demo inside its title. Let's search for demo here, and if I press enter, you will see that now I got this demo blog over here in the published blog. And if I go to the drafts, I'm getting no draft blog because there is no draft with this demo word inside its title. So our search is working, our edit is working. I have to just work on this delete, and then we will be done with our blog management. So let's make that, and before that, let me just clear this. So before working on this delete function, let's first create a delete route inside our server.js, where we can make request from the front end in order to delete the block from the database. So let's just go over here in the server.js, and let's just go just before this server.listen, and let's make a post method request to delete delete blocks route. And over here what I will do is I will run my middleware, and then in the callback I will just run this this callback. So verify JWT, make sure that only logged in user can access this route. And inside this, what I will do is, first of all, I will retrieve the user ID from the request. So I will say let user underscore id equals to request dot user, and this request dot user will give you the user id who is actually making request here. And then what I will do is I will destructure the blog id that we will get from the front end. So I can just say request dot body, and we will get the blog id from the front end. So I just need the blog id in order to delete the blog. So how I can delete it? First of all, I have to look in the blogs collection, and I have to find and delete that on the basis of this blog id. So I will say find one and delete. I will use this method in order to find one document and delete it. And in the condition on what basis I want to find, I will just say blog underscore id like this, and this blog underscore id just means the blog underscore id should be equals to this blog id value, so you don't have to type it. So this will find the document and delete it by itself, and then it will give you a response just saying it is deleted. So over here in this blog dot then you will get access to the blog that is being deleted, that got deleted, right? So inside this 10, not only I have to delete the blog, but I have to delete all the notifications and comments related to this blog, as well as I have to update the blogs array from the user's profile, so that the total written blogs and the read counts and all those stuffs get removed from the user's side as well. So what I will do is, first of all, let's just delete the notification. Let's first remove the notification. So I will look into notifications collection, and I will say delete many. I will use delete many command method in order to delete many documents at once. And on what basis I want to delete is, I will say the blog will be equals to blog dot underscore id, because this blog is the document that is just got deleted. It has all the keys that we had in the blog document, and from there I can actually get its underscore id, which is the MongoDB id that is stored in the notifications collection and the comments collection and the users collection, right? So I can use it like this to delete as many documents I want. So this will delete all the notification which has this blog id inside it. And then what I will say dot then I will say, once you are done, just console.log me notifications deleted like this. And I will do the same for comment. So I will say comment dot delete many, and this will also check for blog underscore id. Well, this is will check for blog underscore id instead of checking for blog, because it has blog underscore id as a key and not the blog. So I will just pass blog dot underscore id, which is this MongoDB id. Make sure you add blog dot underscore id, because blog underscore id is the generated id that we generated, and this dot underscore id is the actual id that is generated from the MongoDB. So make sure you use dot in between here. And then I will say dot then in order to catch the response, and I will just console.log that comments are deleted. So I will just say comments deleted like this. And now I will look into users collection to find the user who is actually written this blog, who is actually deleting this. So I will say find one and update. So I will find the user and update its document. So on what basis I will find the user? Well, I will say its id should be equals to this user id that I got from the request.user over here. So I will just type it like this. And then what I want to update? Well, I want to first of all pull this blog id, the blog that we deleted. I want to pull this id from the blogs array of this users collection. So I will say dollar pull pull, and this dollar pull method is the mongoose method, will let you pull an item from the array. So I will over here define what item I want to pull, and I will say pull that item whose blog id is blog dot underscore id like this. And then I will say dollar $inc, and this dollar $inc is increment method to increment some value. And I will say underscore account underscore info. So I will say increment what? So I'm giving the key that I want to increment, and well, actually I want to subtract one from the total posts. So I'm saying underscore account underscore info dot total post written, and I will just add -1 over here. So this -1 will get added to whatever number I have in this user, and that will basically mean subtract 1 from the total number. So this way I will be able to remove 1 from the total post number, and I will be able to remove the deleted blog ID from this users as well. And once I am done with this, I can just use dot then to respond with this. I will just console log over here like this, saying blog deleted, and at the end I will just return a response in the front end with 200 status, and the JSON will be status done like this. And if we get any sort of error, well, I will return a response with a status of 500, which is internal server error. And the error, the JSON I will return is an error key with an error dot message information like this. So just save that, and this is our delete blog route, which we will make a request from the front end in order to delete the blog, and this will delete the blog notification, comments, and users collection. In the users collection, in the users it will remove the blog and all that stuff. So basically we will delete the blog entirely from everywhere. There will be no single blog ID inside the collection once you delete the blog, right? So just save it, and let's just go to the front end to make it so that we can make request to this route in order to delete the post. So just come over here, and what I will do here is I will make a function at the end. I will say delete blog like this, and this delete block will take some parameters in order to function. And what are those? First of all, it will take the block data, which will contain the block ID, the block index, and the set block function, so that I can update my state as well, right? And then it will take access token, because I need to send this access token in order to pass this middleware. So for that I need this access token. And then it will take a target so that it can disable this delete button, so the user can't click it twice. So it needs these three things. So just have this, just call this now. So whenever we will click on this button, I will call this function. So just add on click event on click like this, and I will say whenever you get click, run this function, which is delete block, and I have to pass the values of this props over here. But I only have this target, but I don't have access to access token, neither I have access to block. Well, basically I have access to block, but what I want is I want to send block index, and I want to send the set state function as well. So what I will do here is I will remove the index from here, and I will destructure the index from this block here. And but this block doesn't have this index key. So what I will do is I will go in the manage blocks, and in the draft I will remove this blocks as well, and I will change it a little bit by saying this block will be equals to an object which will first destructure whatever key we inside the block has. So whatever this block object is, we will first destructure it inside this block. Then we will say it will have an index key which will be equals to I plus 1, which we were sending before in the separate prop. And then it will have one more key that will be set state function, and that set state function will be equals to the set state function of this state. So for the drafts we have set drafts function. So I will pass set drafts like this, and I will just save it. And what I will do is I will just copy this, and I will paste it over here, because I want the same exact thing to pass inside the manage publish block card. So but over here in the index it will be index, only index. And actually let's just remove this as well, because this will mess up with our delete function. So just to send the actual index, and we will increment the index over here. So what I will do here is I will just add index plus plus over here, and this index plus plus will just add 1 in the index. So there is nothing much. And yeah, so I have to make it work with this one. So what I will do is I have this block over here, and well, I don't need to change anything over here. And inside it, yeah, I also don't need to change it over here. So what this delete a block need is this block. So I will just say take the block, because this block has the index, set function, and all those stuff. then it needs the access token. So I have to destructure the access token from the user context in order to pass it over here. So let's just do that over here. I will say let user auth, and from user auth, let's destructure the access token over here. And from where I want to destructure it, well, I have to use context, and that context is user context. So from user context, I want to destructure this access token, and I will just copy it and pass it as a second argument of this function. And the third argument will be the target, which will be this button. So I will add e in this callback so that I can access event, and then I can say e dot target like this. And if I just save, the error will go. And this is how we will be calling this function with all the parameters that this function need in order to make a request and delete the block. So what I will do is I will just copy this and I will paste it in place of this button, because both of the button will are same. And let me just copy this user auth access token also, and let me paste it over here so that I can get access to access token as well. The blog we already have, and this blog has the set state function and the index. So we have all the data that we need in order to work with this delete blog function. So now let's start working on it. So what this function will do, well, first of all, we will destructure the data. So I will say, given the index, give me the blog id. I only need the blog id to send to the backend, so I will destructure the blog id. And give me the set state function, which we will use in order to update our state. And we will destructure this from this blog. And let me make sure this is set state function. Yeah, it is set state function. So this way you can destructure these three things from the blog data. And after that, what I want is, whenever this function gets run, I want to first disable my button so that user can't click it again. So I will say target dot set attribute. And what attribute I want to set? I want to set disabled with the ed at the last, and that will be equals to true. So this will disable the button. And then I will say axios, make sure import that. And I will make a request to the backend with the access token and all those stuff which is required to delete the blog. So I will say axios dot post in order to make a post request. And then the domain is meta import dot meta dot env dot wait underscore server underscore domain. And then the root, that is delete blog. Let me make sure this is the correct root. Yeah, this is correct. And after that, the data that I want to send. So the data that I want to send is the blog id itself, like this. And let's set the headers. So in the headers, set authorization, and then use template literals to set the bearer. And I will concatenate the access token inside this like this. Yeah, so this way we will be able to send the access token along with the request. And now it will make request to the backend in order to delete it. So once it is deleted, it will catch a response from the backend, which we can catch in the then block. And over here, what I will do is I will destructure the data that we get from the backend. And inside it, first of all, I will remove this attribute disabled so that user can click the delete button again. So I will say target dot remove attribute, and the attribute that I want to remove is disabled, like this. After this, I will call this set state function, which we will use in order to update this block state, whether it will be the draft block state or the published block state. So I will use this set state function in order to update the block state to remove this currently block that I have deleted, right? So just over here, say set state function to call that function, and you can access its current value by just giving any variable name over here. So I'm just calling it previous val for previous value, or you can just call it a current value. So just run this function, and inside it, the first thing that I want to do is I will destructure the sum of the keys from the state, the block state. So what are those keys? So I will define those keys later, but from what I want to destructure, well, I want to destructure from the previous value that this state currently holds. So this previous value will represent the current block state, which can be the published block state or the draft block state. And from them, what keys I really want to destructure to use is, first of all, the deleted count deleted doc count. If you remember, our state has this deleted doc count which stores the value, the number of deleted documents. So we will just update this by one whenever we will call this delete block function in order to track how many blocks are being deleted in the front end. And then I want to destructure the total logs key as well, which is the number of total document present in the database. And since I have deleted the block over here, I will just subtract one from the total log and update my set state function, update my state, right? And the other thing that I want is results in order to mess with the results array and remove the block from that array. So once I got everything, first of all, let's just remove this currently blocked deleted block from the results array. So for that, I will say results. Then I will say dot splice in order to slice the array from a particular point. And from what point I want to slice it? Well, for that, I do have access to this index. So I will just type index over here. And from that particular index, the array will get spliced. And how many steps I want to cut it? So I only want to cut for one item, so I will just say one step, so it will just remove the one um, item after this index, which will be this currently indexed item. So this will basically remove the deleted block from the results array. Then what I will do is I will check for one condition, which will be results dot length, and I will add exclamation in the beginning, which is I'm checking for whether or not I have any sort of length in my result. Which means if suppose if you have one block over here and you removed it, so basically now you don't have anything in your results array, then the length will be 0. And what I want is then I will check whether or not the total document is greater than 5. So if there is some blocks but we don't have any sort of thing in the results array, then I will call a fetch function in order to fetch the results, more block results from the backend. So you don't have to click on the load more in order to see the next results, right? So for that, just add this condition, and after it I will add two and sign to make another condition over here. And I will say total docs subtract 1 is greater than 0. So this basically means if we remove 1 from the total doc, it's still not 0, and the result is empty, which means there is some document but we don't have it in the array. In that case, I will just return from here as a null, and once this set state function will set the state null, our use effect will call itself, and that use effect will call the exhaust function in order to fetch the block data from the backend. So for that, I'm just returning null over here. But if we do have some sort of length in the result, or the total document is not equals to 0, then what I want is I want to return this object instead of null. So over here I will first destructure whatever I have in my current state, and then I will say the total docs should be updated to total docs minus 1, because one block is removed from the total docs now. And I want to update deleted doc count to deleted doc count plus 1. So I will just add 1 to the deleted doc count because one block is deleted. And actually let me enable my word wrap. So over here I will go and enable that, and now I can just save that. And what I will do is since I have this, then over here let's just add one catch, so that if we get any sort of error, we can handle that. So if we get any sort of error, what I will do is I will just console.log the error like this. First of all, let me type it correctly, the error. Yeah, so just save that, and this hopefully should delete the block, and the UI should remove the block from here as well as the backend. So let's check it. So what I will do is I will just refresh, and let's just delete this third block, because yeah, why not? So if I click on delete, well, it is not working. So let's see what is wrong over here. Let's open console. Let's go to console. Okay, I'm getting an error saying set state function is not a function. Okay, so basically this is not a function, and why is that? Okay, so there is a spelling mistake. So it is set state fuc. Instead of that, let's just correct it to function, not fuc. And let me correct that over here. And now I guess I should be able to select that. So well, if you see here, I'm not able to get the block that I just deleted because it was deleted from the backend, but I was not able to update in the UI. But now since I have refreshed and I don't have it in my database, I'm not getting that block over here. But let's see, right now it is updating the UI or not. So if I click on this finance 101 to see whether or not it is updating the UI, let's see, if I click, well, it is again not updating, but if I refresh, I should not see that a blog. Yeah, you can see that blog is gone because it is deleted, but still it didn't updated the UI. So let's see why is that. If I click over here, why is tech one blog, I'm not getting any sort of error, but it is still not updating. So there is some error, I guess. Okay, so the reason it is not working is actually inside this manage block, where we are passing this block prop value inside this publish block card. In the set state function, I have given set draft for the publish block as well. So it is just updating the drafts block state instead of updating the publish block state. And since it is not updating the publish block state, I am not able to see the UI changes. So just change it to set block so that it is the correct state. It's changing the correct state, and let's just check whether or not this draft is changing the correct state. Yeah, it is changing the correct state. So just save that and come over here. And other issue that I found is we don't have by default this deleted actually. Let me see what are those. So let me just console log. Yeah, let's see what data I have actually. I will just console log the previous value. Let me just refresh, and over here, if I click over delete on here, now you will see that in this I have this deleted doc count, which is not a number, and that is because I don't have a key over here, so it is undefined, and undefined plus one is not a number, right? So that's why it is giving me not a number. So let's just correct that. So first of all, just here, first of all, set it to deleted doc count instead of delete doc count. And what I will do is I will just copy paste that over here, and let me just remove this console and actually let it be like this. And what I will do is I will say if deleted doc count, and I will add exclamation in the beginning. So if it is undefined or null, then on that case this condition will run, and then I will just set it equals to 0, so that one I will add 1 to this, it won't be a not a number. So if I just save that now and open my console and expand the window, and let's just refresh. So if I click on delete in order to delete this third block, you will see the UI got updated, and over here instead of getting the not a number, I'm getting deleted doc count, it is a 1. So which means we have solved all those two errors, and our delete is actually working. If I go in my draft and click delete, it is also deleting the draft block, and in the publish block, if I click over here to delete this, it is also updating the UI and deleting the block. So if I refresh, I will only get this one block. So I have deleted pretty much all the blocks right now. So let me quickly add more blocks to it, so that if I have more than 5 blocks, I can show you how to work on pagination then. So let's just add more than 5 blocks, and then we will see how we can make the pagination in this block system. Okay, so you can see I have now more than 5 blocks in my database. Over here, I have 5 blocks loaded. And in the console, if you just expand this object, you can see that in the results, I have currently 5 items, but the total number of documents that I have is 6 in my database. So there is one more block which is not showed up over here. So let's add pagination so that once a user click on load more button, we can show the rest of the data on the basis of that. So how I can do that? So first of all, close this console, and what I will do is I will go to this manage block page where I am actually rendering this block card. And what I will do is after this curly bracket, which is the mapping function, I will press enter, and inside this, after this bracket but inside this empty structure, I will add one component, that is load more data button. And this is again a custom component that we have coded earlier in the previous parts, and this we will use in order to fetch the data and create a pagination system. So if you don't remember, just open this and you will see that this will take some of the props in order to work. And those are the state, like what state you want to change on the basis of this load more button, and the fetch data function, which will fetch the next data from the backend, and the additional parameters like the function need in order to run. So let's just come over here and let's just pass those prop values over here. So the first thing is the state. So what state I want to update by clicking on this load more button? Well, this more button is for this block state. So whenever we will click on this load more button, I want to update the block state, so I will say blocks over here. Then the other prop is fetch data function, and this will take what function it has to call on when this button get clicked in order to fetch the next data. So what function it has to call? If you come over here, you will see that I have this function which is get blocks, which is making request to the backend in order to get the blocks. So over here I will just pass that function name by saying get blocks. And then let me first of all enable the word wrap, and then the third prompt, which is additional params. So like what sort of parameters this get blocks function will take in order to proceed. So what sort of props it needs? If I click on get blocks, you can see it need page. Well, the information of page is already being managed by the load more component, so I don't have to pass the page, but I do have to pass this draft value and deleted doc count in order to make this function without any error, in order to call this function without any error. So over here I will pass one object, and that object will contain a draft key, and over here I will just say false because this block state is for published blocks, not for draft, so the draft will be false. And the second key it will take is deleted doc count. So deleted, actually let me correct the spelling everywhere. This should be deleted doc count, not delete doc count. Deleted doc count. And why I'm changing it to deleted doc count? Because if you go in the server and in here, if you check for the user written blocks, you will see that the key that I am destructuring from the body is deleted doc count with the ed at the end, not the delete doc count. So just correct that spelling, otherwise it will give you error. So this should be deleted doc count, and now I have to pass this as a key inside this additional param. So I will say uh, deleted doc count, and that should be equals to blocks the state dot deleted doc count, like this. So just save that, and whenever you will click on this load more button, this will call the state and this function, the get block function with these parameters, and it should load more blocks. So if I just save that and come over here, you will see that I got a load more button at the end, which is indicating there is some more data to be shown. So if I click over here, you can see now I got the last block, which was the sixth block, and if I click on it, it will redirect me to the blog page. But this is how you can set up the pagination, and we are actually getting the next blog. So I guess the pagination is also done. So let me just copy this, and we will add this pagination to the drafts as well. So just copy this, and in the draft after this curly brackets, paste this load more button, and over here instead of passing blocks in a state, just pass drafts, because this states contain the drafts block, and it will again call the get blocks, but this time the draft will be for true instead of false in the additional parameters, because now I want the draft blocks, and the deleted count will be drafts dot deleted doc count instead of blocks, because drafts is the state. So just save that, and now we will be able to see the pagination in the drafts tab as well. But we don't have any sort of block right now, so I can't test it, but it won't give me any error, so you can check it on your own. So with this we are actually done with the blog management system. You can edit the blogs, and you can actually see the stats of the blog. You can delete the blog if you want. So actually we are pretty much done. So if I click over here, you can see the stats and everything, and this is fully responsive as well. If I expand it like this, you can see it is fully responsive. So there is one more thing that I want to do over here before wrapping this whole blog management system is, if I click on the edit, or actually let me just go in my right editor page, and what I want is whenever there is a published blog successful, like when you publish the blog, right? So once you publish the blog, you are redirecting to a user to the home page. But what I want is, once the user has published the blog, I want to redirect the user to the published tab of the blog management page. And if the user has saved the draft, then I want to redirect the user to the draft tab of the blog management page. So how I can do that? So the published part is easy, because I just want to redirect the user to the dashboard page. But to redirect the user to the particular draft tab for the saving draft is little bit tricky. So let's see how we can do that. So for that, first of all, let's work on this publish button. So whenever you publish the blog successfully, instead of redirecting the user to the home page, let's redirect the user to the dashboard. So for that, just first of all, let me just close everything, because we are done over here. Let me close app.jsx also, and let's just go to the publish form.component. And over here, you will see that inside this publish blog function, in the then blog, when I'm actually setting up and removing the toast and showing the success toast, there is a timeout of 500 milliseconds. And after that, I'm navigating the user to the home route. So instead of actually navigating the user to the home route, I want to redirect the user to dashboard slash blog. So if I just save it now, and let me refresh, and let me just uh, add any blog over here quickly. Let's say this one, and I will say blog 05 something over here, and let's just publish it with something as a description, and I will just add a travel as a tag. And if I just click publish, so instead of redirecting the user to the home page, it should redirect me to the dashboard now. So if I click over here, now you can see, now I am on the dashboard page. So that is done. Now what I want is, when I save the draft, I want to redirect the user to this particular page, but instead of showing the published blog, I want to show this draft blog. Well, the basic thing you can do is, you can first of all go to this editor page, which is over here, editor dot page, and over here the blog editor, right? So open the blog editor, and inside it you will find this handle publish event. No, actually, this handle save draft function. This is the function responsible for saving the draft. So inside over here, where I am redirecting the user to the home route and this navigate, I will redirect the user to dashboard slash blogs as well. So if I just save it, and let me come over here, and let's go to the editor. Let's just say draft 01, and if I click save draft, you will see that I am redirected to the blog management page, but I'm getting this published blog tab as active. But I want this draft to be active when I save any draft. So how I can do that? So for that, I will not redirect the user to this specific route, but I will redirect the user to this route with some query with attached to it. So what that query will be? So after this, I will add question mark to add query, and that query will be tab equal draft. So this tab is what I am going to fetch or retrieve in this blog management page from the address bar, and on the basis of its value, whether it's a draft or published, I will decide what tab should be active. So if I do this and just save, and if I go over here and write anything, let's say draft 02, and save the draft, well, you won't see any much changes. I'm still not going to the draft tab. But if I just expand my window, in the address bar, you will see that now I am getting tab equal draft, right? So now I want to extract this tab value from the address bar, and on the basis of that, I can make this tab active. So how I can do that? Let's see. So for that, what I will do is, again, I will close all the files, because they are I don't have to do anything in them. Let's just open the managed blog page, which is this main page, and over here at the very top, I will destructure the address bar to get the query value over here. So I will say let active tab equal use search params, and this use search params is the React router function, and this give you all the search parameters or queries in your URL, the address bar. And from there, what I want is, I will say, give me the first index. So because it will give you all the arrays all in one array, and from that I want the first array which contains all the queries and all the data. So this use a search param will give you a lot of options, but the first index of that array contains all the queries and their values. So this will give you all those queries, and from those queries I want one query, so I will just say dot get in order to get the particular query. And the query that I want to get from that search string is tab. So it will get the value of this tab query from the URL search parameters, and then it will store that value over here. So if we don't have this tab query in the URL, it will be undefined or anything like a null, undefined or null. But if I do have some value in the tab, then it will be equals to that. So once I have a value over here, what I can do is come over here where I am defining in the in-page navigation. Well, over here I'm not defining anything, right? So let's just come over here, and if first of all, let me just open this in-page navigation, and you will see that instead of taking the roots prop only, it also take default hidden, which is an empty array, and default active index, right? So it takes a default active index, which is a number or a index which should be active by default, right? So I will use that prop over here in order to decide what tab should be active. So I will say default active index, and let me just enable my word wrap. And over here, I will say, I will add one condition saying active tab is not equals to draft. So if the active tab is not equals to draft, which means I have to show the publish block. So I will just say 0, which is this index. The 0 index is representing the publish blocks tab. But if the active tab is equals to draft, which means the tab query is equals to draft, in that case the active tab index will be 1, which is representing the one index of this array, which is this drafts tab. So if I just save that and come over here and let me refresh, you will see now I am getting this draft tab active. So if I refresh, it is still active over here because I am in the tab equal draft. So if I come over here and let me write over here, and let's just say I'm typing draft 03, and if I just save this as a draft, now I will redirect and see only this draft tab. And if I come over here and publish any blog, so let's say I want to publish this blog, so I will say blog 06, I will say something, I will publish this, give it as description, and over here I will give tag. And if I publish, I should see publish tab active instead of draft tab. So if I click over here, now you'll see since I have published the blog, I'm able to get the publish blog tab active instead of the draft. So basically now we are actually done with the blog management system, and you can now actually manage the blogs and actually delete them, edit them, and see their stats. So with this, we are actually done with the blog management system, and we are pretty much done with the whole website. So basically, we are done with the website, and this is what I have coded in the first time. But while making this series, you guys faced one UI issue that I got in the comment, and now I am going to fix that, to tell you how to fix that UI bug. And along with that, you guys told me to make this in a dark theme as well. So we will work on the dark theme as well for this website. And also for some of you also mention that you want it to be only admin written, like the only admins have the power to write the blog or not everyone. So I will tell you how you can just remove the write button from everyone's page and just show them only to the admins. Well, if you want everyone to write the blog, you can just skip that part, and if you want only admins to write the blog, well, you can watch that part. So let's just do those things step by step. So first of all, I will fix that UI bug. So let's see what that UI bug is. So in the in-page navigation, let's say in the smaller screens, I have active tab trending blocks, right? And if I expand my window like this, you will see now the trending blocks tab is gone, because I have mentioned it to be only visible in the less than medium screen size. But now, since I am on the medium screen size and the button is not visible, I am still getting a UI like this, where this HR is over here, and I am getting the content of a trending block, instead of actually getting the data of this home tab. So we will work on this UI bug in order to fix this. So if the user expand the window size from a mobile screen to a medium screen, doesn't matter what tab is active, we will just reset back it to the default active index tab, right? So how I can do that? So for that, just open the in-page navigation component file, which you can find inside the components folder over here, and we will just add some things over here. So first of all, let me enable my word wrap over here, and what I will do is in the use effect, first of all, let me just make one state over here, and this state I will call width, and then I will make a set function for this, which will be set width. And over here I will say use state, and by default value will be window dot inner width, like this. So this width state will have the value of this window width. Like if the window is this size, I will store the window width inside it, and if we increase or decrease the window size, we will update this width state by calling this set width function, in order to store the current window width to this state. And on the basis of that, we will decide whether or not we have to change the active tab or not. So once we have that, what I want to do is I want to run this use effect, which is responsible for changing the page state. You can see I am calling this change page state function over here in order to change the state. So I will call this use effect whenever there is a change in this width state. So I will just type width over here. So whenever there is a change in width state, this use effect will call this change page state as well. So what I want now is I want to update this set width whenever there is a change in window size, because if you change the window size right now, this won't increase or decrease or update this width, because we haven't told it so. So for that, what I will do is I will introduce one more state over here, and that is resize event added, and this will be set is resize event added, like this. And I will just set it equals to use state, which will be false for now. So what this state will be? Well, this state will be either true or false, and we will use it in order to decide whether or not this window has an event listener resize on it. So if it has event listener on it, then we won't add it again. But if it doesn't have that resize event, then we will add that resize event, and in that resize event we will call this set width function in order to update the state value, and on the basis of that we will just change or call this change page state. So how I can do that over here? So inside this use effect, what I will do is I will say if, and I will say dollar is resize event added. So if the is resize event is false, then only I will get inside this condition, which means there is no resize event currently attached to the window. Then I will go to this condition, and I will make one event resize and attach it to the window. So I will say window dot add event listener, and I will say resize to add a resize event listener. And whenever there is a resize in the window, it will run this callback. And what I will do is I will say if is resize event added, I will say set is resize added to true. So what this basically means is inside this resize event I am checking whether or not this state is false or true. So if this state is false, I'm changing it back to true. So once it is true, then this condition will get false, and then it won't come inside this condition in order to attach more event listener to the window again. And why this will call again and again, because in the next line I will update the width state, and whenever there is a change in width, it will run this use effect, and that will go inside it and add the event listener, and that will update the state. So it's sort of recursion or sort of loop. So I just don't want to add multiple resize event to the window. That's why I'm adding this conditions over here. And just after that I can say set width, and set width will be window dot inner width like this. So if I just save that, this will update the width state. So over here what I will do is I will just console log width, which is the width state, which should contain the window size width. So if I just open my console, I should see numbers logged in. You can see it is logging me 150, and if I expand my window size, it should increase this number. So if I expand, now you can see the number is changing, and if I just leave it there, you can see the number is changing. It is 705 now. So I want to find that particular point where this trending block is hiding. So if I come over here and just expand it at a particular point, you can see at this point it is hiding, and that is a 766. In 766 width size, it is hiding the trending blocks. So once I got that number, what I want to do is I will just resize it, and over here what I will do is I will say if width, which is the state, is greater than 766, which means it is greater than 766 width size, which means it is on the medium screens, not in small screens, then I will say and in page nav index. In page nav index, well, if you go over here, this in page nav index is the current index, which is the default like this stores the active index right now. So if you are in the trending blocks, it will store its 1 over here instead of 0. So it is the active tab index over here, and what I will say is not equals to default active index, and this default active index is by default the tab should be active. So let's say for this scenario, the default tab should be active is this home, which is 0 index. But if I go over here, this will become 1, and once this becomes a 1, then the active page index, which is this in page nav index, will be 1, but the default active index will be 0. So both of them will not be equal. So that's what I want. So if both of them are not equal and we are on the medium screens, that then I want to run this change page state. Otherwise I don't want to run that. So over here I will just paste that, and I want to save that. So if I just refresh, you won't see any much changes. If I click on trending block and home, it will work as it is. But if I click on trending block now, and if I expand my window to go to the medium screens, you will see now instead of stucking over here, it got to the home tab instead of just being over here where there was nothing. So now we have actually fixed our issue, and there is no in-page navigation UI bug we are facing that we got earlier. So now you can just remove this console log, and we are done with this error. Okay, so now let's work on the dark theme of our website. So what I want to do now is since we have this light palette over here, I want to first make a dark palette which will have all the dark colors for the dark theme. And once we have that palette, then we can implement the dark theme. So for that, what I will do is first of all, open the folder view and go inside the tailwind.config.js folder, which is your Tailwind configuration file. And inside it, if you see, we have this colors key, which is defining our colors palette, and this white is representing the white color and black is representing the black color. Well, I have designed this earlier on the basis of only light theme, but since you have guys told me to make the dark theme and I don't want to change my whole code on the basis of that, what I will do is I will have this white, black, gray name as it is, but that doesn't mean that in the black theme this white will represent the white color. This will represent the black color instead of white, but I will not change the name, because if I change the name of this white over here, this variable name over here, then in the code wherever I have give the class bg dash white or text dash white, I have to change them individually, and I am not going to do that. So keep that in mind, that the variable names will not make sense because I haven't coded it while thinking of the dark theme. But right now let's just see how we can implement that. So for implementing the dark theme, I will going to import install one package. So just open your terminal and you can stop the server right now. Just clear everything. And what I want to install, so I will say npm I in order to install, and the package that I want to install is tw dash colors. So tw is tailwind and colors. So tailwind colors is the package which will give you access to create the themes, and I want to create a theme over here, so that's why I need that package. And don't install it like this. You have to install it in the developer environment, so just add dash capital D before this package name, so it will be added as a dev dependency instead of the actual package you need in the build production. So just press enter and this will install this package, and then we can work on the tailwind theme. So once done with this, just clear your terminal and rerun the Vite server environment, Vite server, by just running npm run dev like this, and this will run the the Vite server. Now you can close the terminal. So if I go and open my package, you will see in the dev dependency, I have this TW colors, which is tailwind colors. So now I have that package. So now I can just make the theme. So for that, what I will do is in the plugins, I will press enter. It's an array. And over here, I will say create themes, and if I press enter, you can see I'm getting VS Code suggestion which is saying TW color. So if I just press enter, this will import this create themes function from this TW colors package, and this function will let you create the themes. So over here, how you can create the themes, first of all you have to give this function an object, and that object will take keys with the color scheme. So I will say light, and then I will add curly brackets, and this light is representing a theme name light, and then I will add curly comma, and then I will say dark, and I will add curly bracket, and this dark is representing a color theme name dark. So we have a light theme and we have a dark theme, and inside this you have to define the color values. So what I will do is I will just cut this whole curly brackets color thing. I will cut everything and I will remove this colors from over here, because I will not define those colors in this, but now I will define that inside over here. So I will just replace that whole object with this empty object like this, and now in the light theme we have this object with all those name and the color that we earlier had inside over here. Now we have them over here. So if you save, you won't see any changes, or actually you will see changes. So if you save it and refresh, well, now if you see, you can see there is a black border everywhere and it is not looking very great. So why is that? Because you have set the colors in the light theme. So in order to make it work, you have to provide the parent the light theme in order to reflect those colors. So what do I mean by that? We will see in a moment, but let's just define the dark palette first. So what I will do is I will copy this object and I will paste it over here, just because I don't want to mess with the names of the variables over here, because if I change any name over here, then the colors will not work properly, because I have those classes already set up in my project, right? So I won't change any name over here, I will just change the color codes. So for the white in the dark theme, it will be a black color, which will be 242424, and the black will be F3 F3 F3. You can just type it with me. like this, and the gray will be 2 capital A, 2A and 2A. A dark gray will be E7, E7, E7. The red color will be hash 991F1F. It will be F, and the Twitter color will be 0E71A8, like this, and the purple color will be 582C 8 to C8E. So just take a look and take your moment and type all the color codes with the same name and just save it. And once you are done, you will have a dark theme palette and a light theme palette. So now if I just save, well, you won't see any changes, and the styles that we had earlier are also gone, just because we have removed our colors from this theme. So how I can fix that? So to fix it, first of all, let's just open this, and actually let me just go to this index.html file. Well, you should not go to this index.html file, because if you messed anything over here, it will just break your whole project. But I want to show you one thing, that's why I'm over here. So basically how this TW colors package work is, whenever you want to apply those color schemes, you have to set a parent a theme. So if I set the parent theme light, then whatever the children's inside that parent are, they will have the colors from that light theme or the theme that I have mentioned. So what I want right now is I want to apply my light or dark palette to the whole project, which means I want to add it. I want to add the colors to all the children's present in the document, right? So the parent of all the children's in the document is the body, right? So this body tag. So for now, if I type here, let's say data dash theme, in order to add a theme over here, and if I say to light and just save that and refresh, you will see now our website look this exactly same that we had earlier. So by adding the data theme light in the parent, which is body, we have applied the light palette to the whole website. But now if I just change it to dark and just save it, now you will see the website is changed a bit. Well, you will see there is a issue, and that issue we will fix just right now. So just open the index.css file, and over here in the body, once you have set text black, just say bg white, like this. So everything will be white in color. So just save that, and now you will see, since this body has a data theme dark, it is applying the dark palette to all of its children, which is like this. And now you can say we have actually our uh, dark theme already done. You can see it is looking exactly good dark theme. I don't have to do anything. There is a issue that the logo is not white in color, because the image is in black color, but we will solve that also. But the main reason I have opened this index.html is to show you that in order to change the theme, we will add this data theme equal dark or light or whatever you want in this body tag. But we won't add it manually like this, because this won't be dynamic then. So just close it, and we will add that using the React. So how I can do that? So just save it and just close everything, because we are done in the tailwind. And now just open the app.jsx file, which is our main app. And over here what I will do is, after this user context, I will make one context which will be theme context, and I will set it equals to create context, in order to create one context name theme context. So this theme context will hold the value of theme, it like the current theme, and a function in order to change the theme state. So for that we need that. And what I will do is, after this use effect, this use auth state, I will define one state again, and that state will be theme, and the set function will be set theme, and I will set it equals to use state, like this, and by default I will say it to be light, right? So just save that. So what I am doing over here is I am creating one state name theme, and by default it is light, and I have this set theme function, which I can call in order to change the theme state. So I have that, and I have this theme context. So now let's just wrap the theme context uh, over this so that I can access this context in my entire project in order to change the images on the basis of theme, and in order to switch the theme from a button click. So how I can do that? So just collapse this, and I will type over here theme context dot provider like this. I will close it like this. I will cut this and close it at the end, and just indent all the code like this. And in the value prop, I will pass an object saying theme and set theme. So now in any file of this project, I can access these two variables, which are the theme state and the set theme function. And if you say, well, you won't see any changes, but now you can access the theme state anywhere in the code. So basically, still, I'm not able to change any state, right? So how I can do that? Let me first refresh it, and let's just go to the home page. So yeah, so how I can do that? So remember, I have said that we will add this light or dark theme in the body tag, right? So in the use effect, I will do that. So in the use effect, I will say document dot body in order to select the body. Then I want to set an attribute, so I will say set attribute. So this method will set an attribute to the component, and that component is this body from the document. And what attribute I want to set is data dash theme, and the value of this will be this theme state value, which will be by default light. So if I just save that, you will see this is how it looks, and we got our previous styled website, which was the light theme, right? So now these styles look exactly the same we had earlier, but now let's work on the dark theme so that user can click on a button in order to change the themes from light to dark, to dark to theme. And then we will work on the session storage as well. So if user has a dark theme enabled, so whenever user access the website again, we will show the dark theme. And also we will see how we can access the user preference also from the Chrome extension, the browser, so that if user prefer dark theme, instead of by default setting it to light, we just show the dark theme. So we will see all of those by step. So just save that. And what I will do is, first of all, I need to change the theme, right? So for that, how I can change that? So for that, I will add a one button in the nav bar where user can click in order to change the theme. So just save it, and let's go to the navbar.component.jsx over here, and let me enable my word wrap like this. And what I will do is, at the top I will say let equal use context in order to use a context, and the context that I want to use is theme context, and from that theme context I will destructure theme as well as the set theme function in order to change the value of this state. Now once I have that, what I will do is I will render one button over here. So what I will do is well, I need one button exactly like this notification and this search box. So I will just copy this button, the whole button, and after this write, I will paste it over here like this. And what I will do is I will remove all this I and the span thing like this. And if I just save, I should see a button over here. You can see I'm getting a button. Great. Now I want one icon over here. So what I will do is yeah, just go to the flat icon and let's search for moon, and let's just pick this one. Yeah, so just copy this and I will paste that over here. Change the class to class name just like that, and if I save, I will see one icon like this with moon. But what I want is I want to change, yeah, so we will see later. So basically what I want is if I click over here, this should change the state, right? So what I will do is I will add on click event to this, and whenever this button gets clicked, I will run change theme function, and I don't have this function, so I will just copy it and code it just after this handle blur like this. So whenever we will run this function, what I want is I will say let new theme, which is a new variable, and we will say if theme is equals to light. So if the theme is equals to light, then I want to set the new theme to dark. But if it is equals to dark, then I want to set it equals to light like this. So if we have a theme currently light theme, then it will be dark, otherwise it will be light inside this new theme. And this theme is this um, destructured state that we are getting from this theme context, right? So now we have a value over here which is the new theme that I have to store. So I will just call new set theme in order to change the current theme state to this new theme like this. And I will also store this theme in the session by saying store in session. And what I want to store in session is a theme, and the value will be new theme like this. And again, this store in session is a custom function that we have code in the first part, and this function will just store the item with the value in the session. So just save that. So if I come over here and click on the button, well, you won't see any changes because it is changing the state, but it is not affecting the UI at any way, because we are not actually changing the theme on the basis of this theme state. We have to actually apply this on the body attribute, right? So for that, I will just first of all refresh it, and over here I will say document dot body to select the body, and then I will set an attribute, and that attribute will be data theme, and the value will be this new theme variable, which can be the light or dark or anything. So just save that. And now if I refresh over here and click over here, now you will see it got changed, and now I am able to see a dark palette. And if I click it again, I am seeing the light version of the website. If I click it again, I am seeing the dark version of the website. But there is still a lot of issues, like the icon is not changing and the image of this nav bar is not good looking. We will solve them step by step, but let's say now you are on the dark theme, right? So if I refresh, I'm still in the white theme. Why is that? Because we have stored this new theme in the session, but we are actually not setting the theme on the page start from the session. What do I mean by that? If I just come on the app.js, you will see that this use effect, we are using this use effect in order to set the user auth from the session, but we are not doing the same thing for the theme in order to set the theme from the session, right? So we will do that over here quickly. So what I will do over here, so for that, what we are going to do is, first of all, we have to get the data of this theme from the session. So for that, we will do the same thing that we did over here. So I'll just make a variable. I will call it theme in session, and I will call look in session function, which will basically take the key and get the data from the session. So the key that I want to look for is theme. So if we have any sort of data in the session on this theme key, then I will get that data over here. So that means I have already a theme set up in my session. So if I do have that theme, I'll just give that theme inside this instead of this theme. But if I don't have any sort of theme in the session, then I will just leave this as it is. So how I can do that? So for that, what I will do is I will come over here and I will say, let's add one condition saying if there is any sort of theme in session, because if we don't have any theme key in the session, then this look in session function will give you undefined, and if theme in session is undefined, then this condition will be false, and then we will not go inside this condition. So if we are getting inside this condition, which means we already have a theme in the session. So if we do have that, then I will call set a theme function, which will set or update the theme this theme state. And while calling this function to update the theme, what I will do is I will run one callback over here. And what this callback will do is I will just copy this line and I will paste it over here. I will say, first of all, whenever I will call this set theme function in order to update this theme state, I will first set the attribute of the body to this theme that is stored in the session by saying theme in session over here. And then what I will do is at the end, I will return theme in session like this. So by returning this theme in session, I am setting up the new theme state with equals to this theme in session, right? And in the else case, so if we don't have any theme in the state or in the session, then I will just leave this as it is by setting up the attribute of the body to theme instead of theme in session. So if I save this, it should give me the exact theme that is stored in the session. So right now it is white. So if I click over here to go to the dark mode, I am in the dark mode and I have a theme stored dark in my session now. So if I refresh, I should see a dark mode instead of light theme. So let's refresh. And now you will see once I have refreshed, instead of getting a light theme, where you can see over here the by default value of this theme state is light, but I'm still getting dark. That is because I have the dark theme in the session, and we have coded for that over here, which is updating the theme according to the session. So with this we are actually done, and now I can just work on these images, so that on the theme, dark theme, we will have a light images, and on the light theme we will have the dark images. So for that, what I want to do is, first of all, what you guys have to do is go to the description and you will find one link over there from where you can download a new image folder, and just go and download that image folder and replace that folder with your actual current image folder inside this source folder. Over here you can see I have this images folder. Download this folder and replace with your own images folder, and this image folder has you can see 404 dark png and 404 light png, which is two different version of this 404 image. And at the same way we have this block banner dark and block banner light, which we will use in order to differentiate in the light theme and the dark theme. And we do have this full logo, which is black in color and the dark in color, and then we also have this logo dark and white in color. So make sure you download that and replace it with your code files, and then once you have the images, now we can start changing the feel of the images. Yeah, so just open the navbar, because first of all we will change the navbar icon. So for that, what I will do is I will go at the top, and over here I will just remove this import of logo, because now I don't want the logo, but I want to import let's say dark logo from images folder, and I will say logo dash dark, not light, it should be dark. And then I will say import light logo from, and now over here I will import images slash logo, and this will be light logo. So this way I have imported dark logo plus this light logo. And now you can come over here where I am actually setting the source of the image of this navbar. So over here, instead of just giving logo, because we don't have that right now, so over here what I will do is I will say if there is a theme which we will get from this context over here, you can see. So once we have that theme, what I will do is I will say if it is equals to light, which means we are in the light theme. In that case, I want to render the dark logo. So I will say render the dark logo, and I will provide this as a source path for the source attribute. But in the else case, if the theme is not equals to light, that means I have to give a light logo because it's a dark theme. So I will say light logo like this, and if I just save it, I should see a white logo. You can see now the navbar icon, this logo is white in color now, so now it is looking good. And the second thing that I want to change in the navbar is this icon over here. You can see I am in the dark mode, so instead of just getting this moon icon, I should get one sun icon where I can click in order to go to the light mode, right? So how I can do that? Well, first of all, let me enable my word wrap, and let's find this icon. So over, yeah, in over here in this button, what I will do is I will first wrap this icon class name inside these curly brackets, and then I will go to flat icons, and over here I will search for sun, right? And I'm going to use this one, which is the which has this rr dash sun. So basically you will see that it has rr dash sun, so I just need this sun word, so I will just copy that. And what I will do is after this rr dash, I will just add a one double quotes, and then I will add one plus sign to concatenate with the condition, and the condition I will write over here. And that condition will be, first of all, let me remove this double quotes from here, and over here in this brackets I can write the condition, which will be if theme is equals to light. So if we are in the light theme, in that case I want to render this moon stars, so I will just add quotations around the moon star as well. So this will evaluate it value, this condition will give this moon star, and this will get concatenate with this string, which is fi dash rr dash, right? And in this else case, so if the theme is not light, in that case I want to return sun like this, and make sure you end this bracket at the very end. So this all thing will be inside this one bracket. So if I just save, instead of getting this moon, I should get the sun icon. So let's just save it. And now you can see I'm getting a sun icon because right now I am in the dark theme. So, but if I click over here, now instead of getting the sun theme, I am getting one the moon icon. So this way you can change the icon as well. But I guess it needs some sort of styling because the font size it is little bit small, right? So let's add those stylings. So after this bracket, let's add one plus sign and then add double quotes, and make sure you add first one space and then type the classes. Otherwise, it will not work because it will not have space in between, and then there will be no tailwind class will make sense, right? So over here, the first class that I want to give is text size, which will be text to Excel. So this will increase the text size, and then I will say to have a block a display, and the margin top will be of 1 units, and just save that. And now this is looking good. So if I click over here, I got the sun icon. If I click over here, I am getting this moon icon, and now it is working fine. So basically the navbar is done. But where else I need to change this? Well, if you just open this images folder, you will see what sort of images I have in the dark and the light version. So over here you will see that I had this logo light and logo dark that we have done importing in our website. So now what I have to import is this full logo and this 404. So which means I have a 404 page versions, right? So just open the 404 page, which you can find inside this pages folder. Just open that, and let's just go to any random 404 page. So what I will do is I will just type anything over here to go to the 404 page, and let me just add this right next to my code so that you can see like this. Yeah. So now if I go to the dark mode, well, in the light mode it is pretty good because we have designed it for the light mode. But if I go to my dark mode, you will see now that this logo in the at the below at the bottom is in black color, and this 404 image is still not looking good because I'm getting this white rectangular square border, right? So what I will do is, first of all, let me enable my word wrap. And yeah, so after enabling word wrap, what I will do is, first of all, let's change this you can say the image. So let's just remove this page not found image from the 404 png, and I will say import light page not found image from images folder, and that will be 404-light.png like this. Let's make a duplicate of this and just change this light to dark like this. Just save that. And what I will do over here is I will come and I will say I will destructure the theme from the context. So I have to use a use context stroke over here, and then provide the name of the context, that is theme context, and it is giving me red lines. So let me import that use context over here. So just type use import use context from React, and what sort of key that I want to extract or destructure from this theme context. Well, that is theme. So now I have access to the theme state. So once I have access to that, I can remove this page not found image, and I can say in the source I can add one condition saying if theme is equals to light, which means I am in the light theme, then I will render this a dark PNG. So I will say 404 not like this. I have to give the variable name. So just copy that and paste it over here. And in the else case, just copy the light page and paste it over here. So if the theme is light, I will render the dark version of the 404 page and 404 image. And if the theme is dark, I will render the light version of that image. So if I just save it, I should not see any error. And now you can see now this image is looking cool, and I'm not getting one square border like this. Now it is looking pretty much cool. So after this, let's work on this logo at the bottom, which is black in color. So what I will do is I will remove this import of full logo, and instead I will add one import saying light full logo from images folder, and the image name is full logo light.png like this. Make a duplicate and change the light to dark like this. And then in the full log, you can see over here, I will just add the same condition that I have added over here. I will say if theme is equals to light, in that case render the dark full logo. But if it is in the dark, if it is dark instead of light theme, then render light full logo and just save that. And now you will see at the bottom I'm getting this logo in white color, not in black color. So that means this 404 page is also done, and if I go to the light version, it will work the same way. And now this page is also done for the dark version. So what other thing I have to work on? Well, we all now we have to work on the editor page. So if I just quickly sign in over here, let me just sign in like this. And once I am signed in, let's just go to the right page so that you can see how this is looking. So well, over here now you can see this block title is not looking good, this banner is not looking good because it is white in color, and the image of the navbar is not looking good, and that is because this navbar is different from the navbar that we had coded for the dark version, right? So this is not looking good. And over here, if you come to this editor, and if I expand this, you will see that this is also not looking good because this editor is made for the light version, and this is not done for the darker version. If I type anything and select anything, you will see that the inline window is not looking good. Yeah, so basically we have to work on this editor page in order to change it and make it beautiful in the darker version. So how I can do that? So first of all, let's just style this editor, right? So for this editor, what I have done is I have written a lot of editor CSS styles, and I have provided that file in the description. So you can just go in the description and you will find one editor.css file link in the description. Just open that link and download that editor.css file. And once you have that file, just download that file and put it in your source folder, just where you have this index.css file. Add that editor dash theme.css file along with this index.css file. And once you have that file over here in this folder, what you have to do is open the index.css file, and after this flat icon import, add another import saying import, and in the double quotes just list the editor dash theme.css import. So just save that, and this will import all the CSS classes that I have done for you. And now if you go to the editor, and if I just click on or select this word, you will see now this inline editor is not white in color, and you can see now this everything is this whole editor JS is now compatible with our version, dark theme. So now it is good. Now only thing that I have to work on is this block title and the banner image and this icon on the navbar. So let's work on this blog text area as well. So if you come in the index.css at the end, you will see we have one text editor. Okay, we don't have that text editor over here. Let's just open the editor page. So let's just go to the component and then find the blog editor dot component dot pages, and over here in here you will find that we have this text area, right? So let me first enable my word wrap. So over here, what I want to do is I want to give one class, and that will be bg-white. So once you have set the background to white, now the background will change, and now it won't interfere in our darker version of the website. So now the text area is also looking good. Now we just have to replace this block banner image and this icon. So let's first work with this icon, and then we will work on this image. And after done with that, we will be done with our theme. So let's just come over here, and what I will do is over here in the logo, what I will do, I will remove this and I will add one import saying a light logo from images slash light logo dash light dot png. Just make a duplicate of it and change this light to dark like this. Was save, and this will import these two images. Now it will give you error and you won't see anything because we haven't set the image to these versions. It is still set to logo, and that is giving me errors. So over here, first of all, we have to get the access to the theme state so that I will know what sort of theme we are actually in. So over here, I will just, after this context, I will say let extract that theme from use context hook so that I can use the context, and the context that I want to use is theme context like this, and this will give me access to this theme. So once I have the access to this theme, I will come over here where I am rendering this image source, and I will remove this logo and I will say if theme is equals to light, which means I have to render the darker version of logo. So I will say render dark logo, but in the else case, if the theme is dark, then render light logo like this. And if I just save, and now you will see now I'm getting a white version of the image instead of getting the black or the dark version. So now just change this block banner image. And how we can change it? Well, if you come to here, you will see that this image is by default source is this banner, but on the error hook I'm saying run this handle error, because by default the banner is equals to an empty string, which means the source is null. And once the source is null, it will throw you error for this image. And once it throws the error, it goes inside this handle error function. And inside this handle error function, we are actually setting the source of the image to this default banner. So basically I have to change the source, or basically I have to add that theme condition over here in order to decide what sort of version I have to apply over here. So let's first import those two versions, and then we can add the you can say the condition. So let me just go at the top, and over here you will find the import for the default banner. Just delete this one and add another import, and just let's call it a light banner from images slash block banner light dot png like this. And let's make a duplicate, and let's just change this light to dark like this, and just save that. And let's come over here, and I will just add condition saying if theme is equals to light. So basically if the theme is light in a light version, then what I want to render is I want to render dark banner. But else case, if the theme is dark, then I want to render light banner. Let's just save it. Okay, I actually have to render light banner in the light version and dark banner in the dark version. So just save that, and now I should see changes. Yeah, so in the darker version, in the dark theme, I want to render the dark banner which looks like this. And if I just change my theme, I can't change my theme over from this page, so I have to go to the navbar, the home page, and then I can click over here to change it to the or you can say the light theme. And now let's go to this right, and now you will see the banner and this text area and everything over here. In the text area, everything is working fine and looking amazing. So with this, we are actually done with our theme as well, and we have successfully created our dark version and the light version both for the website. And now there is one thing that is left, and actually it is not very important, but I thought let's just add it. So what it is? Well, in these days lots of people prefer dark version by default. So what I want to do is I want to check whether or not user already prefers dark version. So if the user already prefers dark version, so instead of just setting the light version by default, we will set the dark version as a default theme. And then if the user choose to go to the light version, they can just click and go to the dark version, light version, right? So for that, what I will do is I will go to the app.jsx, and over here where I'm setting this use state equals to this light by default, I will check over here whether or not user prefers dark theme. So if the user prefers the dark theme, then instead of just passing light over here as a default value, I will pass dark as a default value. Well, of course, after that, this use effect will run, and according to the theme stored in session, that will replace this value. But if we don't have any theme in the session, then if the user prefers the dark theme, so instead of just giving them the light theme, we will give them the dark theme, right? So let's just make that. So how we can do that? So for that, I will make a function just outside this app. I will make a function. I will say dark theme preference like this, and this will run a function like a dark theme preference. It is a function, and what this function will return, it will return whatever I am writing the value will be. So I'm saying window dot match media. Well, window dot match media will give you access in order to check whether or not the user prefer dark theme. So inside this match media, just add double quotes, and inside the double quotes add two brackets, round brackets. And inside these brackets, what I will type is I will type prefer prefers dash color dash scheme like this, prefers dash color dash scheme, and make sure the spelling is correct. And then I will add colon space dark like this. So basically this string is just saying prefer color scheme equals dark. So make sure this is inside this brackets, inside this double quotes, and after this outside the match media method I will call w matches, matchs matches method. And what it will do is this whole line will give you either true or false on the basis of what a user prefers. So if user prefers the dark theme, this will give you true, or if the user prefers the light theme, then this will give you false. And if we get through true or false, we will just return that from this function. So I will have basically a true or a false, which I can see in a condition in order to decide whether or not I have to give light theme or a dark theme by default. So what I will do is over here I will remove this, and I will run one callback in the use effect, and I will say just run this dark theme preference function. Okay, and after this I will just add question mark, and this dark theme preference function will run itself, and it will return you either true or false. So if it is true, which means user prefer dark theme, in that case I will set the default value to be dark. And in the else case I will say if the dark theme preference returns you false, which means user prefer a light theme. So in that case I'll just say light, and if I just save that and come over here and refresh, you won't see any changes. And because we already have theme in the session, and that theme in session is overwriting our by default value of the state, so what I will do is I will expand and I will just remove my session theme from the session. So I will say session storage dot key, and over here if I just type theme, okay, actually I have to say session storage dot get item, and over here if I type theme, you will see that in the session storage I do have a theme item which has this light as a value. So I have to remove this theme from the session, and then only I will be able to see whether or not this is working. So I will say session storage, actually let me type it correctly, session storage dot remove item, and that item that I want to remove is theme like this. And if I press enter, now if I say session storage get me the item theme, it will give me null because I don't have that item, right? So now if I refresh, now you will see I am getting this dark version of the website instead of light version, and that is because I prefer a dark theme in my browser, not the light themes, and that's why it is giving me this darker version instead of the lighter version. So basically with this we are done with our themes for the website. We have the light version and we have the dark version. So now let's work on the admins feature. So if you want only admins to write the blog, not everyone, you can watch this. And if you want everyone to write the blog, well, you can just skip it and go to the last section where we will talk how to publish or host this website online so that you can share this with everyone in this world. So okay, there is one more issue that I found, and that is the in-page navigation. The active tab color for this border is not great actually, because you can see in the lighter version it is not very visible, and if I go to the darker version, well, in the darker version it is visible, but in the lighter version it is not. So let's just fix that. So how can we do that? Let's just go to the in-page navigation, um, which is over here, and where we have this HR over here. Yeah. So over here, what I will go do is I will say border, and then I will say border white, not actually border white, it should be border gray. Let's just save it and let's see what color do we get. Actually, it should be dark gray, I guess. Yeah, now you will see now it is looking good, and if I go to the dark theme it is still good, and if I come over here now it is good. So we had that issue in the theme, so make sure you fix this. Okay, so let's now work on the admin feature so that only admins can write the blog and not everyone. So if you want that, just follow it, and if you don't want that, you can skip this part and just go to the hosting section where we will see how we can host this website online. So let's just now work on the server first so that we can make this server for our admin only, and then we will work on the front end in order to hide the right editor routes from the front end. So how I can do that? So over here, if you go and open the folder, you will find one schema folder, and inside this you will find user.js. Well, these all files have our objects schemas, like what this user collection data will look like, or this new notification collection data will look like. So just open this user.js, because this user object will have one key which will be is admin, and that will be equals to either true or false, right? So what I will do is I will just inside this user schema, after this personal info and before the social links, I will add one space enter, and then I will say admin colon brackets, and by this I am defining one more key in my data structure for this user collection document, user document. And make sure you add this comma at the end, otherwise it will give you error for the social links, right? So in this admin, first of all I have to say what sort of type this admin will be. So I will say the type will be boolean, which means it can be either true or false, right? And after that I have to give a default, so I will say default, and I will run one I will say false, like this. So what this default key is it is saying basically, if you don't provide this admin while creating this user, it will be by default a false, right? So if I just save this right now, so whatever user I have currently in my MongoDB, all will have a admin which will by default be false. So by default, all users I have right now will have a admin false, which means none of my user can write any sort of block. So if I just save that, well, it won't affect my code. You can just go to the front end, and if I click over here, you will still see the right option, because we didn't code it for this to hide on the basis of that admin, right? So let's do that. But before it, let's just go to the server.js and go at the very top, and you will find one function that we have coded in the previous part, that is format data to send. And basically this function is what doing, well, this function is basically creating one access token with this id user.id, with this user document id as in inside the access token, and we are basically sending access token, profile image, username and full name, these four keys in the front end, which we are actually storing inside our session, right? So what I want is I want to send the admin information as well in my front end, in order to see or check there in the front end whether or not on the basis of that I have to show the right button or not, right? So for that, what I will do is after this I will add one comma, and I will say is admin, and then I will say user, which is this user object, and I will say user dot admin, like this. So because I have added this admin key in my users data structure, I can access it like this, user.admin. And now in the front end, this will send me is admin equals to whatever it will be, either true or false in the front end. And that will get stored in my session as well, because we have already coded this to store all these keys in the front end, right? But the one more thing that I have to add over here is, while creating this JWT token, the JSON wrap token, I am just passing this ID in my access token. But right now what I want is I want to pass the admin information as well. So I will say admin equal user dot admin. So this will be either true or false. So while creating the access token, I'm sending this ID and the admin as well, so that if I come over here in this function, which is verify JWT, where I am checking the access token, and if it is good, then I am setting the user ID equals to this request.user. We will do the same thing in order to set the request.admin equals to user.admin from the access token. So by adding the admin equal this user.admin over here, you can access this admin value in this verification JWT function, which will let you set the admin's information inside one key for the request, that we can extract and protect our create blog and delete blog routes for only admins only, right? So if we don't have any admin requesting to create a blog or delete a blog, then we won't make or delete any sort of blog. And that's why I have added one request.admin equal user.admin over here as well, and I'm storing that value over here like this. So just save that, and this will not change anything. You will still see the right button. Well, after this we have to do two more things. So what I will do is I have to protect my two routes, which is either create blog, and then I have to protect my delete block, so that only admins which will have admin equal true can only delete and create the block. Non So if the admin is false for requesting users, then I won't let them create or delete the block. So how I can do that? So let's first find the create block. So I will just search for create dash a block over here, and you can see I am getting this create block root. So what I will do is, you can see that over here I am destructuring the author ID from this request.user. So I will do the same. I will say let is admin, and I will set it equals to request dot admin, and I will get access to this admin because we are going through this verification JWT, which is adding this user and admin inside the request, right? So just save that, and this will give you either true or false. So if this is admin is false, which means the requesting user is not an admin. So if the requesting user is not an admin, then I won't go inside all these conditions. So what I will do is, I will come over here and I will say if is admin is true. So if the admin is true, in that case I will just cut all this code. Let me just select all this code like this, and let's just cut this whole code. And what I will do is, inside this condition which is just saying is admin, so if this admin is true, then I will paste this, and then only I can make a request, right? Like only then I can create the block. But if it is not an admin, then it won't go inside this condition, but it will go in this else condition. And over here I can return a response to the front end by saying return a response with a status of 500, and then send one JSON with that, and send one error key, and the error will be you don't have permissions to create any block, just like this, and just save that. So this will protect you protect this root from any from everyone who is not the admin trying to create the block. So if only the user who are actually admin can create the block, and no one else. Yeah, so we just have to do the same thing for the delete block, because I don't want anyone to delete the block by just sending their access token to go through this mail verify JWT. I also want them to be admin in order to delete the block, right? So for that I will just find the where I have this delete block root over here. Yeah, so over here what I want to do is, I will do the same thing. I will say let is admin equal request dot admin like this, and then I will say if is admin is true, in that case run everything like this. But in the else case, if the admin is not true, in that case I will return a response with a status of 500, and the JSON will be an error key. That error will be you don't have permissions to delete the blog, like this, and just save that. So now with this, the server part is done, and now the server is set only for the admin's version. So if the valid admin is trying to create a blog or delete a blog, then only we will be creating and deleting the blog. Otherwise no one else can create or delete the blog. So it is done. Now let's just go to the front end and make that for the admin part, right? So if I come over here, and right now it is if I click on the right, I will get the right page. Well, it is giving me error. Let's see what sort of error I am having. Okay, it is giving me some sort of error. Okay, let's just leave this and we will see it later. So let's just come over here. So what I want to do is, I don't want the user to go to the editor page, right? So if the user is not the admin, right? So what I will do is I will first log out, because right now I don't have that is admin key in my session. So I will log out, and now if I go and sign in with the same account like this, let's say this one account, and let me sign in, and let me open this, and let's just go and say uh, json.parse, and I will say session storage dot get item, and the item that I want to get is user, like this. And if I press enter, now you will see what sort of data I have in my session for the user. So you will see that it has access token, full name, profile image, username, but this time it also has this is admin, which is currently false for this currently logged in user, because by default the admin for all the users present in the database is false. We haven't changed any of those admins to true. So right now it is false. So which means this is not a admin, and I don't want this user to either write or delete any sort of blocks, right? So what I will do is I will add I will check for this is my admin condition in order to define whether or not I have to show or hide the button. So what I will do is let's first remove this right button from this user navigation, and then we will remove it from the navbar as well. So let's just go to this user navigation.component.jsx file where I am rendering this right link over here. And what I will do is where I'm destructuring this username from the user auth, I will also destructure is admin like is admin from username like this. And what I will do is I will just copy it, and I will actually let me just cut this whole right part, and I will add curly brackets, and I will say is admin. So if the is admin is true, in that case I will render this link. Otherwise, in the else case, I won't render anything. So if I just save it, and by default, I have is admin false for this currently logged in user. So if I click on this in order to show see the user navigation, I should not see the right link, right? So if I click over here, you will see I'm not getting the right link over here in order to write any sort of block. And that is what I want, right? So now let's just go to the dashboard, and over here you will see I am still getting this right button. So in the side navbar, let's hide this right also for the admins. So just close this user navigation because we are done with this. So just open side navbar.component.jsx, and over here you will find we have this nav link for this right, which is redirecting the user to this editor page. So first of all, at the start where I'm destructuring access token new notification available, let's just destructure is admin from the backend as well, the session as well. So just destructure that, and then in the right I will just cut this, and I will add one curly bracket and say if is admin is true, then only render this, otherwise render nothing, and just save that. And now if I open my side navbar, now you can see now I am not getting the right link, because now I am not an admin in order to write, so I have to be an admin in order to write any sort of blog, right? So that's great. Now if I open or expand my window, you will see I'm getting this right button in the navbar, right? So let's just hide that too. So what I will do is I will open my navbar.component.jsx file, and over here I have this link which is rendering this right. So what I will do is I will destructure the is admin from this user auth, and what I will do is I will cut this, and since I want to show this right only if there is an admin, and we will have a admin only when there is an access token, I will come over here, and when I have the access token, right? Or actually, let's just say over here, instead of just rendering it over here, I will just add that condition over here. So I will just add inside the curly bracket again, I will say if there is an admin which is true, then render this link, otherwise don't render anything, and just save that. So if you see now, you won't see any right button because this is not an admin. And even if I log out, I won't see that, because if I log out, I won't have this admin in my session, and then it will be undefined, which is false. So basically now you won't see this right option in anywhere in the project. Now what I want to do is I want to restrict the user in order to go to this editor route, because I don't want to the user to go to the editor route or access this route if its admin is false, right? So what I will do is I will cut this, and I will go to the editor pages.jsx, which is rendering the editor over here. And what I will do is where I'm destructuring access token, I will destructure is admin value also, and over here I will say if access token is null, then I'm navigating the user to sign in, else I'm loading like this. And yeah, so what I want to do is I will just add one condition at the beginning saying uh, is admin. If we don't have any sort of admin, in that case I will navigate the user to, let's say, 404, and that will just render the 404 page. And what I will do is, actually, instead of navigating the user, let's just render the page not found. So I will just say page not found, and I will render that, and I will add double quotes, the colon. So this will be the else case. So what I just did is, basically, if there is an admin which is false, so I will just render page not found. But if the admin is true, then I will render this, which will check for the access token. So if we don't have any sort of access token, well, if we don't have any access token, then it won't go inside this, right? So, well, basically it is. So if there is no access token, then it will go in the sign in. And if the user is logged in and it has a admin, then we will go in the loading state and the editor state. But there is one more issue, and that is, if I let me just sign in over here. And actually, let me just sign in, yeah, quickly. So let me just sign in like this. And now, well, I can't access my editor root from the UI, so I have to expand the window and just go it by typing like this. And now if I access the editor page, well, it is not redirecting me, and neither it is displaying me the page not found. And let's see why is that. Yeah, actually, you have to add exclamation in the beginning, then only this work. Because if the admin is false, then only I want to render this page not found. If the admin is true, then I want to go inside this condition, right? So just save that. And now if I refresh, you will see in the editor page I'm getting this page not found instead of anything. But I lost my navbar. So actually, instead of just rendering the page not found, let's just redirect the user. So I will just say navigate, and I will say 2, and the 2 will just say 404 or anything. So if I just save and refresh, it will redirect me to slash 404 page, which is not a root in our directory in the code. That's why it is rendering me 404 page like this. So with this, you can't access the what you can say, you can't access the editor page if you are not an admin. And that's perfectly great. So now what I want is, well, I don't have anything. So what I will do is I will just sign out, and let me just sign in again. And what I will do is I will create one more account, and let's just say Kunal. And what I will do is I will say 3@gmail.com. So I'm creating this new account, right? So right now, if I create it, this will have an admin which will be false, right? But now let's just go to the MongoDB, and let's see where or not. Let's just give that user's admin true instead of false. So just open the database. So let's just go to the users collection, and at the bottom I should find that user. So in the personal info, yeah, you can see it is Kunal3 at the rate gmail.com, which I had just created. So over here the admin is false, right? So let's just change this false to true. So now I have one admin in my database, right? So I will go at the beginning, and what I will do, I will refresh. Well, while refreshing, you won't see the right button because it is accessing the is admin from the session, and we are not fetching the data from the backend. So what I will do is I will just sign out and sign in with this account again like this. And now I will have is my admin true, and that's why, since this account is admin, I'm getting this right button. And over here, well, over here I'm not getting this right button. So let's see why is that. So let's just go to the, yeah, yeah, actually I'm not getting this because we only get this right button when we are on the mobile screen, right? So if I go to the mobile screen, then I'm getting this right button. Yeah, that's great. And if I go to my dashboard, yeah, I am not seeing this right button as well. So yeah, that is pretty much good actually. And what I want to do is, if I click on the right, now I have access to this editor. And what I will do is, I will just save my draft by saying, let's say, uh, test blog, and let's just save this draft. So I will save the draft, and it got saved. It didn't give me any sort of error, which means I am able to create, write any blog as an admin, and that's great. And if I click on the edit, it will give me a go take me to the editor page. Okay, so since we are done with our website, now let's host this website on the internet so that you can share your website with everyone in this world. So how we can do that? Well, since we have two different code base, one for server and one for front end, we will host them differently on different platforms. For the server, we will use Render, which is a platform which allow you to host Node apps for free, and we will use that in order to host the Node.js server. And to host the front end, which is the React code, we will use Netlify for that. So let's first host the server on the internet using Render platform, and then we will host the front end, and we will complete this section or this tutorial. So how we can do that? So for that, the first thing you need to host any server in Render is first you need the GitHub repository. So for that, just go to the github.com like this, and just log in on your account and just create a new repository. And here you can name your repository. So I'm going to say it blogging website YT, something like that, and make sure you make it private because you don't want the code to be public. And if you want the code to be public, you can just set it to public, it doesn't really matter. So I'm setting it private. Okay, and then just click create repository in order to create the repo. So once this is done, now you have to upload the server file. So there are two ways. Well, if you don't use git CLI, you can just click on this upload an existing file a link, and this will take you to this page, and over here you can drag and drop all the files. And what files you want to drag, let's just say, so I am in the server file over here. So you have to drag and drop this schema package, a log JSON file, package JSON file, this a Firebase credential and server.js. You don't have to upload the end file, neither the node modules or neither the request.rest. So if you are uploading, then you can just drag and drop all the files and accept the end file and node modules and request.rest, and upload it over here, and just at the end just click commit changes, and that will apply it. So but now in this tutorial I will use the git CLI. So for that, what I will do is I will go back, and let me just go to my server over here, and let's just open terminal over here, and I will just clear everything out. And actually, before opening terminal, what I will do is I will create one file inside my server folder, and I will call it dot git ignore like this. And this dot git ignore file will tell git what files it should ignore while pushing this folder, this whole folder to the repository. So what four files I want to ignore? The first is I want to ignore node modules file. So I can just type node modules slash and star. So whatever is inside the node modules folder, they will get ignored. And then I want to ignore this .n file, so I'll just type .n. And then I want to ignore this request.rest file, so I'll just say request dot rest like this, and I'll just save it. So these are the three files and folder that I want to ignore while pushing this whole folder to this GitHub repo. So once you are done with this, just open your terminal, and over here the first command that I'm going to type for the git CLI is git init. So the GitHub get initialized inside of here, and now you will see in the folder structure every file is in green in color except the request.rest.env and node modules folder, because these file and folder will not get uploaded to the GitHub repository. Now that's great. So now let's just run git add and dot in order to add all the documents. And now we have to add a comment to this GitHub chain. So I will just say GitHub git commit dash am, and what message I should say. So I'll just say files added, something like this. So this will add a message attached to all this files. And now I have to push it. So to push it, I have to first declare my origin. So I will say git remote add origin, and I have to give the link of my repository over here so that I can post or push my files to that repository, to this origin. So what I will do is I will come back to this GitHub, and over here you will see that I am getting this link of my GitHub repository. So what I will do is I will just click on this icon in order to click the link, copy the link, and once I have the link I will just paste it after this command, which is git remote add origin, and I'll just paste it. And if I press enter, it will add this link or this repository URL as a origin in my GitHub repository, GitHub project. So what I will do is if I type just git remote, it will list me that I have origin, and this origin just has this URL. So now I have to push this whole file inside this whole folder inside my repository. So I will just say git push origin and master, and this will take some time. And after it's done, if I go on my GitHub page and if I just refresh the page, I should be able to see all the files. As you can see, I have all the files that I needed in this repository. So once I am done and once I have the server code in my GitHub repository, what I have to do is I have to go to render.com, and this render.com is the render platform which we will use in order to host this Node.js app for free. So over here, just go to this website and click on sign in or get started. According to, if you don't have any sort of account, just click on get started and do create your account, and if you have, just click on sign in order to sign in. And over here you have to, well, basically, if you just register yourself with email and password, you still have to attach your GitHub to this. So I will just recommend you just sign in with the GitHub, so already your GitHub will be linked to this render. So once you are signed in, you will see something like this on your dashboard. And what I want to create is new web service. So just click on new web service and click on this new web service button. And if you don't see this, just click on this new button over here in the navbar, and then click on this web service, and this will take you to this page which will allow us to create a new web service. So over here, just click on this build and deploy from Git repository, because for this I have just created this GitHub repository over here. So what I will do is I will just click next, and this will ask you to connect your GitHub if you don't have connected that already. And once you have connected your GitHub repository, all your repositories will come over here, and you can see this is the repo that I have just created for my server. So I can just click over on this connect button in order to connect with that repo over here. So once I'm done, it will ask me some of the information. So let's just add them. So over here, I have to give a name. So I will just say blogging website server YT, something like this. And after that, in the region, you have to provide what region or what server region you want to choose. So since I live in the Asia region, I will choose my Southeast Asia region, because this server will be nearer to me and the response time will be less. So you can choose this according to your geographical location. It will just increase the response, it will just decrease the response time, right? And after that, you don't have to actually change anything, because we are going to use npm install in order to install all the packages, and this node server.js in order to start the server.js. So you don't have to change anything. Now for this instant type where this is asking for the payments, just click on the free, because we want to host it for free. Obviously this is not going to give you all the features, and if you don't request to the server for a while, that the server will get shut down, but it will be hosted for free, so you can just choose it. And if you don't want your website or server to shut down every time, you can choose any plan if you like. So I'm choosing free for now. And then now I have to set environment variables over here in my server in order to make it run, but I don't have that, right? Actually I do have that, but will not make individual environment variables over here. What I will do is just click on the advanced, and over here you will find there is a button which is saying add secret file. So here just click it, and this will ask you give a file name and the file content. And over here I will create one secret file which will be .env. So in the file name you can just say .env to create .env file, and in the file content what you have to do is just go to your server code. Let me just hide my terminal, and what I will do is I will open my .env file, and whatever is written in my .env file, I will just copy all the things, and I will go back in this area, and in the file content I will paste all those codes, and I will just click save. So this will add my .env file with all those information that I need for to run the server. And once you are done with this, just go at the end and just click create web service, and this will take some time, but it will create the web service for you. So over here you can see it is right now saying cloning from this repository, and it is doing all its stuff. So let's just wait, and let's just let it finish the its thing, and then we will see whether or not it has deployed the project. Okay, so it took some time, and now you can see I got a message saying your service is live, which means our server is hosted now. So if I go at the top, you will see that I have a link over here, which if I click on it, you can see I'm getting cannot get slash, because in my server I don't have any method for the home root, and that's why it is giving me error. But basically our server is hosted on this particular domain. So what I will do is I just have to copy this domain because I need it in my front end. So just copy this domain from the front end and just go to your React code, which is the front end code, and just open your .env file. And what I will do over here in this read server domain where we had this localhost, what I will do is I will just comment it out and make a duplicate of it and uncomment it out, because if you want to code and develop, you can just uncomment this and work on your localhost. And if you want to post your host this website on the internet in the production, then you can just comment the localhost and then work on this real domain. So what I will do, I will just remove this, and I will paste my actual server domain over here, which is on the web right now. And just make sure you remove this slash by and at the end, because in the localhost 3000 I also don't have that slash. So just remove it because it will give you error. So once you have added your server domain over here instead of localhost inside the .env file, what you have to do is now just open your terminal and let me clear everything out, and I will run npm run build. And this npm run build command will give you a build format for this whole project that you can just put in your netlify in order to host this website online. So once this command is done, you will see in your folder that I have this dist folder, and if I open it, it has assets and index. Well, basically this dist has all the files which is a compressed version of our React project, and we will host this dist folder. We will provide this dist folder to our netlify platform in order to host the website. So let's do that over here. So what I will do is I can just go to the netlify now. So let's just go to the netlify.com, which is app.netlify.com. So open that and it will ask you to log in. So I will again ask you to just log in with the GitHub. So click on the login with GitHub in order to log in. And once you are logged in, you will see something like this. And once you are over here, what you can do is just go over here and click on this option, which is like in the sites you can see I'm getting three options saying import an existing project. So well, you can just post your front end code to GitHub and then import the Git repository over here, or you can just click on this browse to upload. So I will use this browse to upload in order to upload the project. So I will just click over here, browse to upload, and actually what I will do is I will just drag and drop the folder. So let me just open my this, and this is my front end code, and you will see that I have this dist folder over here. So what I will do is I will just drag and drop this dist folder over here, and once the uploading is done, it will give me a link where it is hosted. So now you will see that it is saying deploy success, and I can dismiss it. And if I click on this open deploy production deploy, now my front end is deployed on this domain, which is something like this. So if I click on this open production deploy, you will see that the domain is not the local host, but still I'm getting my project because now this is hosted on the internet. And I can click over here and log in with anyone's account that I want to log in, because my server and my front end, both of them are hosted on the internet now. So, well, we are done with this and we have successfully hosted our website on the internet. But if you would like to change the name of this project, well, this is something which doesn't make sense. So you can just go in the domain management section, and over here you will see that this is the name of the project, and over here in the options you will see an option to edit the site name. So you can click over here and just change it to, let's say, blogging website YT, something like this, and just save it, and it will rename your domain to this one. So if I click over here, now I can access the website on this domain instead of accessing over here. So if I just refresh, this will just say site not found, because I have removed my site from this domain to particularly this domain, which is blogging-yt website-yt.netlify.app. And if you want to remove this netlify.app, well, then you have to pay for the platform charges, but for now I'm just hosting this for free. So basically we are done with hosting our website on the internet. Okay, we have one more problem over here. So while we have hosted this website on this netlify, well, if I go over here in the address bar and let's say I type anything over here, so if I press enter, the project of ours should return us a 404 page, right? So if I press enter over here and go to that URL, you will see I'm not getting the 404 page that I coded for the project, but instead I'm getting this message which is saying page not found, and it is uh, this is the page that Netlify is setting up. And why is that? Because we are using React, and React is one single application. So Netlify, well, doesn't support really a one page application. For Netlify, it supports static pages. Like if I go to this route, it is expecting a HTML file on this particular route, but I don't have that. I have only one file, that is index.html. So I have to tell this Netlify that whatever the route is, just to serve the index.html, and inside that our React will work, and use the React proto in order to decide what component should be rendered. So basically we have to just tell Netlify that whatever the route is, just render the index.html file, and the rest we will see in the React, right? So how we can do that? So for that, what I want to do is just go to your uh, code, the front end code, and whatever the folder that you just got after the build that you uploaded in the Netlify, and you can see that the dist folder that I have uploaded on the Netlify, just open that folder and create one file inside this build folder, and that file will be netlify.toml. Make sure you type netlify.toml correctly. If you don't type this name correctly, then the thing that we will write over here won't change the settings of the Netlify. So this file will tell or set some configurations for our Netlify project, and let the Netlify know that whatever the root is, just redirect or serve the index.html file. So how I can do that? So for that, I have to tell it that whatever the root is, just serve index.html. So for that, just say double square brackets, and inside it just type redirects like this. So this basically telling whatever I will write now next is for redirection. So over here the first thing is from, so I have to tell from where. So I am saying slash star, which means from any route, and then to, which means on what page I want to serve from this route. I'm saying forward slash. So basically this means is whatever the route is, serve the index.html file, just like that. And at the end just say status equal and 200, because the status will be 200. Let's just add some spaces over here. Yeah, so just save this, and this is what we all have to do. Now what I want to do is just go to your Netlify project, and on the sidebar you will find this deploys option. Click on that, and now over here just go to this drag and drop upload, and bring your uh, folder over here, which is this dist folder, and upload this again with the netlify.toml file inside it now. And now once this is published, if I open this in production now, and now let me just change the URL, and let's see, let's go to random URL, and let's see whether or not I get 404 page. So if I press enter over here, now instead of getting the Netlify 404 page, I'm getting my own 404 page that I have coded for this project. And with this you have solved this issue, and now we are done. So with this, we are actually done with our website, and we have successfully made a fully functional blogging website. It took a while, but I'm sure you have learned something from this project. I made this project keeping the UI and the functionality both in mind. This project is not perfect, and you can even try to add more features on top of this if you like. I made some mistake while creating this project, like using post requests all the time and having all the routes in one single file. I learned all these issues from you guys after done coding, so that's why I didn't change the code. But I will follow the best practice on the next project that will be working. And believe me, that will be going to be amazing than this blogging website. So with this, thanks for watching. And if you guys really found this project helpful, make sure to subscribe the channel and like this video. Thanks for watching.